into the murder of a Moruga man. Police say around 10:30 last evening, the body was found with multiple gunshot wounds to his head. Reports say police on patrol noticed the body of Peter Miguel lying motionless along Laloon Road in Moruga. Investigators say Mr. Miguel was well known to them and had prior charges for robbery and firearm possession. He was 59 years old. Defense attorney Fareed Ali is today complaining that several of his clients who are behind bars charged with murder have been denied the right to vote. In a media release, attorney Ali says Asman Alexander, Dwayne Lewis, Sheldon Henville and Alan Thomas were all eligible to vote in today's general election. He says, quote, all murder accused were for inexplicable reasons disenfranchised and excluded from placing their vote, end quote. Ali says, according to the law, prisoners convicted of a criminal offense but the length of a term or sentence is 12 months or more means they are not qualified to vote. And he maintains his clients whose sentence is less than 12 months should be allowed to cast their ballots. Well, that's a wrap for now for this hour, and stay tuned to the continued election coverage. See you at about 3. After the break, we have Hema. This is Election Central.
Right to life sees you through. 7 seas, always new. Right for families for 75 years and more. 7 seas, trusted for sure. Immunity, vitality for all of your anatomy. The formula to keep you strong. 7 seas, you were right all along. 7 seas, you were right all along.
Our election coverage. This is Election Central 2015. Now, this program, we're going to specifically concentrate on youth, and we're going to look at gender issues. Despite the passage of the Children's Authority Act in 2012, cases of abuse, homicide, accidental death and injury to children continue to be a serious problem in our society. The Children's Authority say, well, in the first 6 weeks of its operations, they received some 628 reports of abuse, with most common being sexual and physical abuse. And stories like the murder of 6-year-old Kiana Kamabach, whose body was found stuffed in a barrel at her Maloney home, and that of baby Jacob, who was found dead in a laboratory, threw this country into shock and dismay. The death of children, whether it be murder or by accident due to a lack of supervision, cause many to question what's happening in our nation. Is enough being done to protect our nation's youth? And what can be done to eradicate or reduce such cases? Well, here to shine some light on this issue, the current legislation, and maybe some future solutions are my guests for this afternoon's show, youth and women's activist Marcus Kissoon. A little later, social entrepreneur Tioka Dove also expected to join us on set, and youth director Gideon St. Bryce. So we're going to be looking at all that is happening in relation to that. Now, looking at the fact that we are concentrating on what is taking place, board member of the Network of NGO for the Advancement of Women and the Organization of Abuse and Battered Individuals, a social worker, that is Marcus Kissoon. He's allowed me to practice. Now, that is just basically looking at the bio given to us and provided for Marcus Kissoon, just an idea of exactly who he is. He is looking at marginalized youth. He's part of an outreach program, and he's looking at those who are affected by HIV and male victims of rape. Moving on to my next member on panel, Gideon St. Bryce. He was recently elected youth director of the South Caribbean Conference of the SDA and has been involved in youth leadership for the last 30 years. The contribution, or his contribution, has shaped his life and personal accomplishments to the extent where he has been a foundation member of the several caregiving ministries such as Heart to Heart, Friend Forever, and Casa de Cozaron. I hope I got my Spanish there, where he has been recognized on a national level by the ministries of, that is the Sport and Youth Affairs Ministry. So these two gentlemen join us on set today as we look at the youth issues. And just to give you an idea as well, when we talk about youth, and according to the UN Convention, youth is best understood as a period of transition from dependence of childhood to adulthood, the independence and awareness of your interdependence as members of a community. Youth is a more fluid category as opposed to simply a fixed age group. So we're going to tie all of this back, not too much into the election, but generally our nation and our society. Good day, gentlemen. How are you?
Good day, Hema.
Good day,
Thank you.
Hema. Nice to be here. I'm fine.
Now, you know, our first set of questions, we're looking at the fact that during that introduction, we have the protection of our children. The children's legislation, the children's package, dealing with the children's authority, the implementation. How important do you think society looks at these issues? Is it something that really and truly we do a gap analysis to see that this is something that really should be shaping our agenda?
Well, certainly society looks at the issues of child abuse, but unfortunately from where I sit, it's generally done when they are personally affected. So you find that a cousin, a brother, somebody close to you, a neighbor perhaps would have been affected. Then you find that there is a certain level of awareness or concern that is shown. But in terms of where, as a national issue, where regardless of where I live, we see it as a national issue, and there are strong advocates and consistent, continuous advocates for the protection of the child, for the well-being of the child. I'm not sure as a society we do that consistently and continuously.
Now, Marcus, looking at the fact that there is this gap that exists, do you think that enough attention is placed on this? And I'm not talking about specifically at the election period, but throughout the year, and looking at the fact that this should be part of the agenda that has been discussed pre and post any election
yes,
campaign.
definitely should be part of the agenda. If we're looking at it as a country issue, we need to understand firstly that there are about 450,000 youth, and we're looking at the national policy that talks about youth being between the ages of 12 and 29, right? So we have people between the ages of 12 and 29, and that makes up about 450,000 of our population. Yes, that is a mass number that needs special care, and it should influence the agenda.
Now, in terms of influencing the agenda, where is the agenda now, and what is the next step? In terms of this is what exists, we are maybe at A, but we should be at C, really, at this time in our development of Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, I think where we are right now is basically we have a number of adults thinking for youth and trying to create legislation and trying to treat with the issues for and on behalf of young people. As opposed to where we should be going is where we genuinely have the young people intervene in the policies and give direction as to where they want to go and why they want to go in this particular direction. So I'm saying where we are is adults are thinking they understand young people and trying to legislate for them, as opposed to having young people have a real genuine say in the direction for the country should go and for the young persons themselves.
Do we really engage youth in setting this agenda, Marcus?
If you'll allow me to give some examples, when there was these series of child issues coming about, one thing that I was most comfortable with was when they had the Children's Task Force. What I was a little bit saddened by is that there were no youth involved. I mean, like my colleague here says, that we are having adults make decisions for young people. We need to look at youth as a marginalized group, and one of the key elements of advocating for marginalized group is inclusion. And we need to have youth involved in everything. We need to have youth in business, we need to have youth in social issues, we need to have youth in agriculture, we need to have youth helping the adults make the decisions. So quite frankly, I don't think enough is ever being done to include youth. Universities do their best by developing a guild. I think we need to have that on a national level as well, and have them contribute to every policy and document that is being developed.
What else do you want to see on this agenda? We talk about protecting youth, and during the introductory phase of this segment, we spoke about the deaths that we have seen, this shock factor. And recently there have been a number of cases in the court system which sort of shed the light, or kind of put the spotlight on the YTC St. Michael's, St. Jude situation. You had the death of 14-year-old young Brandon Halgraves, I believe it was. Looking at these institutions that are supposed to, and I know Marcus is specifically dealing with your work, to catch the most at risk in our society, why are these institutions not being looked at with a critical eye? And is it that they're not the voting population. And this, I mean, we're looking at protecting youth. And let's be real, it's not a sexy topic. It's not like I'm going to come to you and say, well, this is what should be done and this is why I'm doing it. Because in the end, it's really about the most vulnerable we're looking at.
Yeah, well, lots of things inside of there. But what more should be on the agenda really is financing the agenda. In terms of, there are lots of legislation and lots of ideas that's floating out there, but if I give the example of even in the primary schools, secondary schools, where you have social workers and so on, you have guidance officers, but where guidance officers are located a number of times next to the principal office, so children associate going to the guidance officer with school administration. A matter of fact, the office of the guidance officer a lot of times leaves a lot to be desired. So, and not to mention the oversubscription, for want of a better word, that the guidance officer will have from the students and those who have a challenge. So what we really need to do is to put some finance into creating the environment and staffing the places that are seeking to help so that they can really give the service that they want to provide.
Marcus, I asked the question about where else should we be going in terms of this agenda. So we had the earlier panelists talking about the fact that we should put more finances in this. What else would you like to see?
Clearly, we need to be youth or children centered. We need to incorporate young people in every decision making. What I would like to see is a clear cut of youth encouragement. I want to see not just having education available, but I want to see the supporting elements to ensure that children take up this opportunity and follow through. So we know that education is free, but what makes a child excel in education that is free? I want to see those supporting elements in place to ensure that children succeed.
You know, we're having this discussion on an election day, and we talk about what the discussion should be pre and post, and it's also about protecting our most vulnerable, because a society is judged by our ability to protect the most vulnerable, specifically the state institutions, or those such as St. Jude's, St. Michael's, and the YTC that have been thrown into the public domain within recent times. What are the problems, the inherent problems that are facing these institutions?
That can be as deep as it is wide, but the fact is, I do not think that the institutions generally have the wherewithal in terms of the human skill. And I want to be, because I don't want to say anything that will sound negative to those who are trying and who are in there genuinely trying. But the fact is, I think that much more specific skill is required to get there, and a number of times people get there, the problem is already deep. So it's not a simple solution once the person gets into the institution. So really a lot of the solution should be preventative. Avoiding persons getting there.
We lump all of these issues together. So you have youth, you have vulnerable youth, you have at-risk youth, and you also have gender. And it's normally just all lumped into one.
Yeah.
Why do we do that?
Because they're interlinked. Secondly, I, as a young person, I believe that not enough questions are being asked, which leads me to another solution that I would like to see moving forward, is research. There's limited research coming out of the Caribbean, more so Trinidad and Tobago, that talks about the vulnerability of young people in this country. Right? When we look at the National Youth Policy of 2012 to 2017, we get generalization statements. We get statements coming out of Commonwealth, CARICOM, Global Fund, the UN. Right? But here we have funding being put into a document with limited research and discussions that will support it, you know.
Now, in terms of the funding and the research, what research exists now? And what research capabilities do we have at all?
Well, I'm a lost at that, because I'm not so sure that we do much research in Trinidad at all. Research, again, takes finances. and I'm not so sure that sufficient finances is given for the research. So a lot of us operate out of research that's done in North America or done in England, Europe, and then out of observation and out of experience and practice that we do here, we combine them and try to come up with solutions. But going back to the question when you ask about the institutions, I went to South Africa where we would have done some work in a village that's called Mamelodi. And the way the institution is set up, it was done as a village, as a home, and it is something that I've been speaking to here. So there is a village, which we will call the institution here, but there are several homes within that village. And there is a mother and a father. There are brothers and sisters that live in each of the home, and each home is operated as a home. And the mother and father are responsible for the children of that home, and they all live together in one community. And so the children have a sense of growing up as not as in an institution, but in a home. So that in itself gives some kind of balance and so on.
Is it that the structure that we use currently is completely wrong?
Well, it's not completely wrong because it fills a vacuum that if it's not there, the absence of which is worse. So I wouldn't say completely wrong, but I'm saying a lot can be done in the way we structure our institutions to ensure that that is restorative as opposed to people feeling that they're receiving handouts and they are not part of society.
Marcus, I see you nodding there, but I want to ask, is this really a big election issue? Do people really look at this and examine what is being put in place, gender, what is being put in place to really make a decision? Or is it a different type of voter? When you talk about marketing strategies, you have different categories of persons that, okay, this message will appeal to an achiever or to a lifestyle person. Is it really an issue that is mass population that we can sit and say, well, let's make this a big election turnout?
Yes, ideally, like I said, the number says it, 450,000 average is the youth population. And we need to look at youth as an individual with voting rights who are at a stage in their life who needs to be molded into what makes what makes a right decision. So yes, it requires strategies, it requires looking forward, looking into them, and involving them in healthy decision making.
Now, when you talk about healthy decision making, I know that you talk about the population of the youth. What are really the issues you think the youth want to see addressed? What are some of the things that you think I can identify? Okay, so I look at violence, I look at crime, I look at domestic violence, I look at these issues, and they appeal to me. But if you talk to a young person, because you're right, while I'm still within the category of youth, what do you think? And I could ask Marcus because I know that he's a little younger than me. What do you think are really the issues that the youth believe are the decision-making issues that they would like to see at the forefront?
Recently, because of how education has now become free at all levels, unemployment. Definitely unemployment, right? Those are something that you would definitely discuss. You just graduate from something and you get a job in something that's far from your major coming out of university. Unemployment is definitely one. We need to look at the issue of violence in Trinidad and Tobago, which we believe that education is the key, and yes, it is one element of it, but we also need to look at the family structure, because as a person who does work with young people, it's very contradictory to work with young people and not with their parents. So we need to not let the adults just be the decision makers, but we need to have correlation projects that work with the youth and work with the adults who supervise or monitor these youth.
You identify unemployment and you identify violence. When we talk about violence, what type of violence? Are we limiting this to physical violence, sexual violence? Are we talking about I walk out in the road? And does being a youth make you specifically a target?
Firstly, all youth are at risk. That is my mantra, because they're at a stage where they are now learning society, now learning life, now learning to make decisions. So all youth are at risk in my book, whether you're financially up there, financially underneath there, whether you are a particular color, all youth are at risk because they are now learning life. right? Yes, it does put them at a risk for anything, violence, domestic violence, youth issues in terms of violence like date rape and that kind of thing. And if we look at what we in civil society use to dictate what needs to be worked on is the press. And we look in the press and we see issues of young people being victims. We see press talking about young persons being the perpetrators of crime. So it's a clear indicator that young people are seriously in need of help.
Let me ask you the same question. What do you think are the issues that we should be discussing as it relates to youth? You know, we had the overall sort of umbrella issue of violence and protecting our youth. But young people constitute a huge portion of the voting population. In fact, from the figures presented 2010 to 2015, there is a gap of 48,000 persons. So it means that 48,000 people are now in that category called the first-time voter or the young voter. What do you think they want to see?
I think, well, Marcus, what he would have iterated, I think, are correct. But even beyond the violence, I think young people are interested in honesty. And so beyond just the violent crime, I think they feel a sense of betrayal by those who are supposed to be role models, even in business, in politics, even those who are supposed to be parents. They feel a sense of betrayal in that they do not sense that these people are mentoring what they think adults should be. And I think it's, for example, while they fear for the violence, they are very disturbed about the lack of perception. I don't have evidence of it, that we have like businessmen and those things who are being dishonest and ripping them off, you know. So they do not differentiate between the person who is a violent criminal and the person who robbing them blind in the store.
So what do they look for when they vote, Marcus? Do you look for a role model? Do you look for a friend? What do you really look at as a first-time voter? What is a person looking for?
Actually, the politicians get into your home through your social structure. So young people look at popularity in terms of what is my family comfortable with, what do my family look like, because remember we learn through social learning.
Okay, so
right?
if we're looking at socialization,
Yes.
it's natural human instinct that I will feel more comfortable around somebody that looks like me, that speaks like me. Maybe is that what young people do?
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that my family does this. This is my family value, and I am going to perpetuate my family value. So my family looks for someone who is honest. We start looking for that role model of honesty. I grew up in a home of very humble, very passive nature. I am looking for a model. I'm looking for a person to represent me who is like that. So the family structure influences what the mind of the young voter for what they look for in a political forum.
But you know, that's another school of thought, that the youth are the independent voices, that they are going to break the tribal politics, that they're going to break the mold that we're accustomed to in terms of the older generation. Do you think that that's true, Gideon, that they can actually see beyond that, that these are the young people, this 48,930 new voters, first-time voters in 2015, will look at the various manifestos and make a decision based on that, as opposed to what I'm accustomed to seeing in my home?
From my observation, I think young people generally go with the home tradition, from my observation. As to whether that should be, I don't think so. But certainly, it is a fact that what I learn in the very formative years of my life is what I will absorb and what I would live. Basically, that's the truth.
Could you have seen yourself voting against a particular party if your entire family supported the other party?
Well, fortunately, my father gave me a mantra, and he gave us a mantra. One of the things said, the only thing worse than not being able to do what you are told is being able to do only what you are told.
And what about the young people that
so-
you work with, those that are potential voters? What do they tell you? What are they saying? Are they saying, Gideon, this is what I'm looking at, that I want to break away from this. I'm not going to vote for this party because of my ethnic base?
Well, certainly, I do not think there is a conscious ethnic bias. So they do not make decisions consciously saying that because this is a particular ethnic base, then I would not go here or I will go here. I don't think it's conscious. Although I do think that it has an effect based on the home that they have come from. And therefore it will take a certain level of consistent and constant education to break it down and strip it down bit by bit. But certainly the home is a factor.
Looking at the socialization process. Now, you know, when we talk about the unity pictures that have emerged for election 2015, a lot of the unity pictures that have emerged are pictures of youth. So there was a particular couple, a Yui couple, and they were interracial couple, actually. And I thought it was such a beautiful photo where one wore a particular party color, the other wore a particular party color. And still they were able to love, and you can see that they're an interracial couple and crossing the political divides as well. Is that something new that is happening with the younger generation?
If you allow me, I've noticed that race does not play a major role in youth decision making. I think from very young, because of our naivety, we don't see skin color, but we see quality from very young. So my friend is my best friend because he or she has stood there for me. We like the same thing. We just need to look at the fact that we are all either like 3 or 4 generation Trinidadians now. We're no longer we are children of, based on migration in back in those days, but we're now one population. We all speak the same language, we eat the same food, we appreciate different religions and cultures and practices. So we're now Trinidadians, and young people are seeing that more as the generations increase, right? Race is only based on the influence of their older heads, the people who sit down at home and discuss race as a political reason for voting, opposed to policy and change. So food for thought. Yes.
As a young person, what is the most important thing to determine your vote?
To determine my vote lately would be accountability, utilizing funds and that sort of thing in a manner that is Trini centric, that is for the people. I want to see your M&E plan. I want to see how you're going to monitor and evaluate the use of this money, because I really think money has been the cause of all of this divide and all of this confusion, and I really want to see people utilize our finances for our people. There's only 1.3 million people, and I still can't understand why we are suffering.
Are you an anomaly in youth, amongst youth? I'm going to ask that because you're a conscious youth, and you sit and you see, all right, let's go to the political rallies, let's jump up and hear whoever is there, look at the fireworks. But in the end, how many of them are going to sit and be like you? Well, I look at accountability, I look at corruption, I look at these things to make my decision.
Let's look at the youth who are currently in tertiary education. That is the type of discussion that happens throughout campuses, right? It's for them now to have that comfort to take that discussion home and not have mom and daddy say, well, make sure and go and vote for this person, right? Because we wouldn't get anything if you don't. But we need for the young people to have that safe space, both on a political platform, at a community platform, and in a home platform, to speak about what, because we know what is happening hands-on, because we are at the universities, we are hearing lecturers with their opinions, and we're at the data source, and we need to now be able to take that information back home, and it's for you older ones to make us feel comfortable to bring that, not you, but
I was wondering, why is Mike pointing to me and going, you older ones? I don't get that. But
I feel comfortable to bring that information to the home. But we live in a place where we have to respect elders, we have to respect our opinion, our fathers and mothers' opinions. We have a fear of disappointing our parents and not have that open discussion. And it goes back to a lot of other youth issues if we don't have that safe space to communicate with the older ones.
Now, Gideon, before we wrap this part of the interview with you, we talk about youth and what really determines their vote. Marcus says, I look at corruption, I look at transparency. These are the issues that are burning utmost in my mind. When you work a lot with young people, what do they tell you? Is that really burning? Is that the top of their list? Or is it really, well, I don't know, what is it?
If I'm to be brutally honest, it is a concern, and they do speak about it, but you do not sense that it will be the final determinant in when they make a decision. But it is a concern. I think that our young people are still very, not still very, they are very, for want of a better word, clannish. They stick together, they're groupies. And therefore, there's a lot of peer pressure and influence based on the circle that they hang out in, even in the political realm. In terms of, so while there are discussions in terms of, yes, this is that, but based on where they hang out, what the popular discussion is there, and the popular, there is a moral suasion that takes place.
So you think they're incapable of independent thought?
No, but in fact they think independently, but a number of times their decisions, their final decisions, are not necessarily what they will think is in the best interest. Just like you have people into crime. Not every youth that commits a crime, an act of crime, think that that's the best action to do, But certainly there's influence.
We take a short break. When we come back, also, I did mention earlier that Tioka Dove will be joining us on set. Also, she is one of the most popular youth in our country at this time, to get her views on the youth voice. What are they looking for? What are the deciding factors? What do you really look at when they decide, I'm going to vote for you? Is it what their parents say, if what their friends say? Or do you really make a conscious decision to shape our society? Stay with us.
Why settle for an ordinary?
I'd love. Welcome back to Trinidad and Tobago. Youth, what matters most? Well, we are continuing our election coverage here on CNC3. You're watching Election Central. Youth and gender. This is what we're concentrating on. And joining us on set, Tioka Dove. As you know her, she has done Trinidad and Tobago proud. She has won a Commonwealth Award. Her work with youth, her work amongst youth, and a shining example for women in Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, she's done all of this before reaching 25. So if I had to feel like an underachiever, I do right now. But moving on to more serious issues. This is election day in Trinidad and Tobago. Earlier today, former Prime Minister Patrick Manning, well, he made his way to the polling division in his area. We're going to now share with you an interview that one of our field correspondents did earlier today.
Folks, I have voted. I voted for the PNM, and that is all there is to say. Nothing else.
Former Prime Minister there, Patrick Manning, a true statesman there. As you know, he has been battling with his health challenges, but always very friendly when interacting with the media. Also, I know that we have another thought from Ramona Ramdale. She's one of the young candidates for election 2015 attached to the UNC slate. Let's share with you that interview.
No hostility at all. Everybody has been quite friendly, quite open, and once they see our letter of access to get in to check, they have been quite accommodating. So it's been good.
Anybody complaining wasn't allowed to vote?
There was a one person, that person's name was not on the listing, unfortunately. So therefore, that person was not allowed to vote. And so it wasn't in the binder also. So I guess that person will have to deal with it after this elections.
Interview there with Ramona Ramdale. And as you know, we have a number of correspondents. Everyone has been out on the field since 6 a.m., including Sigoni Mohammed. We're going to now toss to Sigoni to get the very latest.
And we are here at another Couva South polling station where yet again Mr. Rudranath Indar Singh, the incumbent for the Couva South area, had to come out and investigate what he appeared to be a bit of ballot tampering. That situation is currently being investigated at this time. Now, earlier he told us about a deputy presiding officer that abandoned her post at the Macbean Hindu School, and we understand at this time that there has been a replacement in that area, and investigations are also continuing there. This is Sigoni Mohammed. Following all of the woes that Couva South is facing at this time, all of the problems, we'll keep you updated when we get it as soon as we can. It's back to you in studio.
Thanks so much, Sigoni. And the woes and the challenges that voters are facing. Well, in the midst of all of this, there are real issues that we have to discuss. No matter what happens, come tomorrow, there will be a government in place, a government that has to address a number of issues. A society is judged by its ability to address the issues affecting the most vulnerable: youth, women, children, those that need help the most. We're a country that has been blessed with natural resources, but we suffer from the Dutch disease. We've become so overly dependent that we kind of forget that it's not going to last forever. It's not an infinite resource, and it's not going to stay forever. So how are we really going to encourage our population to think beyond that? And joining us on set now, Tioka Dove. Tioka, good morning. How are you? Well, good afternoon. I got a little tied up there with the show. How are you?
I'm fine.
Now, you know, I have to ask, we're having this discussion on youth, and depending on where you get your information, the African Youth Charter defines a youth as every person between the age of 15 to 35. Some people use 15 to 24. In terms of the youth vote for election 2015, between 2010 and 2015, there have now been 48,930 new voters registered. So we can just assume we're looking at young people, first-time voters. What are the issues what are the issues that matter to them?
I think what should matter to young persons, of course, is their life and their future, first and foremost. But more importantly, young persons should not, and I agree with Marcus. I heard Marcus when I was coming in, and he said that many young people are no longer looking towards race, so they're not racially inclined to vote, but they're looking at the issues, they're reading, even though the youth development aspect of the manifestos were a bit short, but they're reading that information and becoming engaged to see how or what are the plans respective parties have that will advance their personal life. Because let's be honest, that's what most people look at. How am I going to benefit if I vote this party?
You know, I look at you and I look at Marcus and I look at other young people too. Do you think you're an anomaly? Just go with the flow, stain my finger and go home?
No, not at all. I think there are a lot of critical thinking young persons around. There are many who are followers and not leaders and don't think for themselves and rely only on what they receive from the media or what they hear or what they see media. But looking on this past weekend on social media, I realized that there were a lot of young persons who were really engaging in discussion, informed discussion. That would have I would have realized that they would have read the respective manifestos and they would have been looking on not only the last 5 years but previous administrations and what would have changed, what would have remained the same. I think also what's important to me as a young voter is seeing persons like myself.
I wanted to ask that because I asked the question earlier. What do you look for in a candidate? Do you look for a role model? Do you look for a leader? Is it somebody that looks like me? Is it somebody that I can like? Is it somebody I can lime with? So, what do you look for?
I don't look, and I will tell you my honest opinion, I don't look just at my candidate. I look at the party, I look at the composition of the political entity that I am to support. And this year specifically, I looked for a blend of women and young persons. And I think I was very vocal on that online. I think at this juncture in our country's time, at this time in our country, we really need to put young persons at the fore. These politicians are getting old. I'm sorry to say that, but they're getting old. And I heard a lot of banter back and forth that a lot of young people are candidates this year. But if we don't put them forward now and advance them now at this stage, when things are a bit tough, this is their best training ground. Yes, but also many of them, many young persons, people think that, oh, you're young, so you don't know. But they have experience, they're well experienced. There are a lot of, all young candidates on both sides of the political divide. Well, many sides, there are like 5 parties in one constituency, but they're all very well experienced. So we must not look at young persons and say, oh, they're young, they can't lead. That's a lie, that's fiction, and we're not going to stand for it anymore.
Marcus, you know, when I asked People that you work with, Ian, what do they tell you? I like this one, I can align with them, they look like me. What do they vote for when they walk into that booth?
I think generally they look at the leadership of the political party that they would and again it's based on what they perceive the leader of the party to be, and as a consequence they attach that perception to all the candidates.
Mm-hmm. So it's a leader thing. So, I asked the question in terms of what matters most to youth. We're looking at the fact that there are about 49,000 new voters registered. What do you think are the top 3 issues? Marcus identified, Gideon identified. To you, what are the top 3 issues that youth will be voting on today?
Employment. A large percentage of young persons, youth, young professionals are either unemployed or underemployed. Many of them are on month-to-month contracts. As such, they can't advance themselves or their lives. And they're looking towards, so that's one of the main issues they're voting on. There are a lot of young persons who may be disenfranchised or affected by social issues, and they're looking to see how their lives would be improved and which administration would best improve their lives. And then there are a large percentage of young persons who are interested in sport and sport development, and I think that's what they will be looking at as the third option.
Now, when we talk about unemployment, I want to ask all 3 of you this. Are we talking about jobs? Are we talking about entrepreneurs? Are we talking about an education system? What do you see as the possible solution for the unemployment? What will appeal most to the youth? Because a lot of times they say, let me give you a handout program. Let me just say this is a grant, and that's the end of that.
I have been to a number of communities in the last, since June to now, a number of, and a lot of boys on the block, as many term them, they're telling you outrightly, we don't want any URP or CPAP jobs. We want skills, we want to be trained, we want to make a future for ourselves and our families. Young people don't want handouts, they want a hand up, and they want a proper infrastructure and proper programs in place to advance their lives. Nobody wants to feel, and I don't, this our generation, there is a sort of proudness within us, I would think, that we don't want a handout, we don't want a grant. That's not for us. We want proper opportunities. And by that, there is the OJT program.
Right.
But again, many young persons study within fields and then they can't get jobs within those fields. We need proper diversification of the economy so that we can... who study for specific fields can easily go in to an agency like, I think Petrochin, BP, a number of them have that sort of program that they can go into a graduate scheme and get actual experience. A lot of educated young persons are secretaries, glorified secretaries. That is what the OJT program has become, and that is very depressing. There are young persons who graduate from UE 3 and 4 degrees and they can't get a job. 2-3 years they're home.
Marcus, is that a reality
yes,
that you
a reality, yeah. And my colleague said people want to be trained and people want to be put in a position that they could sustain life. I think moving forward with youth unemployment, I think we need to start developing we need to start looking at increasing employment, developing projects and programs that will use our youth force to create revenue and create income, not just for themselves but for the country. So we need to start looking at home-based employment.
Now, when we talk about entrepreneurs, there are a lot of grants. There are a lot of NIDCO, I think, all these. Yeah, they have there are a number of programs. Are young people really utilizing the existing infrastructure, or are we sitting and saying, no? And I know that all of you actively work with youth, so I can't say that this is ivory tower analysis. But are youth really going out and saying, well, let me try to do this?
Well, I think you have some who do it. But I think one of the weaknesses is, for example, where you want to develop the skill base for persons who may have a skill, they do not have the academia that goes with it. But a number of times, the way we promote what is available really is not the medium that the young people are using to listen. So you are saying a lot of things, but you're not really communicating with those who you're trying to reach. And really and truly our youth officers and so on need to go into communities and really sit down one-on-one and speak to persons and tell them what's available. You have, for example, project writing and so on. There are people who have ideas, but they just do not have the skill in terms of how to write projects and so on. I remember working with the program Heart to Hearts. We had a bunch of young persons who were dedicating days every week to go and do home-based care. That's before we had the antiretroviral, to do home-based care to persons living with HIV and AIDS. But none of them had the skill of writing a proposal, so they couldn't get any funding from
really?
because they couldn't write the proposal, right? So that they kept funding themselves and so on while funds are available. And I'm using that live example. There are a number of cases throughout Trinidad where people have skill, they are willing to do things, but the communication in terms of taking it.
When we talk about gang violence now, it's a fact that the gang members are getting younger and younger. So we're looking at youth. We're looking at the importance of the youth. We're looking at almost 50,000 persons now being included into this voter pool that we have. But yet our programs are sort of missing a lot of people. We spoke about the problems in St. Jude's and all these others a little earlier. And I know that Tioka works a lot with these organizations. How then do you specifically address that? So we had a number of programs under successive administrations meant to deal with the gang and stemming this gang activity with the youth recruitment drive. Why have they not been successful?
Primarily because I think a number of organizations, including, and I want to include our faith-based organizations, so our churches, our other religious and denominational groups and so on, I think we all try to do it alone. I remember when I can't remember, 2 young ladies were murdered in Westmoreland, somewhere around there. I can't remember their names. They started this group called Attack, All Trinbagonians Against Crime. And there was this protest and so on. But Attack was primarily people from Westmoreland. Then 2 days after, a young maxi conductor was shot in Tunapuna because a passenger didn't want to pay, and he was challenged. The guy shot the conductor. All maxi drivers started to drive up and down the road with their lights on, protesting. When the ladies were murdered in Westmoreland, I saw not one maxi driver. And when the conductor was killed, I saw not one person from Attack. And I'm saying what we do, we all fighting the injustice and the crime, but we're trying to do it in isolation rather than networking. And that has been our challenge. Why our faith-based organizations do not invite rape crisis to come to their churches to speak? Why? Those kinds of things.
But
So
why
we
don't
have
we
not
all
done.
see it as our problem? So, you hear a lot of people saying, well, let the gangs kill themselves out, that'll really affect me. If there's a home burglary in my area and that goes up, well, the security and we lock down the community. But there's this, why does that exist? And how does that affect the youth?
Well, it certainly affects because we're not finding the solutions fast enough, so it certainly is affecting them and is not having the kind of positive impact. We're not having the positive impact that we're supposed to have at the speed at which we're supposed to have it. But why is the segregation? I couldn't say that I know the answer to that, except that a number of times our challenge is who gets the credit. And
the funds.
And the finances. So if that is the consideration, then we will always try to isolate each other.
Tioga, I know you wanted to add something.
We have failed, in my point of view, for 2 reasons. Our programs are not evidence-based. We execute a plethora of programs in this country backed by there's no, the few, I see they're introducing them, in some programs, but you don't research your project. It's not evidence-based. So at the end of it, a project is executed, you hand in a report to your funders, DN. Where's the evidence? How did your program change this specific life? What percentage of such and such happened? And we don't do that. We don't have a culture. I don't know what it is about the Caribbean, and that's very bad. We do not have a culture of evidence-based programs, and that is why we are failing. We have to introduce this, and I agree with both my colleagues about collaboration. Resources are finite. The funders that were in the Caribbean in the last 5 years, 10 years, I would say, have now pulled out of the Caribbean, and funding from international agencies are now diverted to conflict zones. And as such, we have to understand that as NGOs and as activists and so forth, we need to start collaboration. It's not about our egos and our name. It's about our people and advancing our most at-risk and vulnerable groups. We're all working towards one mission, one main goal. We all have one mission. Why don't we simply collaborate to advance this mission?
I know you wanted to add something.
Yeah, funders have been pulling out because Trinidad is no longer third world, it's developing. So a lot of people say they have the resources. A lot of funders are offering technical support now. You have the money, but we will help you with the research, we will help you develop the research, help you develop the program. We're not giving you the money to execute anymore because you already have that. What we need to put emphasis on is our mandate protocol. You still have children going into the hospital delivering babies at 14 and 15 and 16, and there's nobody being held responsible for it.
How do we tie that into youth issues? Because it's not a sexy topic to address on a political platform. And no one wants to say, well, there are girls who are 13 and 14 who are going into the hospitals and giving birth. No one wants to really go in and address it. Is it really a huge problem, or is it a small problem that we're making a big deal of?
It is a huge problem.
But the media highlight something about 2,000 something pregnant teens,
Yes.
right? And so I mean, clearly the lack of research is there, but the media and the print media has shown the cases of these teen pregnancies. So again, my big thing is that the money is there, the enthusiasm is there from young people, the finances is there, but everybody does not want to be held accountable.
Sugar, I wanted to add something when I asked, when I spoke about that sexy issue and youth, because you know we all want to have pretty programs. I want to have youth that look like they're going somewhere, and I want to have youth that I can say these are the ambassadors of Trinidad and Tobago. When it comes to youth programs, no one really wants to say I have a youth program to deal with mothers from depressed communities who are 12 and 13 giving birth in the hospital.
I remember something struck me in, I think it's 2009, Radhika Sukraj wrote an article. It was a Sunday Guardian article that said that young girls in Cedros in southwestern peninsula were being pimped because of the dying fishing industry. Their fathers had to fund their boats because they borrowed money from drug pins, and as such these young girls and their mothers were being pimped. And what of their lives now? We have a situation where many young women are vulnerable because of what they may have experienced in their society. And then we come in with these sporting programs and we say, oh no, we'll do a sporting program to alleviate crime and we'll do this. But that pain and that hurt lies within them. Where are the programs to help persons and help young persons deal with that pain and that trauma and releasing it? Where are those evidence-based programs? And I think that's the first thing we need to look at. Overall, I think we need a proper youth policy. Not a talk shop, not a MOU, not a generalization, not everything we agree with the UN on this and we...
Because we look at the UN Charter, there are a number of goals that tie back into them. When you talk about youth policy, what's really missing in the youth policy?
Everything.
Clearly, I want to see a youth policy that says 21% of our young population are depressed and deprived, and we are working towards alleviating 21% of those depressed
and
people.
You put a percentage, you put a year date, you put a goal, and it's backed by a budget. A youth policy without a budget is a dead document. It means nothing.
No proposal will ever be considered without a budget.
That's it. So, I mean, I look at these youth policies and it hurts my heart, and I'm like, okay, what is this? A document
Where
full
the
of
beneficiaries? Show us the beneficiaries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing that. Also, people think that youth development is just education.
Right.
It's not.
It is not.
Yeah.
What else is there? Explain it to the old people like me.
No, youth development is a holistic concept, and just as every aspect of it encompasses every aspect of human development.
Right,
so
and we need to look at the individual, as you're saying. We need to look at the individual, the psyche, we need to look at culture, we need to look at physical, we need to look at social settings. We need to look at the youth individual and prepare something that will meet all of them.
And that is what it is. It is not education. Everybody cannot take. Everybody can't take to education. They don't take to education. And if you educate someone and the environment is not empowering, it's not motivating, then what happens? We young persons are affected by social issues disproportionately. How do you deal with this? There are many young professionals who would want to advance themselves. Where is the housing policy for young professionals? Where is the employment policy? I mean, seriously, when people tell me, well, there's education, and I said, okay, so what about what about the young illiterate person who cannot read or write? Where is the literacy aspect of this? And
youth with disability.
Right. Many of those things are not included.
So you think you want everything that's available to everybody else, but a youth version of it?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
That is what is needed, because we are disproportionately affected by all the issues that affect you, the adults, and we're adults too, but the older ones. I mean, you have to say older ones. It helps. It helps get the points across.
You're welcome.
But everything that affects, let's say, my parents' generation, it also affects young persons disproportionately. And when you look to your future, as a young person, you think you can't see beyond 5 years because there are few things, I should say, in place for you to advance your dreams.
You know, when we talk about a ministry of youth and child development, and then you had it lumped with sports, and then you had a youth ministry on its own, that issue of youth itself, are youth disenfranchised, or is it that the adults don't think the youth are worth the time for the budget?
Everybody taught youth and youth development, and that's just what they do. Many people, they just talk it. It's not backed, again. It's not backed by strong evidence. It's not backed by policies and budgets. And
culturally, it's not. You know, young people should just stay quiet and let us fix this.
But
you want to tell something? As the other older person,
could I just add one thing? We are given a voice, but rarely we are given the space. Many of us have to fight for that space. And when we do fight for that space,
forget it.
we are called disrespectful, disruptive,
Yes,
rude.
We get pre-action protocol sometimes.
Letters. they try to end your career. You know, these kind of things. So,
Because what she's saying there goes back to the program you had before this one,
Right.
where the panelists were saying that people invite young persons into their
space to
into the
just say
space
as a window dressing. Is that what you're saying?
as window dressing, because when the young person bring the new fresh ideas, they really don't want the idea. They just want the young face. And really, if you're going to have young people, then you must be prepared for change, because young people will not think the same way you think. And then you have to carry the society with them.
Are we as society really ready for radical change? As a young party, there are a lot of young people, but yet the younger candidates, and I know we can't talk specifically about the party, but a lot of the younger candidates most times are put, either you know that they're there because they're loyal and you're going to win it, or you're just there because you're going to lose it, so you're adding to the youth factor. So we throw in some young people to add, to say, well, we have a young slate. Are they really put in positions to say you are going to be empowered at the end of this day? Do you have confidence that any of the young people on either party, if they are put in power, will ever be given a portfolio of substance to make meaningful change?
yes. And I know we have to be very cautious
Yes.
because this is election day. But I will use a general context now, and people can figure it out. But in local government, 80% of one party's slate were youth. They were voted in as councillors, and they are now leading the charge in local government. We are not looking carefully to see where youth are placed. And we're not looking to see that the strides that they are making. There are a lot of young persons across Trinidad and Tobago who are making strides within their respective fields. I do not think that young persons are being placed on either side of the political divide just for tokenism per se. But I think at this point, politicians are realizing that no longer will the old faces and the old ideologies work. And I think as we move forward, in the coming years, local government is due next year, and then following that, we're going to see a lot more young persons coming to the forefront. I think what deters young people, many young people from politics or being vocal, they are afraid of being victimized.
Really?
Yes.
The resistance of the older heads not listening has been a major issue. I mean, we see it every day in civil society where a lot of civil society boards talks about we must have a youth representative on the board. But what responsibility are you giving them? What patience are you taking with them to listen to their concerns? Because at the end of the day, you cannot make a decision for a 27-year-old like myself because you don't live the life of a 27-year-old. Right? So you cannot speak about wanting a youth on a board and not giving them a responsibility to the hearing that they need. And it applies from top down, bottom up, because we need to have that in the home as well. Yeah. This is why children are not safe, because they're not given that space to have a hearing.
Now, when we talk about the position that youth hold and making those decisions, I know we're taking a very short break. When we come back, we're going to continue our discussion. We're also going to talk a little bit about gender and the gender issues. We're going to stay clear of the controversial gender policy for a little bit. But, we're going to talk a little bit about protecting the most vulnerable, the issues that matter most to the voting population. So, yes.
Vitamalt takes care of you. And now, check under the marked caps for a chance to win prizes. More detail on press.
Right through life, sees you through 7 seas.
Welcome back, Trinidad and Tobago. I'm Nima Ramsoon, and this is Election Central. We're continuing our election coverage here on CNC3. You're watching Election Central, the specific emphasis on youth and the gender edition. At this time, what we're going to do is share with you some of the interviews that our on the field correspondents have been conducting throughout the day. As you know, since 6 a.m. this morning, our team has been out throughout the various constituencies. I know that we have an interview with Clarence Rambrat to share with you at this time.
Very smooth. It didn't take me very long. The EBC obviously did a very good job. I was in and out in less than 5 minutes. Mayaro has averaged about 69% in recent general elections, so I'm expecting somewhere around 70%. Of course, we had maybe a half hour there of some severe rain. That may have slowed things down a little bit, but I think things will pick up after lunch, and we get to about 70%.
Do you expect to win?
I do. Of course I do. I think I would get through. We put in a lot of hard work, and I expect to win tonight. The sort of business is to put in place what I call the model of representation. One of the questions I've faced across the constituency is how am I going to do the work in Port of Spain that a member of parliament has to do, and do the work in this large constituency. So I have a plan, and I'm going to implement it.
An interview there with Clarence Rambrat, the PNM candidate for Mayaro, one of the definite heated seats later this afternoon. We will continue to monitor all that is happening. And also, we have an interview with Amory Brown to share with you at this time.
Today went very smoothly. The staff seemed very well trained, and they assisted myself and many other citizens who came to this polling station to vote. I've been getting reports from across Diego Martin and elsewhere which suggest that things are going well, and the turnout seems to be very strong as well. And that's a good sign for the citizens of this country. Persons are exercising their democratic franchise, and we're looking forward to the next chapter in terms of the future of this country.
What do you hope that chapter will include in terms of political party?
Well, I certainly hope that it would bring better governance to Trinidad and Tobago, a stronger sense of inclusion, a better vision in terms of all of us working together.
I must ask, how do you feel this time around, not being selected as the candidate, stealing your finger this morning? Is there a sort of bittersweet experience for you?
Well, every day is sweet for me because I woke up, I drew breath today, and I'm surrounded by very good people all the time, including my family. So I wouldn't describe it as bittersweet. I would say it's sweet. Of course, there's a sense of nostalgia, but that's normal. I'm a human being. Thank God I'm able to also look beyond myself and see the big picture. And whereas I've seen other examples where persons have reacted with great acrimony and in all sorts of measures, I still look forward to this next chapter.
Amory Brown there, a former member of parliament, and always showing his grace in terms of what's taking place. As we wrap this part of our discussion, I'm going to give our guests an opportunity to deliver final remarks as we wrap this segment on, but stay tuned. We will have more as we look at specific gender-related issues. Gideon, your closing comments.
Well, first I want to commend CNC3 for having this discussion. I think that it is one of the solutions that is necessary for getting the youth inclusion and finding solutions to their challenges, where the discussion is taken in a very public forum and by the mass media. And we want to challenge our young people to grasp every opportunity, understand that they have a contribution to make, and understand that their contribution is significant, and therefore look for opportunities and do it with all the vigor that they have to ensure that they are part of the solutions to Trinidad and Tobago challenges.
Marcus, closing comments.
Just reiterate, all youth are at risk. I'd like the older heads to respect that and to include them in every decision-making process. I would like to see all lives issues tailored to meet the youth: HIV, discrimination, domestic violence, sexual assault, education. I want to say, youth, I don't challenge you, but I encourage you to come forward and join the youth movement, and that the peer approach is ideal. If the seniors will listen, try a friend.
Chiogo, as the lone female panelist here, you have the final comments.
Youths at risk and vulnerable groups at risk means society at risk. If they're at risk, then our society is at risk of everything. Today we're going to vote for 41 candidates, whoever they may be, whatever side of the political divide. I want to tell Trinidad and Tobago that they are just the ones overseeing our business. We are the ones that are supposed to be leading our business. And as such, I want to make a call for persons to become active within their communities. 41 persons cannot advance this country by themselves. They can put policies in place, enforce legislation, all of these different things. We, the citizens of this country, need to take a stand and need to take hold of our respective communities. It's time that we stop the hands-off approach and say, that's not my child, that's not my business. We need to stop that and really take an active role in advancing our community and our country. We're 1.3 million people. The power and the potential to see a great future, an excellent Trinidad and Tobago, as great as we can be. We are blessed. We need to advance that cause. And that's my cue for volunteerism. Joining organizations and just advancing our country.
Definitely advancing our country. It's about shifting our discussion, shifting the focus of the nation. And maybe it's about time that we let the young people really lead the development path. We see where it's gone when we give the older heads. So who knows, maybe it's time to shift things around. We take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more for you. Stay with us.
Why settle for an ordinary multivitamin? Switch to the extraordinary multivitamin, 7 Seas Multibionta. With 24 essential vitamins and minerals, it's the only multivitamin with probiotics, which help digestion and protect you against harmful bacteria and viruses. 7 Seas Multibionta. Put back in what life takes out.
Well, thank you, Hema. And away from the news of politics, defense attorney Fareed Ali is today complaining that several of his clients who are behind bars charged with murder have been denied the right to vote. In a media release, attorney Ali says Asman Alexander, Dwayne Lewis, Sheldon Henville, and Alan Thomas were all eligible to vote in today's general election. He says, quote, all the murder accused were, for inexplicable reasons, disenfranchised and excluded from placing their vote, end quote. Ali says, according to the law, prisoners convicted of a criminal offense, but the length of a term or sentence is 12 months or more, means they are not qualified to vote. And he maintains his clients whose sentence is less than 12 months should be allowed to cast their ballots. Homicide officers are today investigating the shooting death of two men in Mayaro. Police reports that 27-year-old Shervon Boffel, 17-year-old Michael Edwards, and 25-year-old Judan Ramnarine were playing cards under a house at the quarter-mile mark in Mafeking, and reports say they were approached by a gunman wearing a mask. The man is said to have fired several shots, killing Boffel and Edwards instantly. The other man, Judan Edwards, was shot in his left thigh and was taken to the Sangre Grande Hospital, where he remains. Officers visit the scene and found several spent shells. There's tragedy in Valsain as a 4-year-old girl falls to death at the East Grove apartment buildings. The victim is identified as Amaya Samuel. According to the child's grandmother, around 9 last evening, she was talking to a neighbor and she sent Amaya inside their apartment on the first floor. A few minutes later, the grandmother went looking for Amaya but couldn't find her. The grandmother said neighbors assisted and found Amaya lying motionless on the ground on the northern side of the building. The DMO was contacted and the child was pronounced dead. The Tabakita arm of the United National Congress has written to the Elections and Boundaries Commission raising issues about people being refused to vote with driver's permits. The letter came from Ramdeo Ramtahal, an election agent, and Mr. Ramtahal tells the EBC he has been reliably informed that the polling agents situated at the Happy Hill Hindu School in Gasparillo are denying persons using driver's permits the right to vote. He is asking the EBC to inform the presiding officer at the polling station of the procedures involved. Well, Hema, that's a wrap of the news at this hour.
Rob, thanks so much for that news update. And it's time to shift our discussion. And this time we're going to look specifically at gender, but I understand we'll be taking a very short break. We'll be back after this.
Right through life, sees you through. 7 seas, always new. Right for family.
Welcome back to Trinidad and Tobago. We are continuing our election coverage here on CNC3, and we're concentrating specifically on gender issues at this time. And we have Kay Gary, who joins us. She's a registered nurse, and she's also very active in terms of social work and understanding issues affecting not only the most vulnerable, but specifically women's groups in Trinidad and Tobago, and also a woman that needs little or no introduction, Hazel Brown. She's been an activist for all activists,
all of my life.
I think that's what I can say. She's a career activist. Good day.
That's what I do.
Good day, ladies. How are you both?
I'm all right.
It's election day, Hazel, a big day. Gender and the role. Do we see women as a huge constituent in terms of the voting?
Well, definitely. First of all, I want to say that for me, elections are very important because it is the one sure opportunity that we as citizens have to participate in the decision making about our lives. And for women and girls, that is very important. Decisions are being made every day that affect women and girls adversely. So any opportunity that you have to go and vote, I think we need to embrace it. Especially because the system of voting that we have allows us to go in there and choose a candidate. And for me, that is what is important. I'm not a party person.
So you vote for candidates?
I vote for candidates. You go there, there's a ballot in front of you, find the best candidate. If it's a woman, better yet. All right. But in respect of this election, we've had the opportunity as our network to interact with the observers. Mm-hmm. And the message that we've took to the observers is how we think the electoral system can be improved by a focus on the gender issues.
Why is that important? You know, we talk about, I know that there was this other campaign about fair representation, yes, and looking at the women's voice. There's so many things dealing with women. You have an Equal Opportunities Commission, you have all of these other things.
And there are still things that have to be, that act needs to be amended, and in fact the new chairman has said that she will bring the kinds of amendments that Equal Opportunities we should have had in the first place in terms of who should be covered. But it's important, we think, that women should be given the opportunity to be candidates and to be our voice. In fact, this year we have a record number of women running. We have 36 women running of the 120 seats. That's higher than 2010 when we had 27 and 2007, which is the closest we came when we had 33. So the numbers are important, but the women who are there have to be willing and ready to carry the women's agenda. And on the converse side, the women who go in there have to have our support. And that is where I've always been. We must support the women that we put in there.
Now, Kay, when we talk about the gender issue and gender policy, gender reform, how important is that in terms of a determining factor? How many people do you think actually open the manifesto and say, you know what, I'm going to see how you deal with women's issues, and that's going to determine my vote?
I don't think that we really do it as we ought to. There are some women who are into that, and they probably would look at the manifesto, see what is there. But you see, a lot of people believe what is written is not really what happens. Mm-hmm. So that's written, and that's there just to give us something to look at. And in the future, nothing could come out of it. But I am thinking that women must have a voice. And as Hazel said, we need women in the parliament to be able to articulate our views.
Do more women in parliament necessarily equate to an immediate addressing of women's issues?
I don't think so either. Because the women who are there are supposed to know our issues and to be able to do something about it. So that I listen to the youth speaking, and it's not just window dressing. I heard Hazel say she votes for a person, not a party. Well, I go both ways. Because the person they might put up might not be the person who can really affect the party.
What is the one thing that you look for when you talk about dealing with gender and dealing with issues affecting not only gender equality but the most vulnerable in our society?
You see, I have been in health for the last 40 plus years, and I'm affected by what has been happening to the most vulnerable. So that when I'm looking at the women and the policies and all that, we see too much of grand talk and not enough is being done. I came here this evening thinking about our women and what's happening in terms of health, and I look at, we used to have a primary health care policy when we would have preventative health.
But you know,
instead now,
a lot of people will say, but why do women need special health needs? We have a health sector that's riddled with problems. Why do we need to address this specifically?
Because that's the best place to start.
That's it. The woman also, that's where the family and the society comes from. If a woman is not healthy, our families are not healthy, our society, our nation is not healthy.
I know you wanted to add to that, Hazel.
In respect of service to women, for example, the women are the majority of poor and vulnerable. So if you're thinking about and concerned about poor and vulnerable, that is the place that you have to start with the women and girls to ensure that their needs are met. Because everything else depends on it. I've told you before, if one morning we get up and women decide we're not leaving home, or we're not cooking, or we're not, what do you think would happen to this entire country? It will shut down. The world depends on women. You asked the question about where's the proof that women make a difference. You know, there's evidence all over the world that when there's a critical mass of women, because if it's one woman inside of there and 41, it's hard.
Okay.
If you have a critical mass inside there who together can get our issues heard and dealt with, that is where we should be heading. That is why we should be heading for 50-50, so that all of our issues will get the correct and appropriate treatment, and especially for the poor and the vulnerable.
When you talk about all of your issues, you know, you have a society where we strive for equality and you strive for equity. What are the top 3 issues that you believe are not being addressed?
First one is health, maternal health. We have an unacceptable level of women who are dying because of the inadequacy of the healthcare service. So that's my first issue, is maternal health, and of course the reproductive health issues that go along with that. My next issue has to do with employment and wages, because girls are going to school, staying in school, getting degrees and all kinds of things, and yet the average wage of a woman in Trinidad and Tobago is almost half of the average age of men, and we have to do something about that. And to do that, we have to deal with the issues of women at the bottom of the employment ladder, who are the ones who are being underpaid and not having the national insurance paid, and all kinds of wage and income issues for women is my second issue. My third issue has to do with the environment, which is not necessarily a gender issue, but certainly it is the women who are most times adversely affected by the things that go wrong with the environment, whether it is the flooding or the pollution or even the noise.
Now, you know, Kay, I know that you were talking about the healthcare system and gender issues. For this election campaign, I know we have to stay clear of dealing specifically about any sort of advocacy, but looking at successive administrations, when you talk about speaking to the women, so I know that some parties tried to have a women's night and they tried to change things up. Has that improved in any way the ability to address women's issues? Because when you look at the U.S. system, there's a huge lobby group of women that say, you know what, if you don't do this, you will not get our endorsement, you will not get our vote, and you run the risk of isolating almost 40% of the U.S. population, because that is their control.
Now the women's night, all that was very nice. I enjoyed listening to the women talk. But you see, I am a person, I am saying, talk is not action. And I want our women and our men, because let me say, the woman can push it, but you see, if you don't get the ears of the men,
that's right.
So the women have to be able to be influential enough to get the men folk on this side of women's issues.
And there are very good
that?
men. They are, yes.
I wanted to ask, are the men really looking at this and saying, all right, Hazel, I get you. I'm going to see our next election being these things are on the table? Or will some of the men say, we are being marginalized as it is? Our society is stepping backwards to facilitate the needs of the women.
As it is, as you know, we did every election we do a manifesto. And we identified the 10 things that women want and that we expect to get from whoever is in power.
And what are those 10 things?
All right, it starts, of course, with a code of ethics of proper behavior for people in office, gender, the national gender policy, the issues of employment and wages, issues related to health, issues related to employment, the environment. I don't remember what the other 4 things are, but we've identified very clearly what the major issues that affect women and girls. And you notice I keep saying girls.
Do women
because
vote on
girls,
issues, Hazel? Do you see us saying that I am going to vote as a woman's interest group, as opposed to tribal lines, as opposed to familial ties?
Well, we are doing much better. The women used to be the ones who used to be whatever till the dead, right?
Right.
I think that has changed, and people are looking to see how they are affected by food prices, how they're affected by what happens in the market, how they're affected what happens in the hospital, how they're affected when they go on the road looking for transportation. And they are judging the candidates and the parties, I think, much more on the issues that affect their health and their lives, and especially, we didn't talk about education. And of course, to the extent that they say girls are staying in school and doing better, I expect the education to be translated into wages, right?
Exactly.
And that is not happening.
Exactly.
Now, Kay, before we wrap this interview as well, I know that you are a registered nurse, so you deal with the health sector in specifically. We're looking at the issue of violence against women, and I'm sure that you see sexual abuse, you see physical abuse passing through the systems or the corridors of health systems in our country. Is enough being done? You have the police service. With our earlier guests, I talk about the 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds giving birth in hospitals. Obviously, that's some sort of abuse.
Of course.
But, is enough being done?
Not enough is being done. You cannot tell me in a country such as ours with enough money in it that we have only maybe some NGOs running some homes that can rescue people. We need to do much more education on the ground. You know how many women are being abused, and their children are being abused, and they're not saying anything because the breadwinner is the person who's doing the abusing? There needs to be some kind of policy that will help these particular people. You can't tell me a 12-year-old going into hospital. Obviously, somebody, whether it's a father or stepfather or a friend outside there, and the mothers, some of them did not bring that person, the child, forward. So that a lot of times it's the nurses or the teacher or somebody who has to say something about that. We need to do much more. And in the area of health, not enough is being done. Too much tertiary level health. Plenty things in the hospitals. Why do people have to go there only when they're sick and dying, when we could have done so much more to prevent these diseases?
And the prevention has to happen in the communities.
Definitely.
And for me, the strongest way to deal with domestic violence is empowering the communities. Because when these things happen, everybody knew what was happening, but nobody knew what to do. If we empower the communities, then we will have more prevention and change in the attitude and behavior that leads to violence. Because as I keep saying, violence is learned. Children learn it, and then they practice it, and then the community condones it, and then when the child dies, everybody is bawling.
Yeah, we do have that knee-jerk reaction. Everyone is shocked, everyone is upset, and then there's a 7-day wonder, and then it's gone.
To the next one.
To the next one. Your closing comments, Ms. Gray, as we wrap this interview. This is Election 2015, the women's agenda, the gender policy, the fact that we have yet to reach a stage as a society where the women's advocacy groups are really a strong constituency. Your closing comments.
Well, we need to get up and get we women. We need to be looking at what's happening in the society, and we need to strengthen our voices, and that only comes as we network and join with each other to help move forward.
Sisterhood is powerful. We have to figure out how to do it, and we will get there.
Sisterhood really is the most powerful, and the health and the wealth of a nation really does lie on the backs of the women. And if you have nurturing mothers and you have the ability to uplift this sector of our society, I'm truly positive that we will see all of the results taking place. And women are leading the way. Angela Merkel runs the European Union, and that should give you an example of where women have come, but in terms of the women's agenda and understanding gender policies and what are the most pressing issues for this most vital constituency. Well, I've come to the end of my part of the program, and we take a short break. When we come back, our very own Samson Nanton joins us on set, as Samson is going to be taking the next part of the discussion forward as we look at the impact of social media. We look at online interaction. Election 2015, well, the campaigns have definitely tried something new. You, the voter, definitely exercise your right to have an opinion. We take a short break. Samson Nanton will be on set next.
Why settle for an ordinary multivitamin? Switch to the extraordinary multivitamin. 7C's Multibionta. With 24 essential vitamins and minerals, it's the only multivitamin with probiotics, which help digestion and protect you against harmful bacteria and viruses. 7C's Multibionta. Put back in what life takes out.
They're just a bunch of friends with not
Bradford is the suiting specialist of the Caribbean. Men who demand the best. Men who will not compromise on quality. Shop only at Bradford. Bradford suits you best.
It is time we took a serious look at absenteeism in the workplace. Book your space now for the Employer Solution Center's biannual conference on culture shock as new strategies are exposed towards a reduction of absenteeism in the workplace. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Keith Nurse, WTO Chair at the University of the West Indies, and other distinguished speakers. Let's deal with absenteeism and reverse its effects on your organization October the 29th and 30th at the Hilton Trinidad and Conference Center. For more information, contact 675-5873 or visit us online.
Clearly evident that our Sure Cure products yield a level of results that's notably superior in numerous ways due to the high international manufacturing standards which we strictly observe and the resolute commitment of our Sure Cure operations to holistic best practice.
People who want real results choose Sure Cure, and its results with solid medical proof too. Cindy Ram, multiple cysts, disappeared. Ram Narayan Sukhdeo, 6 strokes, 2 heart attacks, but now a miracle. Elizabeth lost 60 pounds. Laurencia dropped from a size 14 to size 8. Case Unarine, severe joint pains and skin disorders disappeared. Rodney Mohan, major uric acid inflammation and joint pains speedily disappeared. The list is endless.
SureCure products are available throughout the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. SureCure, one of the world's most incredible brands in natural health, of course, with no side effects.
Vitamalt takes care of you. And now, check under the marked caps for a chance to win prizes. More detail on press.
Let's go Turbo! I'm Max McGrath. Here's my buddy Steel. Yeah, he's an alien. I generate the power. Steel has the alien tech to control it. Together, we combine into awesome turbo modes.
Election Center right here on CNC3. We are counting down the minutes. We'll be here with you until the polls have closed. We'll go all the way until the final ballot has been counted, a winner is declared, and the final speeches are given. I'm Samson Nanton. I'll be taking control of this segment all the way till 6 o'clock. We are discussing election trending. We want to know how exactly did the elections of 2015, how they were influenced by social media, by digital media. We've seen a rise over the years in cell phones, in mobile phones, in what we are calling smartphones. And these have certainly been utilized throughout the campaign. We'll be looking at it. We have three guests who will be joining us today. I can introduce one who's on set with me to begin with, and it's Brevard Nelson, who is the co-founder and chief operating officer of Caribbean Ideas Limited. Brevard is going to be discussing with us the growth of social media and quite a lot more. He'll be here for the 2 hours that will be on air. We'll be joined later by two other guests, in Melissa Goodman, who is a presenter at 95.1 FM and Sangeet 105 FM, as well as Terrence Samuel, who is the deputy political editor of the Washington Post. He'll be joining us on the phone. We'll be discussing with him in particular how the U.S. elections have used social media and how we can learn from it and make comparisons to Trinidad and Tobago. So we want you to kick back, just relax for a while, and also send us your tweets, send us your Facebook comments, use the hashtag CNC3Vote, and we'll be taking some of your reviews, some of your comments, and we'll be running it in a ticker tape later on. So let's get right into it. Brevard, welcome again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brevard, first of all, let me get an idea of your company, Caribbean Ideas, and find out exactly how your company goes about handling social media and what expertise you have in it.
Sure. Well, we're a digital solutions agency, and we more or less provide online marketing and online solutions for a number of different companies across multiple industries. We handle everything from their online marketing, mobile applications, we build web applications for them, but end to end we actually handle their overall digital strategy, and we see it even more important now to have a very focused digital strategy for companies.
All right, give me an idea now in terms of the reviews you've done, in terms of the growth of social media throughout Trinidad and Tobago. I remember very, very clearly as a reporter covering Patrick Manning a few years ago, before the cell phone industry was opened up, where he made a comment. I would never forget that one day we'll be playing football with cell phones. Today we are seeing endless social media comments and so on that are generated by mobile phones. How has this developed over the last few years based on what you have been seeing?
Yeah, it almost seems like if technology changes daily, right? And we are in the age now of the hyper-connected consumer, right? Because most consumers actually connect on multiple devices, whether it's their laptop, their tablets, their mobile phone, and they're almost always on. And over the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen dramatic changes in technology. We've seen changes in the internet penetration rate, particularly broadband, and we've also seen changes in the mobile penetration rate, particularly smartphones. And so these dramatic changes have in fact allowed consumers to consume content in a different way and interact with brands in a different way. And even more so, they allow brands to now reach and engage an audience in a different platform and channel altogether.
And not to mention that initially what you had in the rise of the internet age were websites, but now you have all these apps. You have Facebook, you have Twitter, you have Instagram, you have quite a number of others, Periscope to mention a few. These are apps that, quite frankly, when a young person wakes up, it's the first thing that they go to. It's the first thing they go to, last thing that they go to bed with. Yes. This certainly has to be a very, very powerful tool in terms of election campaigns.
Absolutely. In fact, although, sometimes when people think about social media or they think about digital media, they really only sometimes focus on Facebook or Twitter or maybe even YouTube. But the reality is that social media is really the umbrella term for all platforms that allow people to create, share, exchange content and ideas. And so there are many, many different platforms. Obviously, these are the larger ones because, for example, Facebook recently in Q2, they just had like 1.49 billion monthly active users. Twitter, 312 million active users. And of course, YouTube has like over 1 billion users. And so, clearly these platforms are very popular. And what we're seeing now is that in Trinidad and Tobago, it's becoming even more popular. So much so that we actually wanted to find out exactly how popular these platforms were within these demographics. And so because there's typically an absence of data, we actually partner with research companies to actually get that empirical data so we can start looking at exactly what the trends are, which we'll talk about a little bit later on today.
Certainly. We have a population of 1.3 million or just about. Let me read an article or part of an article talking about Facebook users in Trinidad and Tobago. It came up just about a month ago. It says Trinidad and Tobago has 570,000 users of the online social network site Facebook. That's 570,000 out of a population of 1.3 million. 600,000 users of smartphones. That certainly is no small numbers there when we are talking about the proliferation of smartphones and users of social media. Can companies, and now that we are talking about elections, can political parties really ignore these things?
No, they can't. Well, they can at their own peril, right? So when you look at even you marry these statistics with what you just spoke about. When you look at the last CSO data, you realize that the age group between 18 to 45, which is the core group, core voting public, the social voter, that group comprises 620,000 people in Trinidad and Tobago. That's about 42% of the population. Yeah. And so if you choose to ignore social media or digital media for that matter, then you'll be ignoring that segment of the market, which is a significant segment of your voting population.
Yeah, because if you're talking of 570,000 Facebook users and you just call a figure of 620 something, so it's just about 50,000 people. Correct. In that voting age group who may not be on Facebook. Correct. Now, we never know. It may have increased within the last few months when this article came out. Correct. So the demographics you're seeing are largely the voting population between that age that you just called. This, however, is not really reaching the older age group who may very well want a more informed decision-making, ideas coming across on social media. These people will be looking to more the traditional media for these sorts of informed ideas coming from the platforms to vote, not just what the social media people are getting, which would probably be a lot of, the fancy bells and whistles.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, most times when people think about social media and who's actually on social media, they really sometimes just think about the millennials, the teens and the tweens that are in the malls and on their phones and they're liming, quote unquote, but they're on their phone together. But the reality is that there is a segment which is also the 35 to 45 age group that is actually becoming more and more connected. And that group actually is not so much into the more social networking, but they're actually looking for social publishing. They're looking at and reading blogs. They're actually looking at content and consuming content of a different nature. But it's still important to actually reach and engage that audience and not set them aside simply because, well, you might be seen to be a little bit older. Right. But certainly, yes, the over 45 and 50 plus, I mean, they're looking at the traditional platforms and traditional means to get their content.
Let me ask you, how does this impact traditional media? Quite frankly, we've seen quite a lot of advertisements on YouTube. We've seen a lot of postings on Facebook. In fact, I saw a lot of people who were never on Facebook or Twitter, politicians joining for the campaign. Would this, in fact, take away from traditional media, the advertising that we would see there, and getting your message across on traditional media?
Well, one of the things that we actually advocate for our own brands and some of our clients is that it's actually supposed to complement your traditional media and not in lieu of. And so, in a sense, you should really understand your marketing mix, understand your target audience, and ensure that you do, infuse your digital strategy as part of your social media and as part of your marketing mix. So it definitely does not replace your traditional media, but certainly should complement. And I say especially that it should complement because most times, sometimes you see people with one campaign on traditional and then it's disjointed with, your online campaign.
Yes.
You should really complement each other and, speak to the respective audiences appropriately.
All right, I want to toss to a break, but when we come back, I want to talk about how you marry different social media platforms to ensure that you maximize the people you want to reach. Political parties certainly have a wide audience of people that they would like to reach. Also, we want to find out how do young people, the catchment of voters, the first-time voters, how do they use social media? Is it just a wild thing, or is there some structured way? We'll take a short break. Election Central continues. Election trending. We are looking at social media. Stay tuned to CNC3.
Are you searching for an effective weight loss system? Slim Down 360 is your solution, delivering low-calorie, delicious, balanced, and nutritious meals for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks. Slim Down 360 will ensure your meals are infused with healthy ingredients while still irresistible and enjoyable. To begin your successful weight loss journey, visit slimdown360.com today.
Look at your skin. What kind of makeup do you use? From now on, you'll only make up with Asepsia. Did you hear me? And don't remove it.
polls are set to close in just under 2 hours from now. My guest today is Brevard Nelson. I'll also be joined a little later by Melissa Goodman, who's a presenter at 95.1 FM, as well as Sangate 106.1 FM. And Terence Samuel, he's joining us on the phone. He is the deputy political editor of the Washington Post. We'll be looking at how the elections over there have been utilizing social media as well. But back home with Brevard. Brevard, before we went to the break, we were discussing how much time young people spend on social media. And I was asking you whether or not it's just a wild thing that you just go from Facebook to Twitter, if you just jump all over the place, or if there is any sort of method to the madness that is social media.
Yeah, there is actually some method to the madness, but before you even get into some of the data that we would have gotten from our studies, it might be useful to actually just categorize social media, because sometimes when people, they talk about social media, they really only talk about Facebook or Twitter, and there's so many other different platforms and different categories. So if we were to just broadly look at 8 different categories, so networking, yes, we're familiar with networking, the Facebook, the LinkedIn, and Twitter. Twitter is usually categorized as a micro-blogging platform, but it is part of the networking family. Social publishing, for example, blogging. So you have WordPress, Blogger, and all these other different platforms that allow people to create content and disseminate to their audience respectively. Social bookmarking is always a great tool to actually create and curate content. You have Flipbook, StumbleUpon, Reddit. These are very popular platforms. Social sharing platforms as well, Wiki, Quora, SlideShare. People use those platforms as well, and they forget about it because the allure of the networking platforms are quite popular. Even social commerce, for example, platforms like Groupon and Etsy, where small businesses are actually allowed to showcase their work. The media sharing platforms are the more popular ones, obviously, because what we've been seeing is that a lot more video is being shared online, right? People are creating their own videos as well as they're editing it and putting it online. Yeah. So, of course, the YouTube platforms, Vimeo, in terms of video, and also in terms of photos, you have Instagram, Pinterest, and a lot of other platforms that people use to share content. The younger audience, they tend to like Snapchat because it actually deletes. After you send the content, the image or the video is actually deleted on the device. So, the parents that are worried about their children taking pictures or what have you, I mean, those images are actually deleted on the device. However, one key note is that it still remains on the Snapchat server. So just in case they thought that it disappeared forever, it's important to know that it still remains on their server. Right? And there are also live streaming platforms. So, of course, live stream and news stream. But recently, you will have seen Periscope, for example, also come into the fray, and a lot of content providers, media houses, etc. They're using Periscope to actually share what's going on with them. They might be walking through the streets. They may actually use it as part of their promos, and that has become part and parcel of their own digital strategy. And of course, you have the geolocation platform, so Foursquare and Yelp and all of these different platforms. So these broad categories all make up the fabric of social media, and it's important for us to understand that this wide array of platforms, you would look at it and look at your audience and determine what and where your audience is, and you adjust your strategy accordingly.
All right, and if I'm thinking from the perspective of a political party, I want to influence as many people as possible. I want to influence, as I said earlier, the new voters. I want to influence people who have already voted. I'm looking at people on the fence. I'm looking at people who are young, but also at people who are more informed and intelligent, the older people, the business community, the religious community. A lot of these people are not on Facebook. When you bring all of that together, is there any one social media platform that you would consider the best place to target an audience that will capture as many as possible within that whole pool I just called there?
One particular platform doesn't capture it. I think it needs to be a combination. Certainly if you have Facebook,
Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. You cover a wide variety of platforms. But, you know, we can get into a little bit about the data that we actually captured in our research, right? What we saw was that across different demographics, the behavior across these platforms actually changed, right? So the 16 to 25-year-old, they spend about 28% of their time, more than 24 hours online per week. And 40%...
Wait. More than 24 hours per week?
Yeah, well, 28% of the 16 to 25-year-olds, they spend more than 21 hours per week. And that's a lot.
Yeah, that's
right.
plenty,
That's including, you know, on their mobile device, etc. You wonder if they get time to study or do their work, etc. Right?
Yeah.
But that's the reality of many employers. Sometimes people are on Facebook while at work, etc. But the data actually reflects that.
Yeah.
And if you look at the next group, the 26 to 35, only 24% spend more than 21 hours online. And 30% prefer to interact with brands online. And if you look at the 36 to 45 group, that's the group we were talking about a little earlier, where they're actually a little bit more mature. They actually want to get some more contact. They want to be engaged a little bit more. Only 17% of that group spend more than 21 hours online per week.
Yeah.
And so you see the spread in terms of their habits and the time that they spend online. And, you know, as we dig deeper into some of the data today, you'll see which platforms are more popular for which demographic.
Absolutely. Well, let's... I mean, you want to put your loudspeakers out there as a political party. You may have lost those people who have already gone inside for video games in the past, or now video games being replaced by, of course, social media, and there's a lot of games on social media as well. I must say that during a video game, or during a game on my phone, just to de-stress at one point, I saw an ad come up. It was a political ad in the middle there, so you caught me regardless of what, even in my downtime. Talking about downtime, let's just take a downtime from social media to go on the field and find out how the politics have been happening out there. We want to run for you an interview done earlier with former Prime Minister Patrick Manning, who spoke to one of our reporters after he voted in San Fernando. Let's listen in to what Mr. Manning had to say.
Folks, I have voted. I voted for the PNM, and that is all there is to say. Nothing else.
A short clip there from Mr. Manning talking to us earlier in San Fernando. Just continuing with the news, we want to toss now to Robert Dumas, who is on the set to give us an update of what's taking place throughout the day. Robert.
All right, thank you, Samson. Good afternoon, I'm Robert Dumas. This is the headline news on Election Central. 2 men have been shot in the Diego Martin community of Bagatelle. 40-year-old Joseph Hostin of Diamond Vale and Charles Phillip of Bagatelle was said to be liming under a tent when 2 men are said to have approached and shot at the group, hitting both men in the stomach. They were rushed to the Port of Spain General Hospital and no motive has been established for the shooting. Tragedy in Valsayn as a 4-year-old girl falls to her death at the East Grove apartment buildings. The victim is identified as Amaya Samuel. According to the child's grandmother, around 9 last evening, she was talking to a neighbor and she sent Amaya inside the apartment on the first floor. A few minutes later, the grandmother went looking for Amaya but couldn't find her. The grandmother said neighbors assisted and found Amaya lying motionless on the ground on the northern side of the building. The DMO was contacted and pronounced the child dead. A post-mortem is expected later today. Opposition leader Dr. Keith Rowley is now complaining about reports that citizens have been receiving text messages encouraging them to vote for UNC Caroni Central candidate Dr. Boendranath Tiwari. At 9 this morning at the International School, Dr. Keith Rowley cast his vote in the Diego Martin West constituency. The opposition leader was upbeat about his party's chances, but he did have a concern. Dr. Rowley said some citizens have received text messages encouraging people to vote for Dr. Boendranath Tiwari, and similar complaints were also received here at CNC3. This is against the rules on election day, and the opposition leader said he will be referring this to the relevant authorities. Well, the UNC's Caroni Central candidate, Dr. Boendranath Tiwari, has since categorically denied being involved in texting citizens today asking for votes. Contacted by CNC3 News, Dr. Tiwari said he has no idea what is going on or who is sending out the messages. He said he couldn't possibly be doing it as he has been out all day visiting several polling stations. Dr. Tiwari is now questioning whether the texts are an act of sabotage or mischief. The Ministry of Education is reminding parents, students and teachers that the new school term begins tomorrow, September the 8th. There have been rumors that the school will be reopening on September the 14th, and that's 1 week after the general elections. But checks with the Education Ministry shows that Term 1 begins on September the 8th and will end on December 11th, 2015. The ministry says school will resume the day after the general elections is held, and later today the Education Ministry will confirm if all schools will be open tomorrow, and if not, which ones will be closed. Well, that's it for the news on this hour. We'll have more for you in the following hour, and we take you back over to Samson for more election coverage, talking about social media, and this is Election Central.
Thank you very much, Robert. And we continue our discussion with the co-founder and chief operating officer of Caribbean Ideas Limited. I keep getting that wrong, but certainly your company must be flying very high. We'll take a short break and come back with Brevard Nelson after this break.
Vitamalt takes care of you. And now, check under the marked caps for a chance to win prizes. More
from Caribbean Ideas Limited. He's the co-founder and chief operating officer there. Now, Brevard, I want to get into some of the permanency benefits of having a post on Facebook, particularly where a news organization is concerned. And by that I mean a news organization runs a story that maybe, a political party might like because it shows their crowds or it shows a good comment from their leader or whatever. And that goes on that news organization's Facebook page. It has more permanency than the news that went during the night. Certainly, there are some great benefits for political parties there.
Absolutely. So for media houses, for brands, for companies, one thing that they need to remember is that whenever they post content or publish content online, it can in fact take on an extended life. So it's not just a matter of, as in traditional media, where you may have an ad run or you may have a segment, and if your audience sees it, then that's it. If, however, with social media, something is published, you can in fact extend the lifetime value of that post. And so you now have your audience coming back to it on demand and interacting with the content, making comments. Actually, we've even seen in this particular campaign, people using content, leveraging content that existed, and creating their own. We've seen people taking the popular jingles of the different parties, and actually create their own music videos, for example, and publish that online. Yeah. And so for media houses and for brands and for companies, it's important to understand that you can in fact extend your message and extend the lifetime value of your posts and publications by using social media.
And let me just make sure and make it very clear that media houses, certainly CNC3, we have no preference in terms of political parties, so what we post online is certainly just the big news of the day. And let's take a look at how media houses compare, first with Facebook, and I'm going to just look at mainly the media houses that broadcast news, the top 5, how they compare. CNC3 Television on Facebook with 161.2 thousand likes, Trinidad Express second with 145.8, C News Live 143,000, and Trinidad Guardian 83.3 thousand, and CCN TV6 74.2 thousand. That's likes on Facebook. We'll get into Twitter in just a short moment, but I'm raising this to show that basically when a media house, a media coverage of political events and so on go up on these Facebook pages as opposed to different forms of media, different forms of social media, there's this level of permanency and certainly a level of a wide reach. So there's also a great responsibility for media houses as well to get it right and to appear unbiased.
Absolutely. And one thing that we also should remember is that while, for example, in some cases, some channels may actually be local, you're actually reaching the diaspora, the Caribbean diaspora, and you're reaching the world pretty much when you publish stuff online. And so it's important to, again, as you said, be responsible, and whatever content that you actually publish, it's correct and accurate. And remember that it continues to live on, people can interact with it, and it can in fact extend the life value of any publication.
But more than that, it's also an issue of being responsible in terms of the political campaigning, because I can tell you, Brevard, for certain that there are some days where we look at some posts and the reach that we have are actually in the millions, and this is no exaggeration. There are lots of posts that go abroad and are shared and shared and shared for thousands and thousands of times and reach people abroad. It's what we call washing your dirty linen in public. Let's look at Twitter, though. Twitter has less of a shelf value, but we'll take a look at how media houses are comparing in Twitter. TV6 is certainly the leader here, 76.2 thousand. CNC3 following with 56.9 thousand. These are Twitter followers. Trinidad Express, 53.9. Trinidad Guardian, 52.6. And CTV with just 9,000. These are the hard news stations that we are looking at in terms of their social media online presence. Shorter shelf life, but certainly a wider reach. How does this benefit, or how does this work in terms of an election campaign?
Well, one of the things I would also note from the figures that you have is that that's obviously total, the aggregate figure. And one of the things that we actually researched over the period was that we noted that there were quite a few stations, including CNC3, that actually grew quite a bit within the campaign period. And again, you'd also find that the political brands, this is their season, this is their period, and they will grow quite a bit within this period. And so it's important that as you release your campaign, as you start to engage your audience, that's when you start realizing that people actually connect with you. And now when they connect with you, you actually have an opportunity now to engage them and continue that conversation on this platform, as well as, you know, send them onto multiple digital destinations that you may have, which might be your website, it may be, you know, your apps or whatever other destinations that you have created. You have an opportunity to now engage the audience and actually connect them to your other platforms.
And certainly with the whole issue of retweets, when you look at those figures that we mentioned there, and if certainly a story is very, very popular and you get those retweets, we are not just talking about that 76,000 people that is your reach. We're looking at perhaps even in the millions, as we've seen with Facebook as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. In fact, one of the statistics that we saw, certainly for the couple of the major parties, was that both of them were almost 50% generating their own original content. But there was a significant percentage that actually had retweeted content and followers. And again, it not just only applies to folks within Trinidad and Tobago, but certainly within the diaspora. And we can't underestimate that, because they may also have an influence on voters and people within Trinidad and Tobago. We've even seen some of those voters come back to Trinidad and Tobago to vote. And so when you're speaking to your audience or your target audience, you don't want to neglect those folks who are connected, but they may not necessarily be in the geographic location at this point in time.
All right, so tell me why it is then. Just now we'll go again to the field. We'll take a look at how the comments have been going out there, the voting has been going. I believe we have Gavin Nicholas and someone else to come up, Dr. Fuad Khan. But before we go to that, why is it that politicians are not making an impact in terms of their personal social media feeds? What is it that they are doing wrong, or is it that the young people who are the largest followers certainly are just not in tune with the politics or don't want to?
Well, I think it's probably a combination. I think, bearing in mind that this audience, sometimes the attention span is a bit fickle, right? And so you need to kind of present that content in bite-sized chunks. And you don't want necessarily to as would typically happen on a political platform or in different town hall meetings, etc., you give a lot of information. And so when you're actually providing content or publishing content, particularly for this audience, you want to make sure it's like short bursts, especially on Twitter, short bursts of data and information. And you can, in fact, use your blogs and your website and other platforms to actually go into a little bit more detail and analysis. Yeah. And so sometimes you'd find that the politicians are actually adopting platforms and social media now. We've seen, especially for this campaign, quite a few of them creating pages, creating Twitter handles, etc. And they're probably even engaging digital agencies to manage that for themselves. But I think there are quite a number of techniques that we'll talk a little bit about later that they can actually start adopting to really start engaging the audience a little bit more.
Yeah, and don't forget, later we'll be bringing you Melissa Goodman, who is a user, but also she works social media for 95.1 FM as well as Sangate 106.1. And we'll also be talking to Terence Samuel, who's the deputy political editor of the Washington Post. We're finding out how it's used over there. So we have a lot more to come over the next hour or so. But before we go forward, we want to go back to the field. We have the Attorney General Gavin Nicholas, who's running for Dago Martin Northeast, together with Dr. Fuad Khan, or separately, but we're running them back to back. And he's running for Sawa Barataria, a marginal seat. Let's listen to what they had to say.
I do have information that as we speak, Colum Imbert's Member of Parliament, but the constituency office is next to the polling station, and Colum Imbert has red buntings representing his party colors, as well as balises wrapped around his fence, totally in contradiction to the laws governing elections in Trinidad and Tobago. I can also say that, again in contradiction to the use of a constituency office, Colum Imbert held a political campaign, a political meeting, a public meeting there on Friday, and he has used his constituency office as his official campaign office throughout this period. I have reported it several times to the Parliament and the clerk of the House, But of course, no action has been taken. I have photos of that, so I have evidence. So I don't know what Rowley is speaking about, but I can tell you I have evidence of the incumbent, the outgoing Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast contradicting election laws and the parliamentary rules.
We have tried to bring real representation, and we have asked the people of Trinidad and Tobago to think beyond all the hype, to think beyond the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent to bamboozle people into voting one way or the next. We have articulated to people of Trinidad and Tobago what our position is, that we are for the future, we are for youth. We have tried to explain at length that the current two-party system is not serving the people, and that we are not going to go forward in our communities with that. And I have to say that I want to send out special thanks to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for the support that they have given me. As a young man, as a young politician, I am heartened by that support. I reiterate my commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, just to make a clarification, which you probably already picked up on, it was not Dr. Fuad Khan who's running for Sao Barataria, but Fuad Abu Bakr, who's the leader of the NNV. He's also running for Diego Martin Central. I'll have to double check that. Just so many candidates. But let's take a short break. We'll come back with more with Brevard Nelson, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Caribbean Ideas Limited. As we discuss election trending, we look at how social media has been impacting the election campaign.
Vitamalt takes care of you. And now, check under the marked caps for a chance to win prizes. More detail.
until the final speeches have been made, the concession speech, whoever actually wins the election, whoever actually loses, we'll be bringing you straight down to the final winner tonight. We are continuing throughout. Before we continue, though, we want to also let you know that the police have announced that the priority bus route will be opened until midnight tonight. That's to cater for a lot of people who want to get home and get ready for going to their different party headquarters, as well as all the hiccups with the rain and so on. You have that extra usage of the priority bus route to use until tonight. Just wanted to get that in until midnight tonight. So let's continue with Brevard Nelson, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Caribbean Ideas Limited. Brevard, I want for this area to look a little closer at the usage of different social media platforms and how they've grown over the last few years.
Yes, so again, because of the absence of that data in most research studies, we actually embarked upon a journey, partnered with a couple of research companies to actually get this empirical data. And so in 2013, we actually did our first digital habits and practice study, and in 2015, we actually did our second one, which was recently published. And so what we found was that 89.3% of our respondents actually said that they use Facebook, and this is in 2015 compared to 97.3% in 2013. So just in 2 years you see a slight drop because of the use of other platforms. YouTube, for example, there was a dramatic increase. So in 2013, 30.3% said they use YouTube, but now we have 86.3% actually on YouTube and using the platform and consuming video there. Instagram is actually an interesting one because in 2013 we actually had just 10.3% using Instagram, and interestingly enough in 2015 we now have 37.4% actually on Instagram using it, and that's really a lot of the younger market. That's a huge jump. But we are living in the age of the selfie and
well, I was about to ask you why. I mean, is it that pictures are just easier to skim through and go on than reading data, reading text itself?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you find that the platforms like, for example, Facebook, even though, yes, you can in fact use video or use photos or images, there's still a lot of text, and that's good and bad. I mean, obviously, a lot of the younger demographics, they actually want more visual. So they prefer to interact with more video, more compelling images and pictures, etc. And as I said, like, we're in the age of the selfie, so we're always looking at folks taking pictures and posting that up. So we've seen Instagram take off in just a matter of 2 years, quite exponentially. And you know, Twitter's more or less remained stagnant. In 2013, we had 33.8%, whereas now we have 36.8%. So just a slight increase. But you know, I have my own theory about Twitter in that, because you know, Trinidadians and Caribbean people, we like to talk a lot, right? And so restricting them to 140 characters to me is too much for most folks. And so sometimes they may want to express themselves a little bit more, and shorten URLs, etc. is not enough for them to express their point of view. So they would take to other platforms like Facebook and other platforms that they can actually express themselves freely. Interesting to note that this year, LinkedIn actually registered at 26.5%, whereas it wasn't even mentioned in our research in 2013. So people are actually, you know, stepping away from just the social network and doing more business and professional networking on these platforms.
Right.
And one interesting one, which is the last one that was in this category, we saw Pinterest. Right, so in 2013, we just had 1.4 of the respondents using Pinterest. Right. But now we actually have 21.5% actually using the platform, using Pinterest, and posting recipes, posting, fashion outlook and their own fashion sense, etc. Like they're using a platform to actually curate a lot of content and share those boards with their friends and colleagues. And so that's interesting, especially when certain brands, particularly retail and other brands, are looking to engage an audience. That's an opportunity to catch them there.
But how how would that benefit a political party or a politician itself?
Sure.
Pinterest and these others.
Well, certainly on the Pinterest side, you would want to capture a little bit more of the photos, more of the visuals, allow them to curate, you start curating a lot of content that really pertains to that demographic. Certainly the other platforms, the platforms would use, the political parties would actually use, and we've seen them use the Facebook, the Instagram, the YouTube successfully, right? Actually. Content, and that's the key, really. You don't try to target your entire audience. If you could actually just target your opinion leaders, target people who you know are influencers, and then you can in fact now create a viral effect with compelling content that goes out to your fan base.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, just to break it up a little bit, and no pun intended, to break the ice.
Sure.
And I'll tell you why, because I'm asking, are politicians breaking the ice around them? And I'll use an example. You had what was called the Ice Bucket Challenge, right? That was viral, that went all across the world. You saw people like Bill Gates and not Bill Clinton, but George Bush, former George Bush, using this experience to break the ice. The Ice Bucket Challenge was where you saw a lighter side of them.
Yes.
Would local politicians do something like that, where they utilize social media in that way to reach out to people, see a different side of them?
Well, I'm not sure if they would, but they should, right? And here's why. You see, when you actually start creating content and you actually show that you're prepared to actually follow specific trends. Now, there are obviously some trends that, they're really, they have a short life cycle, and so they probably won't have time to actually jump on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
But they certainly, this one was for a particular cause, and yeah, sure, politicians have an opportunity and had an opportunity to actually jump on board and actually support a cause and show that side of it, as well as show that they're continuing to be relevant in the space. They continue to be relevant in social media and understand the breaking trends and use the appropriate trending, whether it's viral campaigns or is a particular supporting cause, etc. Like, use that to actually reach out to and engage their audience. And so it's important for them to be on top of all of these trends and select appropriately. So you don't jump on everything, because then you may in fact, as we've seen in some cases where politicians or even some brands jump on a fad, jump on a trend, and they realize it's not appropriate for their brand.
I see.
And so you need to, assess the trend appropriately, but then think about, like, how quickly can you get on, how quickly can you be relevant.
But would you recommend for, not so much for a party, but for a politician who is posting on Facebook, Twitter and so on, you're seeing all the pictures of him meeting with executives, meeting with different politicians and going abroad. Is it also important for him to post a family picture every now and then, post a picture of him, hanging out with friends every now and then? Or is that going to affect his brand? Would that not help him in terms of being seen as a more people person?
Well, the principles...
looking down at my watch because we really are closing in to the close of the polls in just about 45 minutes or just over that. Trinidad and Tobago will all be waiting to hear which party will form the next government or which entity would form the next government when the polls have closed. We'll be here right here on CNC3 continuing with this discussion straight into that post-polls closing discussion that we'll be having all the way until we declare a winner. I'm joined here by Melissa Goodman, who is a presenter on 95.1 FM, as well as Sangit 106.1 FM. She's joining Brevard Nelson, who has been here with us for the last hour. He'll continue as well with us. We'll be staying here for the entire 2 hours. Melissa, welcome and welcome.
Thank you. I must say good evening both to you gentlemen and of course to each of you that are listening. And of course viewing. Very, very special good evening going out to each of you. We know that it's a big day. And we're actually discussing a topic that no one has really touched on.
Yeah,
I mean,
certainly.
I've been, you've just introduced me as a radio personality, and I can tell you safely that, this is not something that has been discussed on any radio station. So quite an interesting topic to delve straight into.
And quite a necessary one as well, definitely a necessary one based on what we have been seeing in terms of the rise of social media. So give us your perspective then, first as a user as well as someone who employs it to help your brand 95.1 FM and Sangit as well.
Okay, but apart from doing the radio station brands, I myself have a brand. And just as any business is going to market their brand through social media, that is what we do through our radio stations. Now, as I was explaining to you, I think I most believe it was yesterday, social media is used as a platform to create perception. Now, you're the professional, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just an avid user of these social media websites. So with these perceptions that are being created, one can then reach out to the voters, the non-voters, and I think that's where we see the politicians are heading in this particular direction. So just as we treat our brand or we reach out to our market by emphasizing our brand, that's what we see the politicians doing. So they themselves are creating their brand, and of course they're reaching out to their market. Mr. Nelson, I just heard you mention not too long ago that even if you're not a follower of the politicians, you get someone that has an impact on the viewership, and then you get them to do all the hard work. Now, I may not be following Samson Nantan, but if someone likes a page or if someone likes a post from Samson Nantan, I automatically see it, and that's the trend in which it is heading. So it becomes so diverse, and you get to reach out to the people that most people aren't being
So is there anything
targeted.
Is there anything that you do do you employ to enhance your brand? What is important to you? Is it growing more likes on Facebook or Twitter? And how do you go about doing that to ensure that the brand Melissa Goodman, also the brands that you are employed, you use to enhance your employment, how do you go about strengthening these brands?
It makes no sense if we just do this to gain likes, because the whole purpose of it is to connect with the persons on the receiving end. Now, if we're not connecting, the likes does not mean anything, because let's just say this is my brand and I want to connect with someone, I want someone to know this is what I am all about. A like is not going to help me connect. So I really have to share that content, and again it boils right back down to creating a perception. So how I employ that social media is making sure that my content satisfies that of the person on the receiving end. In doing that, it's not just a like. It becomes you're connecting. You build with your viewing audience, you build with your listening audience, you build with your social media audience, whether it be Twitter, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Pinterest, all these different forms of social media. So yes, we can say we want to build likes, but is that really the gist of it?
So your likes, therefore, or your purpose, therefore, is to impact people.
It is.
And by doing so, you believe you'll get more likes.
But then again, you're boiling it back down to getting all the likes. And the whole purpose of getting the likes is to connect. That is the most important part. Because if you do not connect, you're not going to get, for example, a politician. They're now starting to, and I mean, 2008, this was when social media became a big part of campaigning. This actually started with Mr. Barack Obama, and it was in 2008. And now we see that our, government personnel are, they are utilizing it in the best way possible. And it has been working because, for example, again, Mr. Fazal Karim, candidate for Chaguanas East.
Yes.
He was never on Facebook. Now, if you look at Facebook, you can see when people join the Facebook platforms. So if you go onto his profile, you are going to see that Mr. Karim joined in 2015.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Karim, he's an older person, and yet still he's able to connect or reconnect with the younger persons through social media because we are a tech-savvy community. And apart from Mr. Karim, we do have Mr. Al-Rawi, who is also, in a couple months' time, how many likes does Mr. Al-Rawi have on Facebook? It's over 17,000 plus likes. And he is connecting because he's giving people content. And we see a lot of Mr. Rawi posts showing unity in terms that he is posing, or he has a lot of images, a lot of pictures with a lot of the People Partnership candidates, and because of that, he's portraying, or he's giving the perception that, listen, we're all about unity, we're all about this, and that is what.
No, continue your thoughts.
Okay,
that is what.
So also, not apart from people that are really or now joining Facebook, we also have persons that recreated their personal profiles, and it just goes to show how important perception is. Because why would you then delete a profile that you had before, recreate a profile to? What is the purpose of that?
All right, Melissa, hold that thought there, because I want to just bring something that it just came to us with. It's a story that we are following very, very closely, but we are being told that there is some consideration being given at this point in time to extending the polls as a result of the rain that we had throughout the day today, giving people a little more time to vote. We do not have confirmation. We are looking at a story. We got some information that very well may or may not be true, and we are examining it very closely, but we want to let you know. As soon as we find out, we'll break it here for you. So stay right here with CNC3 as we continue the discussion. Melissa, let me just ask Brevard to jump in there. This whole issue, and it's a very good point you made there, of you go to impact people as opposed to just get likes. Is that the behavioral patterns that we're actually seeing?
Yeah, no, actually I was happy to hear that, because quite frankly, sometimes brands, companies, they get caught up in vanity metrics. And we call likes vanity metrics because sometimes you're looking at the absolute number of likes on your page, and you want to get to 10,000, you want to get to 100,000, you want to get to 500,000. But you're not actually engaging your audience.
Yes.
So you can have 500,000 people on your page, liking your page, but it's, crickets during the day. Like there's nothing going on, there's no engagement, there's no activity going on, and no one actually is talking about your brand.
Yes.
And so it's more important to go for quality versus quantity. So when you actually look at the numbers, you actually look at the number of people that are on your page, engage that audience.
Yes.
Make sure that you have compelling content, as Melissa said. Your content needs to be engaging. Make sure it's compelling, so that when you actually start having the conversations, they're actually sharing, liking, exchanging, and actually contributing to the page, versus just, well, okay, this person, we attracted this person for a like. So yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, well, it's certainly something that I'm learning here, because I remember when I first started off on Twitter, having a huge number of followers, but certainly looking for the number of retweets you will get from your content. You had to refine it, you had to look back and read over content, wondering if you actually impacted these people. And now you see certain tweets are reaching more people, it's being retweeted, people are engaging you more, some just fall short. And it's a learning process, I suppose, as a media person as well, about certainly what you were talking about earlier. Have you done, let me ask you quite frankly, have you been influenced by the campaigning on social media at all?
I have seen politicians in a different light. We need to be reminded that they are just like us. When you see them post pictures with their families, there are new campaigners that are coming out. For example, Mr. Neil Mohammed representing the PNM. I would not have known anything about Mr. Mohammed had it not been for a social media platform. And through that social media platform, I have been able to, develop a certain perspective about this candidate. And the perception that he's delivering to other people is that he's a very family-oriented man. And anybody wants to align or anybody wants to affiliate, because it's easy to affiliate with persons that tend to be of that background. That as a politician, if you care or you're concerned about family,
so this is someone who may have used it in a positive way, and obviously there are some, we don't want to get into names who use it in a negative way perhaps, but you have been impacted, this is certainly something that politicians may very well want to look at, that just what you're saying, seeing themselves in a family way, as I was mentioning, we were talking about earlier. Is there any other way in terms of the messages, the manifestos and so on? Have that impacted you, or is that not something you would go on social media for?
I would say yes, and I will say no. The amount of it that you're bombarded with, sometimes it turns you off. And sometimes the amount, when you see it, you say, okay, this is just another post. So you just continue scrolling, because how many of these do you really want to see? A simple thing as YouTube. You know, you want to go on YouTube, you want to listen to your music, you want to stream your videos, you want to use YouTube for what you will regularly use YouTube for. But yet still, a minute into a song, your favorite song is playing, a minute into your favorite song, and then you hear your people's partnership is working for you. So it then becomes an annoyance. If I am looking for content on politics, I know where to go and search it. But don't bombard me with, because it makes me turn away. It makes me turn a blind eye.
Just to make it clear, that may be you, but there may be quite a lot of other people who have been influenced in a positive way. So we're just talking about one single perception here. Melissa, I really do not want to cut you here, but it's really the breaking news that we were talking to you about. I've just been told by my producer that it has been confirmed. Polls are continuing until 7 o'clock tonight. Let me get that clear. Polls are continuing until 7 o'clock tonight because of the rain. A decision has been taken to extend the polls. So 7 o'clock is now going to be the cutoff time. If you haven't had a chance to vote, you now have an extra hour tonight to go out and vote all the way until 7 o'clock. It has been confirmed. Breaking news that we are now getting here. Maybe this is an apt time to go to the field with Chester Zambrano, who is standing by at the PNM headquarters at Balizé House. As they are preparing, they would have obviously be preparing for 6 o'clock close of polls, and that has now been extended. Chester, what can you tell us in terms of the atmosphere down there and what's taking place at Balizé House?
Well, Samson, what I can tell you is work is proceeding at a pace at the moment with preparations for what could be a very long night. From a media perspective, several media houses are here right now setting up the equipment, getting ready to, as you know, bring the reports live to the public. From a PNM point of view, we are here at the Balizé Media Center, as they're calling it, and to the front of the room there are two 70-inch screens, and I suspect that is going to be used to put the information up, the results as they come in. So when those all-important brown envelopes come in, the persons behind the screen have laptops, and they're going to input that into the system, and it will show up on the big screen. Now, outside, at the moment, a big stage is being erected. As we've been grown accustomed to here at Balizé House, we are also expecting a lot of supporters to come through. Now, that being said, the weather is a factor. If I look outside right now, it's overcast. It was raining a bit earlier. It's somewhat stopped at the moment, but as I said, it's overcast at the moment. So the number of supporters coming here, I don't know how much will come, but it's PNM, so we know that supporters will come out, as they usually do here at Balizé House on election night. Now, I have not seen the opposition leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, yet, so I don't know where he is at the moment. And in terms of other officials, the only person I have seen so far is the General Secretary, Ashton Ford. But for now, Samson, that's the very latest from Balizé House.
All right, thank you very much, Chester. We'll also be going live to Rienzi Complex in a short while. Ria Rambly and Aka Samru are down there, and they'll be taking a look at things. If you haven't heard it before, we just mentioned it here. If you just tuned in, the polls have been extended to 7 o'clock. Because of the extensive rainfall we had throughout the day, an extra hour for you to vote this evening. Let's go to some news now, but I'm just holding here in a pattern because the presenter is not quite ready. Is he ready? Okay, let's take some news now with Robert Dumas. Robert, over to you.
Thank you, Sam. Well, good afternoon. I'm Robert Dumas. This is the headline news. First up, in just about, as Sam might have mentioned, at 7 o'clock, the poll has been extended. And the priority bus route is also open to make it easier for citizens caught in rains and traffic to get polling stations before they close. The day's polling has not been without issues, and from early this morning, concerns were being raised about text messages encouraging voters in Caroni Central to vote for Dr. Boindranath Tiwari. Dr. Tiwari has since denied that he had anything to do with the text, and the EBC says there is a loophole since the law which failed to address the issue of text or social media, and these are not part of the Representation of the People Act. 2 men have been shot in the Diego Martin community of Bagatelle, and 40-year-old Joseph Hostin of Diamond Vale and Charles Phillip of Bagatelle was said to be liming under a tent when 2 men are said to have approached and shot at the group, hitting both men in the stomach. They were rushed to the Port of Spain General Hospital, and no motive has been established for the shooting. And tragedy in Valsayn as a 4-year-old girl falls to her death at the East Grove apartment buildings, and the victim is identified as Amaya Samuel. The child's grandmother said that around 9 last evening she was talking to a neighbor and she sent Amaya inside the apartment on the first floor. A few minutes later, the grandmother went looking for Amaya but couldn't find her. The grandmother said neighbors assisted and found Amaya lying motionless on the ground on the northern side of the building. The DMO was contacted and pronounced the child dead. The Ministry of Education is reminding parents, students and teachers that the new school term begins tomorrow, September the 8th. There have been rumors that the school will be reopening on September the 14th, and that's 1 week after the general elections. But checks with the Education Ministry shows that the term 1 begins on September the 8th and will end on December 11th, 2015. The ministry says school will resume the day after the general elections is held, and later today the Education Ministry will confirm if all schools will be open tomorrow, and if not, which ones will be closed. Well, a quick look at sport now, and recently installed Central FC head coach Ross Russell will have a third try, but his first with the Couva Sharks at defeating W Connection for the Digicel Charity Shield on Friday. Connection's long-standing head coach, Short Charles Fevrier, has no intentions of releasing the grip on the Charity Shield, which he led the Savonetta boys to win in each of the previous 3 years. The Charity Shield pits together the Digicel Pro League and Digicel Pro Bowl winners of the previous season. The winning team will receive $10,000 to be donated to a charitable cause of choice, so stay tuned to CNC3, Election Central, as we continue our rolling coverage until the results are declared. Back to you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Robert. Sometimes we forget that there are other stories that are taking place, and certainly we appreciate that update. And just to continue the update for you, that the polls have been extended until 7 o'clock because of the rain. We'll be taking a short break here. We'll continue the discussion with my on-air guests, Reverend Nelson and Melissa Goodman. Also, we'll be going to Washington to talk to Terrence Samuel, who is the deputy political editor of the Washington Post. We'll be comparing how the elections in the United States are being affected by social media as compared to Trinidad and Tobago. All that to come up in the next half hour until 6 o'clock. Don't go away.
The Caribbean's largest blue distributor, Best Buy Cellular. Come into our San Fernando and Chaguanas branches and be amazed with our affordable prices to fit your budget. We got what you need. Best Buy Cellular. We are the best.
You know what you want. Aeropost brings it to you. Better prices.
until the last ballot is counted, or even beyond that, in fact, when the winner is declared and the final speeches are made. So you want to be staying tuned to CNC3 throughout. Let's go abroad now. We have been promising you we will be speaking to the deputy political editor of the Washington Post, Terrence Samuel. He'll be joining us now. He's live on the phone, and we'll be comparing or looking at how social media is used across in the United States elections as we look at our own here on polling day today. Mr. Samuel, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Exciting times down there.
Yeah, certainly, and we're glad to have you on a holiday as well. We know it's Labor Day in the United States, and you would know that Labor Day is a day where a lot of Trinis would come up to the U.S., but certainly a lot of people stayed back to vote.
Right. I am Trinidadian,
yes.
and I am doing neither of the things Trinidadians should be doing on this day. I'm not in Trinidad voting, and I'm not in Brooklyn.
Well, certainly you must be getting some rest, which is something that a lot of Trinidadians aren't getting as well. So let's just continue in terms of social media, which is the topic that we have been discussing throughout for the last hour and a half or so. We want to look at how it is utilized. You being a political editor of the Washington Post, how do you employ social media in the coverage of the general elections over there?
Well, the truth is that there are two things that happen in elections, right? People, you want to get your supporters excited, and you want to make sure that you get your message to the people who need it. And I think what you're seeing clearly with, the election in the States now is mostly about who the Republican nominee is. I mean, there is where most of the excitement is. I mean, Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders are running on the Democratic side with a few others. But I think clearly recently the story has been Donald Trump and his emergence as kind of the front runner. And there is no one using social media quite the way Donald Trump has. Yeah. He has been able to find his voice on Twitter. He basically tweets every night. He attacks people on Twitter. And he essentially forced everybody else to kind of reassess how they use it. Because, it is a direct link to the people you want to talk to, correct? And, the Internet is perfect for an argument, and Trump has figured out how to do that. And I think what we have to do is, in terms of coverage, is we can't let the candidates get ahead of us in terms of how they reach the audience, because we care about that audience too. If people are interested in politics, we want to be able to get to them as quickly and in the way that they wherever they're consuming their news. And as a result, we have kind of a large engagement team here that with a big Twitter account, with a Facebook account. Facebook is where, the entire world is on Facebook, so that's where the traffic is. And essentially, I think we're building a lot of things. We're thinking about how to use Snapchat, because, quite frankly, that's where the audience is. So that's where we need to be.
As you mentioned Donald Trump and the war he's waging on other candidates as well, is social media, is it really impacting voters over there? Is it a huge tool? And would you say it's a bigger tool than going out to campaigning in person, going out to the different states and getting your word out?
Well, it's not. It's bigger in that it has more reach and it's more immediate. But it's essentially the same thing, right? People would have big rallies. A lot of people would come. There would be a great speech. People would get excited. They'd go back and tell their friends. I frankly remember some rallies in Woodford Square. But with social media, if you take the Trump example, he has been able to say things about immigration, to say things about other people in the race, like attacking them in a way that gets right to his supporters, and he has managed to consolidate a lead in the Republican Party that is at this point unrivaled because he's talking directly to those people. He's doing press conferences, but it's essentially, I think, a largely social media phenomenon where he is in every argument immediately. He responds to everything quickly. what he said about Mexican immigrants coming to the United States that caused such an uproar. Well, it went viral immediately. And so even though it became controversial, the people who support that view were immediately on his side and very vocal about it.
All right, let me just see if I can marry what is happening in the United States and the use of social media with Trinidad and Tobago's politics. Do you see any way that what is being employed there can work here? It's certainly two different markets, certainly two different audiences. You're reaching a quite smaller audience, well, far more than a quite smaller audience, a significantly smaller audience. But can you bring some of that down here, or do we have to employ different strategies altogether?
Well, I mean, I think, basically everybody lives on their cell phone now.
Yeah.
In that way, the differences are a lot less significant than they used to be. I know it's raining in Trinidad on election day because I saw people posting on Facebook from one side or the other, don't let the rain stop you. And on election day, you have to get your people excited, get them out. You could go have a rally. But you could also just, if you've been building that community on Facebook, if you've been building that community on Twitter, that's how you get to them, even if it's raining. And I can't imagine that if it's not already happening, that it's just the obvious next step in how to do politics. And I see evidence that it's already happening in Trinidad. And I can't imagine that it won't grow into something as big as kind of what we have here, obviously scaled to the size of the market.
All right, Terence, unfortunately, I'll have to take it there. We'll have to leave it there. Certainly appreciate you joining us on this holiday and giving us some of your expertise and your time there to ensure that we understand social media as being used in the elections in the United States. Certainly, we appreciate that. We do wish you a wonderful holiday for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Good election day.
Thank you, Terence. Well, let's come straight back here, Brevard. What do you weigh in terms of what he is saying and what we are seeing over there, and how can it be employed here, or if at all?
Well, the interesting thing about technology is that it levels the playing field. And so one thing that we've realized is that no matter where you go in the world, you can in fact use particular platforms and you can employ strategies in one market and use it here. Now, you're right in the sense that the actual audience is a lot smaller here, but the platforms remain the same. So Facebook operates the same way as with Twitter and the other platforms. And so it really just means understanding your audience, identifying exactly who your audience is, and crafting strategies appropriately for your audience via each channel.
You may have been seeing me do a little dance there just on the white shirt. I didn't even realize we got that shot there. It's really because we just got news that we'll be extending this program until 6:30. Because of the polls having been pushed back, the close of polls is 7 o'clock. We're just going to have an extra half hour. I was just wondering how I'll get some of the questions in within the last short period of time that we have, but I'm doing a little dance because we got a little extension.
Let's see one more time.
Yeah, fist pumping something there. No, but seriously, when you really think, I mean, Melissa, we've traveled. A lot of people here have traveled, and we've looked at, as you said, the world is so much smaller with cell phones, with mobile phones, with smartphones, that you really and truly, it doesn't matter where you are. It's the same strategies.
You reach an audience that cannot necessarily be reached if they're shopping. The first thing I have with me is my phone, and trust me, I shop a lot, more than I'm in front of a TV or more than I'm in front of a newspaper. So the quickest form to me, I really turn to my phone, to social media. But I heard you ask a very important question, and it's the question that, is the strategy going to be different across there rather than here? And you've been saying, Mr. Nelson have been saying that it is the same platform, correct?
Yeah.
Not only is it the same platform, but we are trying to achieve the same thing, because in us putting ourselves out there in social media, we are trying to build a brand, whatever our brand is. So no matter where it be, we are all trying to achieve that through social media. What we need to understand is, or what we need to to sort of create is what are we going to use our brand for, or what are we going to so once you understand that, that is what is going to change. Not necessarily the strategies that are being used, because again, as I said, we are all here to do the same thing. We want our brand to be known. This is our marketing strategy through social media. So what is going to be changed is our audience, maybe perhaps. And the excellent thing about social media is that social media in itself helps us understand our audience. So, you know, to the viewing audience, you may have a page, a business page that may have quite a number of likes. Now you have the insights of a Facebook page that is going to show you, listen, you've gained 1,000 likes over the past week. You've gained 2,000 likes over the past month. It also goes in depth to tell you that your audience is of a certain age. So CNC3's audience may be of 18 to maybe all of Trinidad, for all you know, that is the CNC3 audience. But it gives you that niche market. So boiling it back down to a politician using social media, they can save a lot of money through this strategy. Because one, let's just say they have this page where they're getting the insights on, and they're saying, listen, my core market is between 18 to 35. And they're seeing that they have this market locked down. Now, they don't have to spend money advertising, extra money advertising to this particular audience, because this particular audience is already set. So social media is proving that to me. So that now, then they can take whatever funds they have to spend it through or via different advertising sources, through radio, through press, through...
Yes. All right, we're talking about social media, and I'm following some tweets here, and really just to clarify first and foremost that the extension of the polls because of the rain is only in Trinidad, not in Tobago. So Trinidad has an extension for an extra hour till 7 o'clock. Tobago continues only until 6 o'clock. And someone just asked on social media, will Tobago results be embargoed, seeing that Trinidad is extended to 7 o'clock? And by that, they are talking about whether or not there will be any influence. And that is, if we hear that Tobago has gone one way, whether people would go out and vote before 7 o'clock to influence. And certainly I don't believe that the EBC would release the results of Tobago before the polls close in Trinidad at 7 o'clock, so there would probably be no influence there. Another tweet that came through within the last period of time here is, what about the extension of bars? Putting on party jerseys, can we go out and drink, or do we have to wait until 7 o'clock? Well, certainly the law remains that you cannot drink between polling hours. It did not say until 6 o'clock, it said polling hours. So now that the polling hours are 7 o'clock, just hold on another hour until you grab that beer. I know a lot of us are frustrated that anxiety is there, and certainly it's a tool that people are using, social media, to get even these points out. Let's take a short break. We'll come back with more. We still have a lot more from the fields to cover, and certainly Brevard and Melissa will be staying on with us until 6:30.
Seaview Optical Grand Summer Sale. Buy one pair of clear single vision lenses with frame and get the second pair free, or upgrade to free anti-reflective lenses. 50% off gas, Perry Ellis and Calvin Klein frames. 30% off all transition lenses. Seaview Optical. Affordable eye care for everyone.
continuing coverage throughout the night until the last vote is counted and until the winner is declared. We have been continuing to advise you that the polls have been extended to 7 o'clock in Trinidad. It will close in just about 5 minutes across in Tobago at 6 o'clock. And the reason for this is because the rain affected many people who wanted to go out there and vote earlier today. The authorities have decided to give you 1 extra hour to do so. Also to advise you that the priority bus route remains open until midnight. You may want to use that as an option if there's traffic along the other main routes that you take. We're continuing our discussion on how social media impacts the election campaign, how it has impacted it, and looking forward how it will impact future election campaigns as well as the role of politicians. With Reverend Nelson, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Caribbean Ideas Limited, and Melissa Goodman, who is here in many capacities, but certainly a presenter of 95.1 FM and Sangeet 106.1 FM. Reverend, we want to take a look at what were the strategies employed in this past election by the different parties, and how did they try to reach the catchment of voters that they wanted to?
Certainly. So the political parties actually still maintain their traditional strategies, but what they actually did was they included a digital element as part of their strategy. And so what you found was that there was an interesting mix with their traditional advertising strategy. So you found that they were targeted digital ads, a lot more search and contextual ads, and so that's really those ads that you would find where you are jumping onto your YouTube video, or you're actually on a particular site and you'd find that those ads pop up. It's really because they're targeting you either by geographic data or by demographic data, and they're serving those ads based on platforms that they use to you. They also use quite a number of social ads, so you'd find that a lot of candidates, they also did their own ads on social platforms. But the interesting fact is that they didn't necessarily push them to customized pages, and so I'll get to that in a sec. They more or less would just push it out to a generic page. Yes. And so that's something that we can actually learn from and grow as we go forward in subsequent elections, or maybe even the local election when that comes around, right? Yeah.
And just before you, just to clarify, because there would be some terms that not everyone understands. Geotagging is certainly where you ensure that when you click on something, they would target people from a geographical area to reach that person. So you may go to the United States and not find these ads reaching you, but the minute you came back, it reached you. The same YouTube channels you've been looking at, it reached you, and it's certainly because they were targeting a geographical area.
Yes.
Am I right?
Exactly. And so all of the major platforms actually allow you to select your audience by geographic data or demographic data. And so you can actually get as granular as you wish in terms of your targeting, because quite frankly, you don't want to just spray and pray in terms of social media. It's a large audience, so you'd want to get as specific as possible. And so a lot of the platforms, when you're creating your ads, you actually allow you to get very granular in terms of who you actually want to target, because that way you actually get a better bang for your buck. What we also saw with a lot of the political parties was, email marketing. So obviously, yes, there would have been databases where, people would have signed up in some form or fashion, or it might have been actually coming from their own sites, right? But people would have gotten their email addresses, and emails would have been sent to them. And within those emails, they actually would have had ads, or if they were from other providers, their ads would have been showing up in those emails.
Yeah.
Right. We also saw mobile apps, for example. Right. So in previous years, whilst you might have had like websites, etc., we actually seen a lot of major parties, they created their own apps. Not only could you just like find out about the news and events and when is the next rally, but you could actually even donate. Yes. And so we're seeing a shift now to, again, mobile technology and mobile platforms where they're engaging. Phone with with you.
Yeah.
And given our mobile penetration rates, it stands to reason that they would actually start employing some of these mobile strategies to engage their audience. And so, in addition to that, we also saw quite a lot of media sharing. So again, this is where you had the videos and a lot of video sharing.
Yes.
You also had, which was quite interesting, a lot of user-generated content. So users creating memes, for example. That was interesting just to see, well, hey, you know, users are creating their own memes based on current events, and they're now like pushing that out in support of their party.
Yeah, well,
so
the meme, we haven't even touched that.
Exactly.
That is an entirely different thing
and that's all
altogether,
user-generated, interestingly enough. So that once you start creating the environment and the forum for users to actually create and share the content, they'll continue to do so. And that goes back to the point that we were making about extending the shelf life of a particular piece of content.
Right, and then there are apps for everything. You learn to make memes by apps. And Melissa, do you drop to sleep with your phone and wake up with your phone next to you or in your hand?
To be quite honest with you, I have learned that sleeping with your phone, it's not good. It takes away time from your sleep. I try my best. I mean, at a point in time, yes. You know, the last thing you do was, you know, you'd go through your phone, you'd scroll through, all your social media platforms. But then again, when you say, okay, I have to be in bed by say 10.
Yes.
When you lie in bed and then you have your phone, it turns to 10:30, and then 10:30 it turns to 11.
Yes.
So I have employed, you know, some sort of vigorous, you know, rule for myself that listen, bedtime is bedtime. And I keep my phone away from me, actually.
You're probably one of the rare ones that actually have that sort of discipline.
Yes. It's a form of discipline, but, you know, when you work long hours, you need to employ what you can to social media. It's addictive.
But you know your phones have alarms in it too, so they cater for that too.
No, but let me
dropping
tell
to
you,
sleep, put the alarm there and make sure the phone is close by.
That too is a trick, because I do you know what time I get up each morning? I'm up by 3 a.m. every single morning. Now, getting up at 3 a.m., it's not an easy thing. Trust me when I tell you this.
Yes.
So it works for me. Because if I put my phone right next to me, it's very easy to hit snooze.
Right.
So you hit snooze once, you hit snooze twice, you hit snooze a third time.
Correct.
However, if I leave my phone on the counter outside, if I leave my phone on the kitchen counter, I'm in my bedroom, I have to get up to switch that alarm off.
Right.
So it works all in favor for me.
A lot of discipline. I want to talk now about the push and the pull content. Some things come to you. Some social media you have to go look for it, but some of it comes to you. A website, you have to go look for it. You have to sign up to that website. Or it may be pushed to you on Twitter, but you still have to press that link to go. Facebook is you use it in such a way that you may just be scrolling through. Instagram as well. These things are sent to you. Do you feel that in this election campaign, you were being hit with things that you really didn't want to see or didn't go looking for?
No, because I understand that that is how social media works. I understand that is how Facebook works. And the content of what is being shared, it was actually very lightning from both parties, not just from one. It showed unity, which in any country, I mean, despite whatever political preference, that's what you want to see. You want to see unity no matter where you are. So that was enlightening for me. You're seeing the campaigners, you know, I remember seeing a funny political post, and they're saying, if you think all the guys look fit and healthy on our political team, it's because we're campaigning so much. Yes. You know, it was funny, it was light, and it shows, listen, these people are human too.
Right. So
however,
they reached you. Yes.
Yeah, it reached me, but it's on Facebook in particular, it's not annoying to me because I expect that from Facebook. I know how Facebook, and I understand that. However, when I go onto YouTube, this is not what I use YouTube for. So when it comes to me, and this of course is my personal preference, when I go onto YouTube, you know, you want to look at your movies, you want to stream your for men want to stream their football games live, and then an ad comes in, you miss your goal. I mean, you know, come on.
All right.
So,
yeah, no, you're making a very important point there. Continue, because I just lost my train of thought with that miss your goal thing. I just brought back the memories of the. When you continue, I'll get my train of thought back.
It boils back down to, you know, you understand what platform of social media you look for. So, YouTube is not that platform where I want to be bombarded with political as.
Yeah.
Maybe Twitter, if I see a tweet, because I know our Prime Minister, she tweets a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, a simple thing is when Shah Rukh Khan was coming to Trinidad.
Yeah,
you know,
you saw tweets on that as well.
Social media
Yeah.
was used to communicate with this Bollywood superstar, this mega star actually. And we were witness of all that through being active users of Twitter.
But then, is it the Prime Minister tweeting, or is it that some behind the tweet that says PM Kamla or whoever, is it that there's some communication strategist there doing this to make sure that, you know,
I would
they
think
make
in
the
all,
politician look good?
I would think in all platforms there are
Yeah.
communication specialists. So it may not just boil down to
Yeah.
the Prime Minister alone. I think, I most believe everyone in that portfolio, they
Yeah.
do have someone. I mean, come on. If you were to message Ellen, do you think it's Ellen messaging you back? If you were to message Oprah, do you think it's Oprah messaging you back? No, they do have their people, more than one, perhaps, that, you know, that keep you in tune with everything that's going on with Oprah, with Ellen, or whoever that particular person may be. So even if it is a strategy being employed by our political campaigners, I mean, I don't see it as a problem, because if the higher heads can do it, as I mentioned previous names before, then why not?
Well,
Why not then?
I did get back my train of thought, and it's something I want to go to Brevard with. You know, when you looked at what happened in Rwanda, for instance, and that was really the use of a certain medium called radio to push a certain agenda. Social media is reaching far more people, and it comes back to that push element that you really don't have to go looking for it. You can switch off the radio in the case of Rwanda and may not have heard that. That didn't happen, because certainly we know what happened in Rwanda. But on social media, a lot of times you really don't want to see something, but you get something. So how much more is it important to, one, utilize that to your benefit, but also to ensure that you do not create divisions and you do not create segregation and see, you know, you don't incite anyone, in fact, to violence or anything else like that.
So, well, first of all, all these different platforms, the algorithms that are behind them, actually configured in such a way that it's supposed to serve up content that's relevant to you, and so relevant in terms of either, you know, created by somebody that you are in contact with, or something that you have liked that maybe, you know, it is deemed relevant to you. And so, yes, it's important, and I think it's almost a responsibility that even as these platforms present you with a soapbox, that you can in fact go and create your own content, and you can speak and share your ideas, you know, on the platforms. You're responsible for your views and your thoughts. We've seen actually some of the candidates where, you know, they've put themselves up, but then lo and behold, some video from back when or a comment that was made before resurfaces, and now you realize, well, okay, maybe this person should not represent me. And so it's important to be responsible when you're using the platform, to understand, again, the permanency of these posts that we spoke about, because you know, you need to make sure that you're not inciting any type of you know, negative comments, or even if you're expressing your opinion, you're respectful of it, and it's all about how it's delivered, really.
Well, you're saying that, it brings to mind Hillary Clinton. We were talking to Terence earlier, but obviously whether or not she becomes the candidate could very well depend on the number of tweets and emails she sent out, and whether she should have sent it out. So it shows that social media, not just the content, but if the usage of it, in fact, could make or break someone in terms of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you'd see the scale, obviously, in the US, that's important. And of course, the separation of someone in government actually using a personal email. And so, again, similarly, even for here, like, to the point earlier, you may, even if you have folks that are managing your platform for you, you need to be responsible. You need them to be responsible. You need to ensure that they understand your tone, your voice, your message, and make sure that they impart that appropriately to your audience. And so, you know, that's something that is important, and we all need to be responsible when we're actually using these platforms, because there aren't really any filters. Only the good thing is that, like, on social media, there's community policing. So when someone actually comes with something negative, you'd find that the community would actually react, versus someone actually with a hammer saying, well, hey, you know, you're not supposed to do that. The community would actually respond, and usually there are checks and balances in that way. But again, the onus is on the user to actually be more responsible in what they actually tweet. or post in social media.
All right, Melissa, I want to come to you just now to talk about, you mentioned something about unity, and we've been seeing quite a lot of posts with people of different parties coming together, hugging up each other, and certainly it's something that is creating some sort of warmth. But hold the thought there, because we want to go to Rienzi Complex. We were at Balizé House a short while ago with Chester. But let's get an update now from Ria Rambley at Rienzi Complex. Ria, tell us what's happening there.
A very good evening, Sam, and to all our viewers on CNC3. I'm coming to you live from Rienzi Complex here in Cuba. At the UNC's headquarters for General Elections 2015, and I can tell you that there are more media personnel here than actual supporters and officials. Things are off to a very slow start here at Rienzi Complex. Of course, that's due to the EBC shifting of the end of the polls, moving from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. So that has delayed a lot of activities here at Rienzi Complex. Officials confirming that with CNC3 just a short while ago. If you look behind me, there's a massive stage and a huge structure in which the results have been erected onto several boards. And I can tell you from what I see on those boards is that the UNC is placing a great emphasis on the marginals tonight. They have detailed almost every single polling division in the marginals, and we'll be bringing those results to these boards as they come in. Behind me, there's not much taking place, but below the upper floor of Rienzi, on the ground floor, there's a results center with a team set up to, as the first set of results come in, to rush those results upstairs. What I did find out was that there was a request for Rienzi Complex to go digital this year with its results. However, what I do understand is that there was a request for the party to remain old school. So with that being said, Sam, I will keep you updated on everything that's taking place here at Rienzi Complex. So feel free to check back in just a little while. It's back to you, Sam.
Thank you very much. And talking about keeping us updated, let me keep you updated on what's going to happen when this show comes to an end. We are on some extended time here. We were to come out at 6, but because of the extension of the polls in Trinidad, we are going until 6:30. Following us, we'll be joined by Golda and Kamal, a regular host for the 7 o'clock news. Will be carrying the show until the polls until the election is done. Golda and Kamal will be here, and they will be chairing all the proceedings with our in-house guests. They'll be touching base with all the reporters on the field. And across in our election counting center, we'll have the voting center. We'll get all the results coming in with Hema Ramkisoon updating us there as the results come in live. We'll also be having another studio which will deal mainly with social media. So we want you to send us your tweets and your comments. I'll be hosting that across there. We want to get all the views that you've had on how the elections have gone, and we'll be bringing that to you as well. So it's going to be a long night for us, but certainly a night that we are all cut out for. So Golda and Kamal are up next, so you want to stick around for that. So let's continue now. Melissa, I wanted to ask you about that. The unity that we've seen in terms of the pictures, a good use of social media to engender some sort of positive, some national pride, knowing that we are going to the polls, but we are going to the polls with that line from David Rudder: how we vote is not how we party. We may vote differently, but we are all together.
Nobody does anything like how we party. We're Trinidadians at the end of the day, so nothing can compare. But back to that point, yes, a lot of politicians are using social media as a platform. And not even the politicians. A lot of persons are taking pictures with their former Trinidadians. We saw recently, which was a very enlightening picture, really, really enlightening picture, where this young couple of different races in different T-shirts, and they are hugging, they are holding hands, and they are sporting their different political preferences, and they have posted pictures and they have gone viral because of that unity that they have been showing to the public. Like, this is not a politician. This, I most believe they were UE students. I don't want to misinform you, but they looked pretty young, around 20 to 23, 25 years old, and to see that sort of thinking from persons that young, I mean, we do hear the nasty comments. We do hear the comments that we would want to turn a blind eye to, a blind ear to, because it's
That's
not really
right.
something that we want to hear. So when we go on social media and we see these enlightening photos, it makes you smile, it makes you proud, it makes you think, hey, we're not so backward after all.
Certainly one way in which social media has impacted me, I can tell you, on the campaign, because certainly looking at those pictures, you feel that, you know, when the votes are counted and we look forward to tomorrow, the sun rising tomorrow, we want to feel that we are continuing as a country and that we still can go out to our neighbors and be just normal as with them, regardless of how the votes go tonight. Driver, let's switch the topic now into something called crowdsourcing, which is something that is utilized on social media a lot, where campaigns or individuals in campaigns can go and find out from people their own views to influence how they would go about their own campaigns. Has that been used effectively, or has it been used at all based on what you saw?
Based on what we've seen, we haven't seen local parties doing that much. And interestingly enough, because by its very nature, social media actually allows you to interact with your audience, and you can do your own informal research. So typically, yes, you'll have your structured research, market research, you do your focus group, or you may have your own quantitative methods of research. But quite easily, you can in fact do polls, and you can actually throw provocative thoughts out to your audience and actually engage them on that front. And that's actually one of the points that I wanted to raise, in the sense that if we were to look forward and look at some of the things that we can in fact improve, it's really a little bit more engaging content. And so yes, it's easy to do the jingles, the ads, and you syndicate that across social media. But if you were to look at a little bit more analysis, if you start looking at, you know, talking about some of the issues, even blogging, etc., like those are the types of strategies that we can in fact employ more, because whilst you appeal to a certain demographic with the jingles and some of the images and the selfies and the shots, etc., you really want to appeal to another demographic where they want to hear the analysis, they want to hear the topics, they want to talk about the issues. And so that, I think, that level of engagement, the same way you would have a town hall meeting or a caucus meeting, that level of engagement can in fact be done on the social media platform. I mean, we've seen some of the opinion leaders do it themselves as they throw out topics on a day-to-day basis. But really, parties can actually, you know, take snippets of their manifesto, for example, and start talking about their policy and start talking about how they plan to approach governance in the new year. And so discussions like that can actually open up engagement to your audience. And that, in fact, would be a good strategy using the platform.
Yeah. Certainly, and as you said, in terms of manifestos and so, it's you have these long launches, you go through all of it, but now a lot of people are telling you, go to our website, go here and read our manifesto. So it really cuts down the amount of time that they spend and saves them, you know, the effort of having to go through it detail by detail.
Yeah, and the one thing I would say is that, like, most times people actually don't read all of the text, right?
Yes.
Yes, you have a document that might be, let's say, 20, 30, 50 pages. You really want to get the key points out across to them, and you can, in fact, use social media to do that with your audience.
All right, we're coming to an end of this this program now. Melissa, I want to give you the first go in terms of your final comments. Social media and the general election 2015. Tell us, in your own words, how it's impacted you, if it's impacted you at all, and what can you take from this going forward?
To be quite honest with you, I would say, just to close off, that social media, this 2015 general elections, it has been a platform for the politicians to communicate without really having to communicate. And in doing that, it did subliminally make me, you know, take a liking to one or two of the politicians because of what particular image they were portraying. You know, for women example, we are lovers of family time. We are lovers of kids. You know, when you pose with children, you know, it hits a soft spot. I mean, if it doesn't hit a soft spot, then
politicians hug babies all the time.
Listen,
or something different you're talking about.
It ought to hit a soft spot. If
Yes.
it doesn't hit a soft spot in you, then something is wrong, you know. And when you see, I mean, although we may think that, okay, it's PR, it's a prop, it's you know, seeing the pictures, seeing the smiles on these children's faces, seeing how excited they are just to hold the minister's hand or to be around, you know, the cameras and taking pictures, and to see kids smiling and happy. I mean, it hits a soft spot. So, you know, you do tend to, maybe you can just like him or her just a little bit more, a tad bit more, because of the image that they are portraying. So yes, it will affect you. And even though that we know, it's like, okay, we know something is not good for you, we know chocolate isn't good for you. We know that. But yet still, because of how it looks, because of, we eat it. Don't we not? So, you know, I would say, you know, it did the Facebook pictures, the images, the unity that, you know, and honestly, I think of everything that was trying to be portrayed on social media for 2015, you see that unity, I think that was pushed more than anything else. That perception was pushed rather than any other, created more than any other perception. So I fell in love with that idea. You know what? Yes. Unity is the best. So yeah, it did impact. That's what you're taking home. And Brevard, your final thoughts on the election campaign and social media?
So I actually think that we've entered a new era. An era where the political parties and the hyper-connected consumers are actually coming together. And we're seeing now where these parties are actually employing new techniques and expanding their marketing and digital mix to reach and engage their audience. Yeah. And so that's refreshing. That's different. We know that they're using the platforms. I think obviously there's still opportunities to actually start using more of the arsenal that's available and more of the platforms that are available. But yeah, definitely refreshing to see that. And also one thing I want to mention is that you know, for those folks who you would have heard me talking about to actually get, you know, sign up for a copy of it, and we can continue communicating with you.
All right, Brother Melissa, I want to certainly thank you for being here, being our guest, as well as Terrence Samuel, who joined us from Washington, the Washington Post. You can follow us all night on CNC3 Digital's platforms. Twitter, it's CNC3 TV. On Facebook, CNC3 Television, and on Instagram, CNC3 News. We'll be bringing you the latest as it happens, as we always do on these platforms. But coming up here live on television, Kamal Georges and Golda Lee Bruce will take us all the way until the final speeches are made after the winners are declared. Remember that not too long ago, voting ended in Tobago, but it will continue until 7 o'clock in Trinidad. You have until midnight to use the priority bus route. Another update just to bring to you. But that's all from us. We certainly would like to remind you to continue to follow CNC3 for the latest throughout the night, and certainly from here on. That's all from me. Have a good evening.
Good evening. You're with Election Central here on CNC3 as we continue to bring you live and continuous coverage of a day of polling across Trinidad and Tobago. Heavy rains in several text messages being sent to voters in Caroni Central advising them to vote for the UNC candidate Dr. Trinidad Tobago. Opposition leader Dr. Keith Rowley was among those who got complaints about the text.
Yeah, serious list that they use to campaign and canvassing people to vote today by approaching them through their cell phone contacts. Now that is unacceptable, and we've reported it to all the authorities, including the police. We reported it to the EBC and to the Commonwealth observers, CARICOM observers. This is the kind of thing that we expect of this government, and clearly they have not disappointed us.
We here at CNC3 also received similar complaints, but when we contacted the EBC, we were told there is a loophole in the law which failed to address the issue of text or social media. These are not part of the Representation of the People Act. We also contacted Dr. Tawari, who told us he has no idea of who is sending out the text messages. According to him, he could not possibly be doing it since he was out all day visiting several polling stations. He questioned whether the text are an act of sabotage or mischief. And Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar cast her ballot in Siparia this afternoon. She said she told reporters she feels proud of the achievements of her government and is confident of victory at the polls.
Today I think it's working very well thus far. From the reports we've received from the networking, we are doing very well. All the teams are out on the ground getting out the vote. I just sent a text message. I have on my phone a group with all the candidates. I've been in touch with them all day, and they're all sounding very, very positive. So it is working today generally. We have to wait to see what happens this afternoon, when we intend to make a last search and a last push to bring out the voters where we need them.
Several familiar faces were out casting their ballots. Former Prime Minister Patrick Manning and his wife Hazel cast their ballot in the constituency of San Fernando East. A frail-looking Mr. Manning spoke with reporters after casting his ballot.
Folks, I have voted. I voted for the PNM, and that is all there is to say. Nothing else.
Meantime, Couva South candidate Rudranath Indar Singh is claiming that a deputy presiding officer abandoned her post to vote this morning, and it delayed the voting process at the McBean Hindu School. Mr. Indar Singh is also alleging that he was treated with hostility by the EBC workers in the Couva South constituency. The Tabakit arm of the United National Congress has written to the chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, raising issues about people who did not have ID cards being unable to use their driving permits as ID to vote. The letter came from Ramdeo Ramtahal, election agent. Mr. Ramtahal tells the EBC he has been reliably informed that the polling agents located at the Happy Hill Hindu School in Gasparillo denied persons using driver's permits the right to vote. And defense attorney Farid Ali is today complaining that several of his clients who are behind bars charged with murder have been denied the right to vote. Mr. Ali sent out a press release saying that Asman Alexander, Dwayne Lewis, Sheldon Henville, and Alan Thomas were all eligible to vote in the general election, but were for, quote, inexplicable reasons disenfranchised and excluded from placing their vote, end quote. Ali says, according to the law, prisoners convicted of a criminal offense, but the length of a term or sentence is 12 months or more, is not qualified to vote. But he maintains his client's sentences are less than 12 months and they should be allowed to cast their ballots. Away from the election and to some other news, a Valsain family has been thrown into mourning with the death of a 4-year-old child. The victim is identified as Amir Samuel. According to the child's grandmother, she was having a discussion with a neighbor and asked her mom. Neighbors joined in the search and found Amir lying motionless on the ground on the northern side of the building. The DMO was contacted and pronounced the child dead. And homicide officers are investigating the shooting death of 2 men in Mayaro. Reports are that 27-year-old Shervin Bovel, 17-year-old Michael Edwards, and 25-year-old Judan Ramnarain were playing cards under a house at the quarter-mile mark in Mafeking. Police reports say the men were approached by a gunman wearing a mask. He fired several shots, killing Bovel and Edwards instantly. Judan Edwards was shot in the left thigh and was taken to the Sangre Grande Hospital, where he's still warded. Officers visited the scene and found several spent shells. Well, there you have it. This is Election Central on CNC3. I'm Robert Dumas.
Homeland Furnishings, your trendsetter for home decor. Come and see our selection of striking accent furniture, a stunning assortment of outdoor furnishings, and exquisite range of kitchen items at Homeland Furnishings. All your bedroom and bathroom needs are met. The kids will be amazed. Stylish and interesting bars and accessories, plus fabric land, storage land, and array of rugs and more. Homeland Furnishings for the trendiest selection of home furnishings and accessories, located at Piorco Plaza.
Why wait to launch a new career? Get started on your future today with Automation Technology College.
I know I have the skills to succeed.
Whether you want to get into engineering, construction, or health and safety, ATC has the right program for you.
I've checked out other schools, but ATC offers the best value and training.
Presents, in collaboration with Time Sound Company, Bollywood heartthrob Atif Aslam. Atif Aslam. For info, call 324-3107 or 702-8783. Atif Aslam returns to rock Trinidad for one night at the Center of Excellence on Sunday, September 27th.
The biggest of all, Fab India Expo is coming for the first time to debut at the Samar Entertainment Center from 21st August to 7th September. Brand new goods with the latest variety of ready-made garments, handicraft, footwear, jewelry, and many more. All new container for the new season. Participants from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and many more under one roof. Links and credit card accepted. We guarantee we are the biggest. So make your way to the Fab India Expo at the Samar Entertainment Center debut from the 21st August to 7th September.
Are you ready for one night in Bollywood? One night in Bollywood. On Sunday, September 27th, Yup TV presents, in collaboration with Time Sound Company, Bollywood heartthrob Atif Aslam. Atif Aslam. For info, call 324-3107 or 702-8783. Atif Aslam returns to rock Trinidad for one night at the Center of Excellence on Sunday, September 27th.
What? Here what? Let me go to the hospital and then make a police report. Come.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television. You're live at GML Election Center at CNC3 Studios, St. Vincent Street in Port of Spain. We bring you live results, comprehensive analysis, and in-depth reports from our correspondents across the country. Here are your hosts for the evening, Golda Lee Bruce and Kamal Georges.
Good evening. It's just about 6:30 here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we're just about a half an hour until the polls close. But we begin our countdown to the results right here, right now on CNC3 with complete analysis.
And as we've been doing all political season long, tonight we'll bring you informed discussion, live reports, and most importantly, the numbers. Accurate and timely results from all 41 constituencies across the country. Our teams are on the field ready to bring you the latest.
Yes, and we have our teams placed at strategic locations. Ria Rambley is at Rienzi Complex. Tonight, with the People's Partnership, the incumbents, Chester Sembrano is with the PNM at Balize House. Urvashito Arupnarayan is with the ILP in Chaguanas. Christy Ramnarayan is at the Siparia Regional Corporation. And Caston Cupid, he's at the party's headquarters in Scarborough, Tobago.
We'll be checking in with them throughout the evening, but before we go any further, let's talk to you about our panel tonight. As we bring you the results and live reports, we'll be talking about the history, the patterns and the campaigns, changing guests throughout the night. We kick off tonight with former MP for Oropuch West, Michaela Pandey, and business leader and Law Association Vice President, Jerry Brooks. And Election Central would not be complete without a results center. Hema Ramkisoon is manning our results center this evening, and we'll be checking in with her for the very latest numbers. Good evening, Hema. What can you tell us?
Good evening, Golda, and good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm coming to you live from the results center. Tonight, we're going to be looking at the results coming in from the 41 constituencies. Golda's specific emphasis will also be placed on the 12 marginals. And as you know, during the run-up to the 2015 general elections, we've been looking at the deciding seats, and Tunapuna has been identified as one of the main decisions for election 2015. Past results will also be looking at the candidates who are vying for who possibly could be the next MP for the Tunapuna region. Tonight, joining me on set to give further analysis and expert advice, we have Dr. Vishnu Bisram, the political director of NACTA, and he will be providing expert analysis as well as forecasts. But Gola, I know it's going to be a very long night. The polls have been extended, so back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, Hema. It certainly will be a very long night, but we will be checking in with you as the night progresses. Well, a lot of the conversation around this general election has taken place on social media, and tonight we invite you to continue the conversation with us on social media. Comment and like. Digital editor Samson Nanton, he is in our social media center. Samson, what can you tell us about what our friends and followers are saying?
Yes, Kamal. Well, we've been having a lot of comments coming in throughout the day. A lot of people, I must say, in terms of the extension, a lot of people have been quite trivially thinking about when they would be able to drink because it's been extended for an extra hour. But we've been hearing a lot of informed comments as well, where people are really looking for informative responses and looking for that sort of flow of results tonight that would really give them the best idea of how these seats have been going. And that's what we are doing tonight. So we also want to hear as we go along from you. What do you think about the way the election campaign is going? If the one seat goes from one end to the other, tell us about it. Tell us what you think. You can do so via Twitter at CNC3 TV, by Facebook on CNC3 Television, and by Instagram. You can send your pictures and video, CNC3 News. We'll be monitoring it and bringing some here, as well as responding to you and retweeting on social media. Back to you, Kamal and Golda.
Thank you so much to Samson in our social media center. As we said, Hema is in our election results center. Samson is manning social media this evening. And we also have our teams out in the field, as we told you before. And before we go to our first break, we want to check in with Chester Sembrano. He is at the Balize House, the headquarters, of course, of the People's National Movement. Chester, what's happening at Balize House? We still have some time until the polls close.
Yes, Gola and Kamal, I am here at the Balize House Media Center where there's a buzz of activity taking place right now as members of the media get ready to get the results as they come in. The PNM memos are getting ready. There are two 70-inch screens placed in the media center here for the results to put them up as they come in. Also on the western side, outside of Balize House, there's a big stage set up. Also a even bigger screen for supporters to see the results as they come in. And as I mentioned, supporters, they have begun to arrive here at Balize House. No big numbers by any means yet, but it's still early. So they're going to come here to support their candidates and get the results as they come in at Balize House. And of course, I'll be here to bring those results and everything else that's happening here at Balize House as it happens. Gola Kamal, back to you.
Thank you so much to Chester Sambrano there at Balize House. And we have Ria Rambali at Rienzi Complex. Urvashi Tiwari Rupnarayan is with the ILP. We have Christy Ramnarayan down in Siparia at the Siparia Regional Corporation. And Caston is in Tobago. When we come back from the short break, we kick off our panel discussion. Stay with us. This is Election Central here on CNC3. We have a long night ahead of us, and we're glad that you're part of it.
Attention all contractors, builders and homeowners. Time is money. Don't waste time. Don't waste money. Get your materials fast. Shop at Valmasila.
Welcome back. This is election night in Trinidad and Tobago. We're just about 20 minutes before the polls close. The Elections and Boundaries Commission are moving to extend the polls by an additional hour because of what they've called inclement weather. So we're continuing with the program until the polls close, and we will be bringing you the results as soon as they come to hand. But first, let's get you in touch and let's start talking with our panel this evening. We have two very great guests, Ms. Michaela Pandey, the former former MP for Oropouche West, and a businessman that needs no introduction, Mr. Jerry Brooks. Let's start off on that note. The EBC extending the polls by an additional hour. It's the first time we've been speaking to our experts that this has happened. Just your initial reaction to that.
My own view is that the EBC has to balance very carefully the constitutional rights of individuals against what has happened. Hopefully what they would have done is that they would have taken a mature, deliberate look at what has happened. I don't know the extent to which the flooding occurred and the level of inconvenience, but surely the fact that one may not have been allowed to vote, I think is something which weighed heavily on their minds. And let me just open up the question a little bit, if I may. I think the whole question of the EBC and the Representation of People Act has to be looked at more broadly, because it raises issues, one, of constitutional reform generally, but it also raises issues of the role and responsibility of the EBC. And I'll use one or two examples just to highlight that. One, for example, is the whole role of multimedia and social media in today's world, and the way the regulations speak to it and the authority of the EBC. For example, you have now things like WhatsApp and Snapchat in which you can post messages, and where people who aren't formal candidates actually have large constituencies of 1,000 friends, 5,000 friends, and 10,000 friends, and where they're key influencers. And certainly raises the question of, do we need to take a fresh look at the Representation of People Act and the role of the EBC in policing offences and its general scope of powers as we move beyond 2015. So that's a question, I think, which needs to be put on the table and which needs examination.
And it's interesting that you brought up that issue today, because the EBC today admitted that the legislation may be a bit, it's not dated in terms of dealing with electronic media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram and so on, and dealing with, for example, canvassing, because it does not cover some of those platforms. So that is certainly something that definitely needs to be looked at.
Of course, and I want to obviously second that, because I also saw the EBC did send out a release stating that the legislation is dated, because I think we are all aware, given social media, that certain candidates we're still sending out at today, from the morning period right through up until just very recently, text messages saying to vote. They say that social media isn't covered under the Act. With regards to extending the time, I think it's very important. Yes, of course, we can speak about discipline, and people should have gotten there on time. This is Trinidad, and I heard that the flash floodings were all throughout Trinidad. I actually left San Fernando, and it was terrible. And there's certain areas in deep south even that you can't come out of your homes if we have a couple hours of rain. Most importantly, I'm happy that they did, only insofar as, remember, legally you get 2 hours to vote. And there are some employers who will say that those 2 hours are that's it. There's nothing else. And when you miss it, I had a lovely lady who was doing makeup. She was explaining to us, she says, you know, her mum does babysitting, and people went, and she was babysitting for the 2 hours, and then what had happened was they got stuck in traffic. She then was worried about the opportunity for her to then be able to go out and vote. So I'm happy that they did it, but I would like to support Jerry in what he's saying with, you know, we must wait with constitutional rights and, of course, outdated legislation that we have in Trinidad and Tobago today.
Now, the issue of the electronic campaigning, so to speak, was raised when we went as a CNC3 News team to the EBC, and they said that the text messaging issue came up when there was the Tobago election. And of course we asked the question, so if it happened then 2 years ago, how is it that nothing has been done? And the answer that we got was that, you know, you have to get onto the legislative agenda. And even in the face of a general election, that didn't happen. So there is still a lot of electronic campaigning that the EBC told us they frown upon.
Well, quite frankly, that does not cut it. When you are dealing with voting, and you are dealing with representation of constituencies, and you are dealing with governance and accountability, you have to have one of the priority items on your legislative agenda has to be the Representation of People Act. And it's not only texting, it's things like Snapchat, where I can accuse you of something and it disappears in 45 or minutes or 1 hour. How do I deal with defamation? How do I deal with offensive and vulgar conduct? The second area that needs to be addressed from an EBC standpoint is how do we get a sensible conversation around the issues from a debate standpoint? And what is the responsibility of the EBC there? Should you have a Chamber of Commerce doing that? Or should that be something which is bipartisan and objective, neutral, supported by the EBC, being very careful to maintain an impartial rule, but ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago, in the case of local government elections, in the case of national elections, in the case of by-elections, have an opportunity to hear the candidates and the issues and they facilitate that. And in my respectful view, that needs to be imported into the Act. The other thing I'd say is, in terms of this moral code, this code for responsible political behavior, that should not be a moral code. That should not be a moral code. That should be a code enshrined in the legislation where there are precepts of behavior, and where if you fail to observe those precepts of behavior, either party, you are called to account, either fine, penalty, term of imprisonment, but it needs to have the force of legislation because people are looking on. And it's not only setting standards for election conduct, it's setting standards for debate and engagement generally in the society. So my own view, just to reinforce, is the Representation of People Act. One of the things that needs to be done post-election is that that bit of legislation needs to be re-engineered and it needs to be a priority on any government's legislative agenda.
Now, before we go any further, you just touched on the subject of the debate commission, an independent commission that should be established. Wasn't that what the Chamber of Commerce attempted to do? They saw that there was this need and they went in there to try to fill that gap.
I think that the Chamber of Commerce was well-intentioned. I think that the Chamber of Commerce was well-intentioned, but you've got to ensure, one, that your funding for such a debate comes from impartial, objective, transparent sources, and really it's the EBC which can provide an appropriate framework for that kind of discussion, which will enjoy the trust of the population and which can facilitate it.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Brooke. We're going to continue the discussion there, but we're going to link up now with the Chief Elections Officer of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Mr. Ramesh Nanan, to give us some perspective as to what influenced the decision of the EBC today to extend the polling times.
We are hearing you, Mr. Nanan, but just very softly, if we could ask the studio control to lift the volume a little bit. But Mr. Nanan, what influenced the decision? Why did the EBC take this decision to extend the polls by an hour? We know that you've said inclement weather, but it must have been quite a discussion that led to the time being extended to 7 o'clock.
Complaints emanating from electors about the inclement weather and the traffic would cause as a result of the inclement weather, that they would not have been able to reach the polling stations on time.
Mr. Nanan, can you tell us where some of those concerns came from? Because we would have gotten calls today from some of the political parties, and did they tell you how extensive some of those the flooding in certain areas and the traffic was?
Yeah, well, the Elections and Boundaries Commission received the complaint, and they have acted upon it, and as such, I was interested in implementing the decision of the Commission.
Just to clarify, we've been told by our experts that this is the first time that something like this has happened. Can you also confirm that? And also what legislative, what measure or what act in the EBC laws would have facilitated this to take place?
Yeah, the Elections and Boundaries Commission is entrusted with the conduct of elections. Section 71 of the Constitution does allow them to make decisions with respect to the management of the election.
And Mr. Nanan, if you could speak generally about the process of voting today. It's still just about 5 minutes or so until the polls close, but has it been a smooth process today? Any irregularities reported? Anything that has raised a red flag for your organization?
Well, there has been several complaints, nothing out of the ordinary. We were able to treat with all the complaints that we received. For example, persons reporting at the incorrect polling station, a person's name on the list. There are those who would have transferred their addresses and didn't notify the EBC of their change of address, and as a result, their name would have been at the former address. So we have those minor complaints. We have always had that in elections in the past.
Mr. Nanan, we want to address some of the other complaints that we've got today, but we're just being told that Ms. Chrislyn Moore from Tobago, she's now questioning why the EBC did not extend the time on the sister isle as well, and they face similar conditions across there today.
Well, I'm not in a position to answer that specifically. The Commission will address that at a later stage.
Well, Mr. Nanan, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We know that it is a busy day for you and the day is just getting started, even though it's close to 7 o'clock in the evening. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us, and I know that we'll be talking with you more in the coming days. So there, Mr. Nanan speaking to us and saying basically that they took a decision, and the decision was to extend the polls by an hour in Trinidad and not in Tobago. Quite interestingly, if they did face the same conditions in Tobago, still wasn't done.
They're the only ones I think that's going to be able to answer that, and clearly they're going to have to answer why that's happened. I wanted to simply go back to we were chatting about the moral code.
Code of ethical political conduct.
Correct. And I think everybody can agree, given 3 months of election campaigning, that that's been thrown out the window. So we can't talk about the moral code anymore. And in fact, what we actually need to do is that we need to legislate, we need to update, we need to modernize the legislation to deal with this. But the problem has been in Trinidad and Tobago throughout that in order, because Golda spoke about the EBC saying it has to be on the legislative agenda. Therefore, you must have the political will to do so. Now, if they said it happened, as you said, and I'm just going on what you said, that they had a similar problem with texting during the Tobago elections, if I'm getting it wrong, I would believe that the Tobago House of Assembly elections was on the 20th of January. That is 2013.
Yes.
And that is a really long time ago. And given the way that the campaign was going, I think it could have been predicted. And I mean, not that we're saying anything against anybody, but people, the politicians, I was looking at Samson Nance, and he was saying that politicians are using social media a lot more now. We're using Twitter, WhatsApp, Viber. So the likelihood that people would have used that to communicate, use those forums to communicate, was pretty obvious.
But then the other problem that you encounter is that technology is advancing so rapidly that you always seem to be in a situation where you're a little bit behind. So even if we were to make provisions in legislation for what is happening today, what then for 5 years down the road?
A general clause of social media. Sorry, my dear friend. But a general clause which encompasses any form of social media.
Electronic media.
Electronic media. I think that would... Sorry, my friend.
No, absolutely. And technology is one part of it. I think one has got to take a deliberate and sensible look at the technology, at the way campaigns are evolving, and say, how do we deal with this from a legislative standpoint? Do we deal with it in the body of the legislation, or do we deal with it from a regulations standpoint, which allows us to be more nimble? But the problem with the act goes beyond simply technology and offenses. It also has to do with things like facilitation of a debate. It has to do with conduct generally. And that is why we're making the point that one of the priority things that needs to be done is the Representation of People Act needs to be reviewed, because there has been a lot of vulgar behavior. And the EBC commissioner, in his statement yesterday evening, pointed to that general brutish and vulgar behavior.
Vitriolic, I think.
Vitriolic. And that is also masking a discussion of the issues and not facilitating a conversation on the issues, which is so important to the future of the voters at stake.
And insulting the intelligence of the voters.
We're going to pause here for a very quick break. This is election night here in Trinidad and Tobago. We've begun our coverage, and we'll be going straight through the night until the results have been declared. So we take a short break, and we'll be back with much more for you.
By the 1980s, 80% of bank employees across TNT were female. But for all those women, none were managers. The glass ceiling also prevented female customers from having the same access to financial services as men did. But on November 8, 1984, the National Commercial Bank changed everything. This is only part of the story of indigenous banking. Join us at www.firstcitizen.
You're running on the clock.
The polls have now officially closed after being extended for an hour because of heavy rains across the country. Let's get you up to date now on what's been taking place across the country today. Heavy rains caused voting to be extended around the country. Polls were scheduled to close at 6 o'clock this evening, but they closed at just about this time. Reports from our correspondents in the field say, despite the rain throughout the day, there was a steady stream of voters at polling stations throughout the length and breadth of the country. Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and the leaders of the main political parties were out casting their ballot and expressing confidence that they would be victorious.
I'm feeling very confident that PNM will do very well today. We have prepared ourselves very well and we've run a very good campaign. I'm very pleased with the campaign we've run and I was very pleased with the response from the population. So now it's all in the hands of the electorate. Another few hours we'd know.
What was the process like inside?
Very smooth, very simple and very well organized.
Any reports of anything negative so far in any of the constituencies?
Yes, we have a very serious issue going on right now. The UNC is canvassing today, and that is a clear breach of the laws. We've seen text messages coming from Dr. Botiwari in particular, who is using the same list that they used to campaign and canvassing people to vote today by approaching them through their cell phone contacts. Now that is unacceptable and we've reported it to all the authorities, including the police. We reported it to the EBC and to the Commonwealth observers, CARICOM observers. This is the kind of thing that we expect of this government, and clearly they have not disappointed us.
But the day's polling has not been without complaints about irregularities. Early this morning, as you just heard, concerns were raised about a text message encouraging voters in Caroni Central to vote for Dr. Botiwari. Dr. Tiwari has since denied that he had anything to do with the broadcast of that message. Well, the EBC, meanwhile, says there is a loophole in the law as it relates to electronic canvassing. Meanwhile, Attorney General Garvin Nicholas says he agrees with the Elections and Boundaries Commission's chairman's description of the election campaign. Last night, Dr. Norbert Masso called the lead-up to today's polls vitriolic and rampageous. Mr. Nicholas says the EBC was not speaking about the People's Partnership.
I think he has obviously been listening to the platforms of which we've heard some really awful stuff coming out of the mouths of the opposition members.
So you agree with this?
I think it has been awful, and the baseless accusations that have been made by the opposition and others has been quite, in my view, disrespectful on many occasions and downright awful. I think that in moving this country forward over the next 5 years, we have to raise the standard of our behavior at all levels, and I look forward to playing my part in that regard.
So I think so he was not, his statements could not have been directed at the People's Party, is what you're saying.
Which statement?
The EBC chairman. Are you saying that nothing in his statement could be attributed to the People's Party?
What I can say is that I have heard things reported in the news with regards to what has been said on the opposition's platform, and they certainly fit the bill of what the EBC chairman referred to.
So nothing from the could have been referred.
I certainly haven't heard anything that could fall within that category.
Meanwhile, ILP leader Jack Warner, he cast his ballot very early this morning. He told us the process was smooth as he expressed confidence in his chances.
This is the first ILP vote to be delivered in this constituency, right? And here, more, the ILP will get enough to go in the parliament. Of that I'm sure. And this is one of the seats that I look forward to of winning. Chaguanas East also. And that toss between Togo Sahegwe and Kumuto. So 3-4 seats will be what I need. I don't need any case, I don't need more than 3 seats. That's what I need. So I'm okay.
Let's take a quick break. We'll have much more of today's developments right here on CNC3. This is Election Central 2015.
With First Citizens professionally managed mutual funds, you too can be the successful investor. First Citizens, we put you first.
By the 1980s, 80% of bank employees across TNT were female. But for all those women, none were managers. The glass ceiling also prevented female customers from having the same access to financial
Welcome back, and let's bring you some news away from the election campaign now. Tragedy in Valsayn today as a 4-year-old girl falls to her death at the East Grove apartment buildings. The victim is identified as Amaya Samuel. The child's grandmother said that at around 9 last evening, she was talking to a neighbor and she sent Amaya inside their apartment on the first floor. A few minutes later, the grandmother went looking for Amaya, but she could not find her. The grandmother said neighbors assisted and found Amaya lying motionless on the ground on the northern side of the building. The DMO was contacted and she was pronounced dead. One man and a teenage boy was shot dead on Sunday night at Mafeking Village in Mayaro. Police say 27-year-old Shervon Bourneville of Alexis Street in Mayaro, 7-year-old Michael Edwards, and 25-year-old Judah Ramnarine, both of Mafeking Village, were gambling at the home of Lennox when, just at around 9 o'clock last evening, a lone gunman wearing a mask entered the home and opened fire. Bourneville and Edwards were shot dead on the scene, while Ramnarine was shot in the left thigh. The gunman escaped on foot. Ramnarine was taken to the Sangre Grande Hospital, where he was treated and discharged. Inspector Nisha, ASP Etienne, and other members of the Eastern Division CID are investigating that matter. Also, 2 men have been shot in the Dagomartin community of Bagatelle. 40-year-old Joseph Hostin of Diamond Vale and Charles Phillip of Bagatelle were said to be liming under a tent when 2 men are said to have approached them and shot at the group, hitting both men in the stomach. They were rushed to the Port of Spain General Hospital. Now, no motive has been established for this latest shooting. Let's take another short break. We'll be back with more. Welcome back. As we continue our coverage, earlier we told you we have a team of experienced correspondents in the field. And at this time, we'd like to check in with our reporter, Christy Ramnarine, and she is at the Siparia Regional Corporation, where she is expecting the Prime Minister to make a visit sometime this evening. Good evening to you, Christy. What can you tell us? What is the atmosphere like?
Good night. Well, I'm here at the Siparia constituency office where little action is taking place so far. Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Vasessa said earlier on today that she was expected to be here at 7:30 tonight. However, her arrival may be delayed as a result of the delayed voting process. As we all know by now, voting has been extended until 7 p.m. Well, here in Siparia, there are 53 polling stations with a total of 27,920 registered voters. And as the night goes along, we await the results from these polling stations. Back to you, studio.
Thank you very much, Christy, our very own Christy Ramnarine, giving us an idea as to what's taking place at the Siparia constituency office. Just very quiet at this time as the results, the polls have closed only just about 10 to 12 minutes by now. Let's continue with a quick look at some sports news now. And recently installed Central FC head coach Ross Russell will have a third try, but his first with the Couva Sharks at defeating W Connection for the Digicel Charity Shield on Friday. Connection's long-standing head coach Stuart Charles Fevrier has no intentions of releasing grip on the Charity Shield, which he led the Savanetta boys to win in each of the previous 3 years. The Charity Shield pits together the Digicel Pro League and Digicel Pro Bowl winners of the previous season. The winning team will receive $10,000 to be donated to a charitable cause of their choice. And last evening, this nation's top cyclist, Josein Philip, claimed silver in Chile in this amateur cell phone footage acquired from within his camp. You should see it sometime soon. He is riding to achieve World Cup qualification and also Rio 2016. Philip was beaten to the line by Colombia's Fabian Puerta in a photo finish. Puerta would then go on to claim gold in the second at the Elite Pan American Cycling Championships. Speaking to Phillips after the race, he said he remains upbeat and is looking toward the next, having achieved a podium finish and a valuable UCI points. Well, this is how we wrap the news section of our coverage here on CNC3. We will continue our discussion right after this. Stay locked on to Election Central 2015.
You know.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back. Well, the polls have officially closed. This is election night here in Trinidad and Tobago, and this is Election Central 2015. Don't forget, we'll have the most up-to-date results for you. The most important thing tonight, as soon as they come to hand, we will be bringing them to you. But for now, let's continue our discussion with our guests here in studio. And earlier, we were talking about the Code of Political Conduct, ethical political behavior, and politicians' seeming failure to adhere to some of the guidelines and how it's failed in this political season. And also, as it relates to the legislation as it governs social media and so on. Is it that we've come so, it's gotten so bad that we can't even depend on our politicians to adhere to simple things like these that are on the books, guidelines of how you should behave in an election campaign? Is it that bad?
Yes, it's gotten that bad. And that's the reality. I don't know, perhaps my colleague Jerry would be able to, he has more experience in the law than me, but I don't believe that you can legislate on behavior. Politicians' behavior, telling them to behave, telling them not to cross certain lines. I do think, though, politics is such an interesting thing that their behavior might be curtailed by the people's response to their behavior. And if you behave in a certain way and the population becomes so turned off, you will see it in the results. And I think that people did become, regardless of what party that you support. I know people that support all the parties through, and we mustn't forget that there are 10 other parties, little baby parties that are also, I mean, I don't want to forget about them. People, and I definitely think that people throughout, supporters throughout the board were disgusted by certain behaviors that we saw.
So let me just add to that. One is that I agree with Michaela that you can't legislate behavior. There has to be a moral thread running through that. And it's not only the responsibility of the EBC. For example, you have the Trinidad and Tobago Producers and Broadcasters Association. So when an ad like the OBA ad comes up, when 2 stations refuse to ventilate it, at some stage the TTABA needs to come forward and say, this is our view on the ad. The second area that I think needs to be addressed is the Integrity in Public Life Act. Because when you have the Integrity Commission making a demand of the leader of the opposition on a matter which presumably had been dealt with 10 or 11 years before, it raises the question of the bona fides of the Integrity Commission, one, and also to, in my view, respectfully, the Integrity Commission legislation needs to be revamped and re-engineered. The legislation has caught no one, and has frequently found itself mad in embarrassment. So let me go back a little bit. One is that there's a legislative piece to the solution. You have to refresh and revamp the legislation and the regulations. You have other agencies that need to come forward, which would include the TTBA, the Integrity Commission. You have chambers of commerce that also need to speak out. And I absolutely agree with Michaela. John Public also needs to speak out. But it's not only the politicians, because you also have individuals who either appearing to act in the public interest, because the allegation on the OBA is that it did not come from a politician. The allegation on the OBA is that it came from a supporter. He sponsored it, and how does the legislation reach out to him, and how do you sanction him? In the case of the Ian Allen video, which has been condemned as well, you have again a supporter. So it's not only the politicians that the net needs to reach out to. Through the technology, what has happened is that you have growing interested groups which have a stake in the elections and which you need to deal with. And it sort of segues into campaign finance reform as well.
Well, I know we want to talk about the kind of campaign that has been run this election, because it's very different. But I wanted to just touch on the issue of the Integrity Commission and the resurrecting that case against the opposition leader. The Integrity Commission explained their position, and they explained that they deal with something like 900, I think 1,200 cases. They get 1,200 reports each year, and it's difficult to examine all of those reports in a timely fashion, so that it may now have been the time to deal with that. Pablo, so then how do you respond to that?
That is unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. The statutory position in law, the statute of limitations generally is 6 years. Right. And one would expect publicly that the Integrity Commission will be dealing with matters in a timely fashion, so that you will be properly staffed, both in terms of quality and competence, to review documents which come before you, so that you could respond to the individual and raise the challenge in a timely fashion. Because one wants to ensure that there's the integrity of the evidence, and there's also the integrity of the oversight process. So if it is that we need to go back and we need to do some work around the re-engineering of the commission to ensure that if there's a breach of your reporting, or if there's a breach of the act, the public's expectation is that that will be dealt with in a timely fashion, not 10 or 11 years later.
All right. But then the issue of do we need an Integrity Commission at all arises.
Because the integrity of the Integrity Commission has been questioned. And that is because at any given time, I'm not sure if we actually have a functioning Integrity Commission. And perhaps, and I mean that with no disrespect to the current members, of whom I'm not actually sure who they may be. At any given time, people are resigning, they're being fired. And perhaps, Jerry, what the delay came because of the amount of time this commission has actually been changed. We've had people resigning, we've had deputy chair, but maybe that's where it's come from. And maybe we don't need an integrity commission, or going back to what Jerry has said, we really need to revise that legislation in its entirety.
To hold them to account.
Let's just take a break from the conversation to say that, of course, this is Election Central, and we'll be bringing you the results as they come to hand. Just a few moments ago, Mr. Brooks, you asked about Tobago. Since the polls closed an hour early, earlier on the Sister Isle, and our first report about voting numbers this evening is actually from Balize House, where the PNM is reporting a lead in Tobago West. I think the polling division is 4985. So that's all Tobago East, rather. I'm just being corrected. Tobago East. That's the first report we have about numbers for the evening. And we also want to let you know that the ILP leader, Jack Warner, has said tonight, sometime in an interview just a short time ago, that this is his last hurrah in politics. So some breaking news there. We'll continue to monitor the numbers as time goes on and share the results from our own election results center. But before we go any further, Michaela, you were just saying, can I go ahead and call you Michaela?
Absolutely,
Right.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
We were just saying, you were just talking about the behavior of politicians, and you were saying that if the public reacts to the behavior of politicians in a certain way, then it's likely that they will change their behavior. Now, one of the things that has happened in the last since the last election is that social media has completely exploded. And when a politician speaks on a platform or makes a statement anywhere, automatically or very quickly there's a reaction from the public, and they can see what members of the public are saying. But then still we seem to be going down this slippery slope of conduct in public office that is what is the word, Kamal, used by Mr. Masson yesterday, Dr. Masson?
Vitriolic, rampageous.
Vitriolic, yes. Spewing vitriolic comments. This is the first time that we're experiencing it. So I think, in retrospect, after this election, I think we will be able to sit down and figure out the ways to deal with it. But I want to I would leave the law to my senior, and I want to deal with it from more of a political point of view. I'm on social media, and I think, and as Siddharth actually brought up the Obia ad, I don't think there's anyone that thought it was funny, that it was not offensive. And most of all, and if I could just briefly say, I believe this election is going to come down to undecided voters. Therefore, if the parties have their supporters and they enjoyed it, let us say, for example, the People's Partnership supporters enjoyed it, and if the PNM put a vitriolic ad on, their supporters enjoyed it, did the ad, and this is what I'm asking myself as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, did the ad do anything to bring an additional undecided voter, to change somebody's mind? Or in fact, did it have the opposite effect? We are seeing that there's 25 to 30% of undecided voters. And I mean, I'm sure your other panelists are going to speak and they're going to say to you, the election is going to be decided on what these people decide that they're going to do. Do those ads work in their favor or not? And that is really what we have to say. People put nasty things on social media all the time. Who are the people that the ad was intended to appeal to? If it was intended to appeal to your supporters, you already have their vote. So for me, it was just an act of utility and made a lot of people look quite silly.
I'm going to take it from the perspective of the effectiveness of the campaigns. The PNM has just run a campaign, the partnership has just run a campaign, and if I may, and if you agree, I'll just maybe share some thoughts on, on the effectiveness.
And we can do so freely now.
We can do so freely.
It's past the 7 o'clock hour.
I think that the importance of the campaign was not lost on either party, nor on the electorate. In my view, the PNM ran a team-based campaign. You saw new members of their team. I think they exposed the youth. I thought that it was good use of multimedia, radio, television, and press. I thought that they bought well. I thought that voting for Keith Rowley and the Bye Bye Kamala tune, I think it worked well. I was pleasantly surprised about the stamina of Dr. Rowley, who I think, despite the attacks on him, he grew night after night after night. He was quite eloquent, and I think he spoke to the issues. And the use of his wife was also quite skillful. I think that the PNM, however, made some errors. And those errors would include things like Fitzgerald Hines, when he talked about all the way from the same murky lagoon, and he was quickly taken off the stage. I think that the use of the US people was an error. That did not resonate at all. So the PNM appeared to have a team-based ad. They spoke to integrity. They spoke to governance in public life. They spoke to several of the economic issues. In my view, the partnership did not do as well, and I say that very respectfully. One really didn't have a sense of what is the NJAC saying. They almost were absent. And the TOP as well in Tobago, they seem to be enshrined and ensnared in internal battles. So they never really got off the ground. And as well, in terms of the CUP, you had a host of issues facing them. Joe Piris, Conrad Aliong, Satu Ramnarain, Mr. Ramada's brother.
Yes.
So there were a series of offensives that really compromised their campaign. And they also seemed a little disorganized as well, because you would think that this is the government, you'd have had your candidates well organized, but one didn't get the sense that the candidates were well organized. And a good example of that, I think, was Tunapuna, where you had Hamdal Jailal going for the UNC/CUP and then getting pulled for Wayne Monroe. You also had a similar event in Mayaro as well. So my own view is that the PP partnership was not as sharp as it was in 2010. You had challenges at the CUP level. You did not have a team-based approach. I don't think it was proactive. So there were some challenges, I think, from a PP standpoint.
But there was a moment in which the PP campaign was quite sustained, and it was when the No Rowley campaign was launched. And for just about 3 weeks or so, 3 to 4 weeks, every day, the No Rowley campaign was in a different area of the country. And then right after that, we had the other part of that campaign, which was Kamla Persad-Bissessar Has a Plan. And so there was a time there where you were hearing a lot, or we heard a lot from the People's Partnership, and it seemed to be pretty organized in that time.
Coordinated.
I want to agree. I want to agree with that. I think that the People's Partnership actually started, hence why you would look at some of the polls, not just this weekend, but of last week, and the People's Partnership was ahead. And I want to say that, yes, indeed, I thought that their campaign seemed to be running quite well. It seemed to be organized. And then something seemed to have happened. And I don't know, and I can't say, but I can tell you around, in my own humble opinion, around what time. Perhaps 2 to 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, something started to change. Now, if I could just say, remember 2010, there was a lot, the dynamics were different. So therefore, the campaign for 2015 would have to in itself be different. Now, first of all, we had a high anti-Manning sentiment, anti-PNM sentiment. We had the coalition of parties, some of which no longer exist within the coalition itself, the MSG. And let us not forget, the People's Partnership at that time had the support of Labour. A lot of those things don't exist today. We have to first of all begin with, and this is how I think you structure your campaign. And just briefly, so I don't take all of Jerry's time, the support of the COP, I think, is very questionable. I think Labour has openly given its support by signing the MOU with both opposition parties, the PNM and the ILP. And therefore, so we want to take that, and we also want to now combine it with one more important thing. The 4 elections that were lost in 2013, we must never forget about that. And I think that should have really mapped out how the campaign should have been going, where they wanted to go, obviously everybody's goal is to win. But we need to think about Tobago House of Assembly election. The PNM won 12 seats. Won all 12 seats. PNM had 8. TOP had 4. Chaguanas West, gone. St. Joseph, gone. Local government elections, the election and boundaries. And I think this is what is very important. The Elections and Boundaries Commission recorded the highest voter turnout in the history of local government election, with the PNM taking 8, PP taking 5, and I think 1 being drawn. So it was going good with the Rowley campaign, and then it turned into a presidential type election.
Which was my next question, but I know we have some results coming to hand, so let's put that on pause for just a bit, and we'll continue right there.
Chester Sembrano is at Balize House, where they're reporting some results from the constituency of Tobago East. Chester, are you there? What can you tell us about what the numbers are saying at the PNM headquarters? Well, we don't seem to have Chester at this point in time, but Kamal, continue until we...
But we are being told that the PNM is reporting additional results in the constituency of Tobago East, and they're saying that they're leading in those results that have just come to hand. We will try and get back in touch with Chester as soon as possible to find out what those results are. The presidential campaign.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brooks was speaking about a very different campaign. He was talking about a candidate-based campaign, but the People's Partnership ran a very presidential campaign. It was all about the Prime Minister and trying to pit the Prime Minister against Dr. Keith Rowley. Did that work?
Well, there were several things that occurred which challenged that approach. One would have been Jack Warner. The minute he was charged by FIFA, he began to mount a very direct assault against Kamala Persad-Bissessar, the Prime Minister, and that began to blunt that campaign. It was later blunted by Gypsy when he described her as an ungrateful ingrate. And
do
really,
you think Jack Warner really had an impact on the campaign? There are some people who would argue that after a few weeks the population sort of turned off of some of what he was saying.
I think initially Jack Warner had an impact on the campaign, which led to some of the confusion that we all acknowledged and which we all spoke to. Also, one expected that with a party which was in government for 5 years, that really what we'd be talking about is my team's performance, my track record. I have the ability to help you navigate the very difficult times ahead. I think in the last 2 weeks or so, the partnership returned to that theme, and I think that theme began to resonate.
Let's take a moment to go over to Balize House, where Chester Sembrano is standing by. Chester, what can you tell us about the numbers at Balize House this evening?
Hi, good evening once again, Gola and Kamal. I'm coming to you live once again from the Balize House Media Center, and I can report to you now that results have begun coming in. I can tell you that in Tobago West, the PNM in one of the districts, that's District 4857, the PNM has gotten that polling division 229 votes, and the nearest competitor, which is the Tobago Forwards, they captured 16 votes. I can also tell you in Tobago East, in the District 4985, that polling division, the PNM has 126 votes, and the nearest competitor is the TOP with 35 votes. So as I can tell you, the results have been coming in slowly but surely here at Balize House. Other than that, outside the activity is picking up. I'm seeing more and more supporters coming. Music is now playing. So it seems like they're getting ready for a celebration, but it's still very much early days here at Balize House. Gola and Kamal.
Thank you so much, Chester. Chester Sembrano at Balize House reporting there about 2 polling divisions. Now, these are Balize House numbers, so we want to be very careful that we do not know for sure whether these are the official EBC results, but 229 versus 16 in one polling division in Tobago East, and then 126 versus 35.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Tobago West and Tobago East are going to go to the PNM. Every pollster has given Tobago West and Tobago East to the PNM. When one takes a look at the TUP and the fact of the loss in 2013, and as well the activity of the forwards, one gets a sense that the PNM is far more organized in Tobago, and the message is resonating, and the machinery is going to work to bring those seats home to them.
I want to go back to the campaign. Putting aside what the pollsters have said, it appears that before the election took place, the People's Partnership appeared to have conceded Tobago, because I don't know how much or what the campaign was in Tobago. I don't really know what Mr. Jack was doing in Tobago. Of course, I was not in Tobago, so I stand corrected if there was a huge campaign. But I think perhaps it was the result is not surprising, because we didn't see anything on the media. We didn't see anything on the social media.
And if you look during the campaign, the Prime Minister visited key constituencies. She was in St. Joseph. She met in very small, intimate meetings with constituents there, but she did not go to Tobago until sometime late last week, and she spent, I think, probably about 3 to 4 hours there. So it seemed that they did not give Tobago as much attention. She did not give Tobago as much attention.
Now it depends on how you view it, because having lost all 12 of the Tobago House of Assembly seats, you may have thought, that's where I need to work the hardest. I need to really put some effort into there. But I want to agree with you that it seems almost as the People's Partnership would have conceded defeat in Tobago before they even started.
Well, one got the impression that Tobago was disorganized from a TOP standpoint, because I remember looking at a television clip, I think it was either on Saturday night or Sunday night, and there did not even appear to be a motorcade for the TOP, which is throughout the island. And there was continuous infighting between Delmon Baker. I think the language that the TOP user uses is that he is delusional if he thinks that he's still a member of the TOP. And so there was a division between the TOP, the forwards, and I think that the PNM machinery and resonance in terms of message and affinity in Tobago was far stronger. And that 2013 would have carried over into the election.
Now, we usually start our panel discussion on an election night with a question about predictions. And as we go to the break, I want to just put that very big question to you now that we're past the hour of 7 o'clock. Predictions, Ms. Pandey.
I thought you were going to give me a second while we went to the break. No. I have thought about it. I have thought about it. And I have to tell you that I think I can't give a prediction. I know that's why you invited me over, to give some sort of prediction. But I really believe, okay, putting aside pollsters for a second, because I know what the pollsters are saying, 21, 22, either party, and I'm going to be devil's advocate here and tell you, it depends on which pollster you're speaking to. The 21 or the 22 is going to go to. No disrespect to anybody. I'm not going to defame anybody here tonight. But personally, it's the undecided vote. I was be interesting to see what the total number of voters turnout was. And the reason being this, I found there were a lot of people who were, okay, undecided between one or two parties, but certain people who did not want to vote at all. I don't know in the last minute if something may have come up and he said, listen, I need, this is my duty, this is my right, and then people would vote. I think pollsters, just to go back briefly, you had pollsters, independent pollsters calling. If you look at the Nigel Henry polls and what they turn around, they say, look, 1,500 people, however many, we called them live and we were asking them. We have to look at Trinidad and Tobago as a society. Trinidadians can have some fun. I have a friend who said, well, you know, I'm actually voting so-and-so, but I told them so-and-so for fun. There's also the issue, I think, that a lot of people are afraid to be discriminated against. Because we found for the first time in Trinidad, political parties were calling your cell phones. Political parties were calling your home phones. There was no way that people may, I do not believe that they will say the truth. And if the PNM called me, I'd probably say the PNM. And if the PP called me, I'd say the PP. And if Nigel Henry called me, I might say, I don't know. That's why I'm not going too much on the polls. That being said, there is a lot of disenchantment in Trinidad, but everybody has it. I still think marginals are important. I think it may come down to that, but I am one person that's decided, perhaps the only person in Trinidad and Tobago, that we might be in for surprises that we never expected. I'm not, I have gone through every single poll. I've read it. I've gone back to 1961 elections. I've looked at electorate votes cast turnout. And I have tried everything so that I could do the right thing and say to you what I think the prediction is. And I have to be honest at the end of the day and say, I think it's too, you can't predict it. I won't even say too close, but it's difficult to predict.
I think she's right. I think it's difficult to predict. I looked at the NACTA poll, which projected 21-18. I looked at the CAPSU poll, which gave the PP the lead. And I looked at the HHB poll, which is the Louis Bertrand poll, which is in fact the Guardian GML poll, which gave it 22-19 to the PNM. What's interesting is that the number of constituencies, which are marginal constituencies, have grown. They now include Mayaro, Pointe-a-Pierre, Barataris-Awo, Moruga, Tableland, Chaguanas East, St. Joseph, La Hoquita, San Fernando West, Tunapuna, and Toku San Grande. So I do agree that it's going to be somewhere between 23-18 and 22-19. What's interesting with the HHB poll is that there's some interesting points. One is that it's saying that the number of people who formally voted for the partnership that 19% of the persons who in Toko Grande who voted for the partnership have now swung to the PNM. But those who remained, the retention rate of the PNM was higher. In the case of St. Joseph, 24% of the persons who voted for the partnership have now swung to the PNM. And in San Fernando West, 27%. And in my view, that swing factor is going to be very important. And I think that the currency of the COP would lend itself to people moving away from the partnership and probably moving more to the PNM. Now, it comes down to a couple of things in my view, respectfully. One, mobilization. How good is your mobilization and election machinery of the day to get people out? And I think that the rain is going to play a factor. Incumbency in certain cases and how well you know your local candidate. I think in the case of Tunapuna, in the case of Esmond Ford, that's going to work in his favor. I think he's well known, he's well respected, he did work with the regional council.
Mr. Brooks, we are going to have to just pause right there to take a quick break. Before we go to that break, let's just give you some results that we've gotten. Those results coming from the constituency of Couva North, and in one polling division, we will get you the exact division very soon, but the People's Partnership, they're leading by 373 votes in that particular polling division. We'll get some more specifics. Let's take a quick break and be back with more for you.
Telling you that with DirecTV Prepaid, now you can top up your TV. No contract, no monthly bill, payment flexibility. Here's how it's working. 3 easy steps. 1, buy your DirecTV Prepaid kit. It's just $3.99 and available all over the place at over 100 locations. 2, install it yourself. We can come and
television.
Welcome back to Election Central here on CNC3. I'm Golda Lee Bruce. This is Kamal Georges. Caston Cupid is in Tobago tonight. He's monitoring the activities of 2 major parties on the island there since the close of polls at 6 o'clock this evening. We want to go to Caston just to find out what's happening on the sister isle. Caston, what can you tell us about the results coming into the main party headquarters close to where you are?
Good night, Gola, Kamal, and the panel. I'm reporting live from the Tobago Council Division at the PNM office. And there's a bit of discrepancies due to the extended hour of voting, as there was a bit of confusion here in Tobago as voters were at the Scarborough RC polling division, and there was a sort of argument because they were told over the radio that they had an extra hour to vote, which was meant only for Trinidad. But nonetheless, that was dealt with and smooth sailing across here in Tobago. Now these are unconfirmed reports from here, not confirmed by the EBC, coming out of one polling district out of Palatine, which is in Tobago East. PNM have gotten 126 votes, with TOP having 35. Platform of Truth, they have 2 votes, with the IPL North at the moment Tobago Powers, they got 9. And independent candidate Watson Duke, he has secured 23 votes. Now, remember again, these are not confirmed results by the EDC, but these are the only results we have at the moment. And so I'll get back to you shortly. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much to all cast and Cupid across in Tobago, giving us an idea as to what has been taking place on the Sister Isle and just some preliminary results coming in. The results a bit slow for now, but we expect that they'll pick up as the evening progresses. Let's just get back to one of the points that we were speaking about, which is the marginal seats that you were speaking about. Now, the traditional marginal seats, Tunapuna and San Fernando West, it seems that they may not necessarily be the ones to decide the election this time around. There, we're looking at La Hoquita Talparo to be a key seat this election. Toko Sangre Grande, St. Joseph, and we're also looking at Mayaro and Pointe-a-Pierre.
Correct.
Are some of the key ones this evening.
Correct.
Why did we expect that shift from the two main ones, Tunapuna, San Fernando West, to 5 more that could eventually decide tonight's election?
I think, Kemal, if you take a look at the undecideds, you will see that that number will continue to grow as time passes. These are people who aren't necessarily driven by ethnicity or by religion. As the country has more and more intermarriages, as people become more and more intelligent, you will see the number of marginals growing. So to me, it was not a surprise to see the number grow from 5 to 9. In the case of Pointe-a-Pierre, I think that the incumbent there, not the incumbent, but I think
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, he does not come from the constituency, and I think there were some concerns as to how well the previous incumbent serviced that constituency. So it may well give Neil Mohammed, who is a well-known person from the area and whose family is connected to the area, it may well give him an advantage.
But as we run identifying some of the seats, let's sort of look at the results that we had from 2010. In Pointe-a-Pierre, we had Errol McLeod with 10,900, as opposed to the PNM's Christine Kangle with 6,685. Now, you're looking at a 6,700 margin that you need to swing. That's 3,300 votes that you need in order for that seat to swing to the People's National Movement. How likely is that when you consider there's 31% undecided?
You are absolutely right. The actual amount of the swing is 4,287 voters, which have to be swung. And I think the factors are going to come down to, one, the resonance of the PP's messaging, the bandwagon effect in the last couple of days, and the rally and the effect of that. I think Mrs. Prasad Bisesa did well in terms of promising to provide relief on VAT in terms of things like your bills. You will have to take a look at the connectivity of the candidate in the area. Is David Lee connecting with them? The other issue that I think you would have to take a look at as well is how well did the previous incumbent service the Pointe-a-Pierre constituency. The reports appear to be that the constituency was not well serviced by the previous incumbent. That's the information that appears to be in the public domain. But you are absolutely right, the swing there is quite large. There are other cases in which the swing is actually a lot smaller. For example, La Hoquita Talparo, the swing is just 1,077 people.
But the level of discontent in that constituency is not as high as maybe you have attributed, for example, to Pointe-a-Pierre. There are people in that constituency who feel that they know their member of parliament and that he has serviced that constituency and that he has a very strong chance of regaining it. So it all depends, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it all depends on, for example, that CUP factor that existed in 2007, how many of them swung across in 2010, and how many of them may likely to vote differently this time around.
Agreed.
I'm sorry.
Agreed. And that's where it will come down to, in addition to the election day machinery, getting your people out. I want to disagree slightly with the rallies, and people were on social media saying who had a bigger rally. I learned from a very senior politician in my family that crowd don't win vote. Crowd don't win vote. But just if I could briefly say, the Nigel Henry poll on Friday, because I kept on wondering, why are there so many marginals? They're marginals because there are undecided voters. Why are there undecided or abstaining voters? Because 88% of the people in Trinidad and Tobago believes no one can solve crime. 72% believe that the parties could not, no party can handle the economy. And 80% said no party could handle the traffic woes. So yes, it has come down to a lot of things. And of course, putting aside tribal voting and established supporters, the problem, I think, always has to come. There's many undecided voters in Trinidad and Tobago.
May I just add, because I think we're on the same page here. In 2010, you had a huge swing effect. There was a determined effort by PNM supporters to get Mr. Manning out. You had the issue of Cold Heart, the Priestess, Udicott, so that you had many people who swung to the CUP and placed their trust in the CUP on the basis that they'd be the moral compass, they'd bring a level of accountability. So in my view, I think one has to go back here, not only to 2010, but you also have to take a look at the 2007 and to see what were the differences. And if you take a look at the 2007, you see that the numbers, they were considerably less than 4,287 in the case of the Point-a-Pierre constituency.
Then to the question of whether the Congress of the People, as a member of the partnership and as a standalone political entity, whether it has the same degree of influence that it had in 2010 as a member of the partnership, or in 2007 when the party won something like 144,000 votes.
You actually asking two questions in there. One is, what is the political muscle of the CUP in terms of its ability to garner votes?
Well, one poll said its health was waning.
Well, I think, quite frankly, its health has waned, and I think you could have seen that in the size of the crowds. Even though Michaela says you can't judge it by crowds, but you could see that in terms of the defection of members. Absolutely. The defection of members, Ram Narayan, the brother of the leader, Nicodia Griffith, Gary Griffith, Mr. Hammond Smith. So a host of people defected. So that gives you a clear sense of its pulling capability. And more than that, the expectation was that the CUP would have grown as a party, representing certain ideals, accountability, transparency, good governance, morality, etc. in public affairs. But that really has not happened.
Let's take a minute to go over to our election results center where Hema Ramkisoon is standing by with our first set of numbers for the evening. Hema, what can you tell us about how people are voting thus far?
Golda, good evening again, and good evening, Kamal. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Well, we're getting the results, and as we know, we're expecting it to start a little slowly, but coming on later in the night, I'm expecting the results to come in fast and furious. Now, at this time, we have the results for Tobago East, some preliminary polling stations coming in for Tobago East and Tobago West. Just some background information. Tobago East has 32 polling divisions, and Tobago West are having 35. So going to our map now, we're looking at the Tobago East results coming in thus far, and this is what it looks like. The PNM 126, TOP 35, looking at Watson Duke actually getting 23, Peter Regis there 9, and we have another candidate, Juliana Henry King. So this is what Tobago East looks like thus far, giving you an idea of the distribution. And as I said earlier, 32 polling divisions. We're looking at the fact that there are 21,980 voters registered. Thus far, only 193 counted. We're now going to check in with Tobago West to give you an idea of what's taking place. And Shamfa Kajo, one of the young members of the People's National Movement, she made waves during the campaign. She's at 229, 11 for the TOP. And in terms of Chrislyn Moore, because this is the constituency that she is registered in, and Chrislyn Moore there at 16 votes. As you know, the Tobago Forwards have also put their hats in the race, and so far counted 259, registered 26,150. Also, the constituency of Mayaro has also been identified as one of the results that we do have coming in thus far, and Mayaro is coming in now. So we're looking at the fact that Rushton Parry 11, Clarence Rambrat 3, and this is for just 14 votes counted thus far, goals. So I'm assuming it's one of the smaller polling divisions. It's a very large constituency. Registered thus far, 27,940. So we're looking at the Mayaro map. This is one of the seats that has been listed as one of the marginals. And then we also have the San Fernando West seat that we're going to look at this time. And this is what we have coming in. And Faris Al-Rawi, 94. Razia Ahmed, we have at 39, looking at the fact that so far only 133 votes counted, registered in this constituency, and you're seeing the map a little bigger there, 24,000. 492. So as you can tell, things are very early in the race, but we're going to keep you updated with all of the results. This is the Results Center, and I'm going to be sharing these results as they come in with you, Golda. So back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Hema. And I think it's important to note at this point in time that it's still very early in the voting process, in the counting process, I should say. In Mayaro, we saw only just about 14 votes being counted. So as those polling districts come in, the numbers may change, will change. 14 votes.
And
14 votes were what was counted in Mayaro.
Mayaro.
So it's important to remember that we're looking at the votes counted thus far very early in the night. But just looking at Tobago, we saw some reactions on your faces there as we talked about Shamfa Kajo and how she is doing in Tobago, especially against Chrislyn Moore.
I am not surprised that Shamfa Kuju is doing well. Shamfa Kuju spoke on the PNM Women's platform in St. James. I think she was outstanding as a speaker. She was presented by the Chief Secretary in Tobago as a bright young talent. Certainly one gets a sense that she has a good political future. And the PNM in Tobago seem to be well organized, so that the Tobago results don't surprise me at all. I just wanted to make one comment because I know we leave it at 8 o'clock.
Yes, we do.
Whoever wins the election, whichever party, they will have to work closely with the opposition in terms of passing key legislation, and they have the difficult job of dealing with the economy as they move forward. The economy finds itself in a lot of difficulty. We are in fact going to be approaching negative growth. We cannot continue with deficit budgeting, and some difficult choices are going to have to be made. A strong transition team is going to have to be in place to communicate the new objectives clearly, and the communication with the population is going to be extremely important. Whoever wins.
We need to take a short break to resolve some audio issues that we're having. We'll be right back. This is Election Central here on CNC3.
The Kia Optima is the preferred mid-size luxury sedan in Trinidad and Tobago. The Optima offers the driver a fusion of style, performance, and technology, and is the preferred choice of companies and professionals. Call now and take advantage of our Spend the Night program with the sophisticated Kia Optima. Kia, the power to surprise.
Why choose USC?
Value-based, holistic education.
Caring lecturers. Small, intimate classes.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back. This is Election Central here on CNC3 2015. It's election night and the counting of the votes has begun. We are monitoring the numbers here at CNC3, but we also have our reporters out in the field, and Urvashi Tiwari Rupnarayan is with the ILP in Chaguanas. And just some time ago, she was with a group of media workers who interviewed Jack Warner. And let's take in a little of what he had to tell them this election night. There seems to be a little bit of an audio glitch there, but we will try to sort that out and bring you that statement from Jack Warner in just a very short time.
All right, let's get back to our discussion. Now, we spoke about a number of things this evening, but let's wrap up a few things. The campaign, first of all, we spoke about the People's Partnerships campaign versus the People's National Movement. We saw some new methods being used in this election campaign. The issue of emails, telephone calls, inviting you to have a conversation with the Prime Minister, some really new and interesting methods that we've not seen before. How do you think the population received some of those new election techniques, and do you think they were successful? Were they intrusive, as some people have said?
I think at the beginning it was quite intriguing because you would get a recorded message from the Prime Minister, so it was quite nice, and quite a lot of people liked it. I think then it just started to bombard people and it became intrusive. I don't really mind an email as much, but calling, leaving messages, text messages, and it was bombarding. And I think that perhaps the intrusive part came with feedback that I was getting. How do these people have my numbers?
That was the question. That was the question.
You know, and I think, you know, I just bought a cell phone. This is not a landline that you can actually find in the directory. You know, you have my cell phone number. You can send something directly to me, and I found that people thought that would have been a little bit more intrusive than, say, perhaps an email or even newsletter, because we did get newsletters as well.
No, I agree. I think it raised squarely the issue of privacy. In some cases, the emails and or the messages were not witty or clever. And so, for example, you went on to you went to do an internet search, and it comes up. It alarmed you. It felt to be an invasion of privacy. So there needs really to be a far better control of it. But I think as you move forward into the future, you are going to see more technological intervention in campaigning. And if you take a look at this campaign, you'd have seen less billboards, less painting of the roads, less of the lamppost posters. This is where I think technology is going. And just to repeat the point, the EBC needs to get a grip of this area.
And less of walking about, which is probably the most important form of campaigning.
Just finally on that issue, did we make a mountain out of a molehill as it relates to the new styles of campaigning? Because we look, for example, in the US, and we know that there are domains that people get your information from, or they sell it to some of these political parties and so on. And is it that we're probably just not accustomed to it while we're making such a big issue?
My personal concern is not with the use of technology. I believe that if I am running a political campaign, I have to use all of the marketing tools available to me to reach my various target segments, which include the elderly, the young, people of a certain ethnicity, people of a certain race, people of a certain religion. So I have absolutely no quarrel with that. What I have a quarrel with is when the content becomes offensive. So, for example, the content with Vanilla Top and Allen was offensive. And I also have a concern around people who are supposedly supporters breaching rules and also mounting content which is offensive, which is defamatory of people.
Well, we want to now go to one of our reporters in the field. Christy Ramnarayan is at the Siparia Regional Corporation, Siparia Constituency Office rather. Christy, what can you tell us about what's happening there? Has the Prime Minister arrived in a place where she's likely to be tonight?
Well, here at the Siparia Constituency Office, supporters of Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Basesa have started arriving. And as they arrive, results have started coming in. I have a couple numbers here to give you. Polling station number 42651, the Penal Rock Road Hindu School. The UNC has gotten 443 votes, while the PNM has received 22 votes. And at Clark Roach Government, polling station number 42502, the UNC has gotten 288 votes, while the PNM has received 46 votes. And the votes are still coming in. We'll keep you updated as the night goes along. Back to you, studio.
Thank you so much, Christy, there at the Siparia constituency office this evening, saying that things are still quite quiet where she is. Some more results there for us, but nothing that you wouldn't have expected for a constituency like Siparia.
Yes,
and the Prime Minister is well loved in her constituency.
Absolutely. And Kima, just maybe as a segue from the last conversation, the whole issue of campaign finance reform and who is financing the campaign and the use of state enterprises and state resources in the campaign. That's also something that needs to be addressed as well.
I agree with you, and we've put that question to some of the politicians throughout this season. Who is funding your campaign? Will you come out and say? And from both sides, we've been told, well, if one tells us who's financing their campaign, then we will tell it. We heard that from both sides, and I think that's probably a bit unacceptable from our political parties. And you can comment on that, Ms. Khan.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I want to come back to where I started. In order, perhaps, obviously, we need legislation, but there must be the political will by both sides to actually want it. Otherwise, we can sit and talk about campaign finance till we're blue in the face.
And how long have we been talking about it?
And we have been talking about it for an extremely long time. And only when one party does something a bit dodgy, if I may say so, the other party says, we want to know who it is. And then the other one says, oh, you didn't have money, where have you gotten that money from? So right now, we may see for quite some time no campaign finance reform because the leading two political parties are benefiting from not saying who are the people that finance them.
And Mr. Brooks just touched on something else, separate and apart from campaign finance reform, which was the use of state resources in a campaign. Leading up to an election, you tend to see, and it has happened both with this government and the PNM government of the past, where you hear a lot of complaints about government ministries, for example, publishing full-page advertisements about increased advertising about what that ministry has done, and you can tell, or the complaint is often that you can tell that it's linked to the election and to the campaign, but then what can you do about that, and how do you regulate something like that?
I think, Golda, you are absolutely right. There's the question of the use of state resources. There's the question of the use of CPEP and the URP and the allegations that go with that, i.e., unless you attend, you will not be paid. There is the business of tenders and the award of tenders to various organizations who win it, and then that money is funneled back into the campaign. In my view, campaign finance reform needs to be addressed from three perspectives. One is the campaign finance reform legislation. Two is the Representation of the People Act. Thirdly is the Integrity in Public Life Act. And then fourthly, the constitutional provisions that embed those things. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I think, and organizations like the various chambers of commerce and civil society need to come forward and say, we absolutely demand this because our democracy is being undermined.
But how far does that kind of pressure go? And I just want to return to the issue of the Debates Commission that came forward and said, we absolutely want this. And yet, even after there were confirmations from the two main political parties that they were ready and willing to debate, that debate never happened. So how far can that kind of pressure go, especially from private sector organizations?
I think, again, Gola, you're absolutely right. It cannot be left to the parties to decide whether they want to or whether they do not want to. In your review of the Representation of the People Act, in your introduction of campaign finance reform, in your review of the Integrity in Public Life Act, because what the Integrity in Public Life Act does now is that it simply prevents good people from coming forward because they regard it as an impediment and they regard it as extremely onerous. And in public service, you want your very best people coming forward. So that suite of legislation is something which has to be looked at and made a priority in 2015-2016.
Let's take a very short break. This is Election Central here on CNC3.
Jumpstart your day with a natural burst of energy. Explosive, long-lasting energy. Get now B12 shots, which are ideal to keep you sharp, focused, and naturally fired up for hours. Now B12 shots is an advanced formula with a powerful blend of 10,000 mcg's vitamin B12, a complete B vitamin profile, and vitamin C. Now B12 shots will keep you at your best. So when you need instant energy, physical or mental, reach for a Now B12 shot. Available nationwide at leading pharmacies and health shops.
Are you searching for an effective weight loss system? Slim Down 360 is your solution, delivering low-calorie, delicious, balanced, and nutritious meals for breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back. This is Election Night here on CNC3. This is Election Central 2015. We're showing you now what you're seeing on your screen, live images from Balize House, the People's National Movement's headquarters. And we're seeing that supporters are beginning to gather, and we're seeing what seems to be a crowd building at Balize House. When we spoke to the opposition leader earlier today, he said they were preparing for a celebration of sorts here this evening, and you're seeing it's now 20 past 8. The polls have closed for just about over an hour, and you're seeing people making their way into Balize House, and I'm sure within a half an hour or so we should see those numbers increasing.
And you're also hearing the sound of steel pan in the background there at Balize House. And we also want to remind you that we have crews at the main party headquarters. We're at the ILP, we're at the People's Partnership headquarters at Rienzi Complex, and we're also at the Siparia constituency office and over in Tobago, and we'll be getting footage and updates from our teams at the other areas as well. But for right now, we want to return to Hema Ramkisoon, who is in the Election Results Center. Hema, what can you tell us?
Good evening again, Golda, and good evening, Kamal. Well, we are getting the results a lot faster because, as you know, the polling stations have been closed and the results are coming in. Now, we have gotten the latest coming out of Toko Sangre Grande, and as you saw earlier, the map showing what's taking place, and Brent Sancho at 250, and also Glenda Jennings-Smith 427, and that's what's taking place thus far, looking at what is taking place here. So we're going back to the main map. I also got the latest for Komoto Manzalina, and that that is coming out of the constituency office, and this is what the results look like thus far. 742 going to the UNC's Christine Nawala Hussein and Bharat Lochan 63. This is the very latest. We've also gotten some results, preliminary results for the Shubguanas West constituency, but we're just going to give you an idea of what the map is looking like as it relates to the results coming in. So thus far, the PNM in the lead in Toko Sangre Grande and in Mayaro as well, because the latest coming out of the Mayaro constituency, and we're just going to tap that there to give you an idea of what we have been looking at. So Clarence Rambra at 155, Rushton Parry, a very tight race thus far. But in case you're wondering, the Toko Sangre Grande, the very latest that we're getting, 250 to 427, and that's what's taking place of. You know, a lot of attention has been put on these marginal constituencies. And as I said earlier, we're going to be looking at what took place in the 12 marginals over the next 12 hours. So we're looking at these areas in particular. But Gola, as the results come in, we're going to keep queuing and giving you the very latest. So that's the latest that we've gotten. And we're expecting to get some results from the Shubguanas East and West constituency very shortly.
Thank you so much, Hema. And we just want to let our viewers know that while the results were coming in, our panelists rightly reminded us that it depends on the polling stations also. Some constituencies are reflected either red, yellow or green, depending on the polling stations that have been counted. So we are keeping an eye on that, and we're reminding you that the map that you're seeing is based on the results or the votes that have been counted thus far. It's going to be a long night.
A long night. And that map is likely to change as the night progresses and as results come in. Guys, before we wrap up with you, let's talk about some of what we've seen over the last 5 years. We've seen what some may describe as egregious acts under this administration. There was the issue of Section 34, for example. How do you react to some of these things now, 5 years on, how they've dealt with some of those things, and should they have happened in the first place?
I will give that honor to you, Mr. Brooks.
I don't know what I should thank Michaela. The partnership did some good work over the last 5 years, and I think we need to start here. They created 56,000 jobs. They opened the Scarborough Hospital, the Hoover Hospital.
The legislative agenda.
The legislative agenda.
Passed some very key pieces of legislation.
Houses were distributed. Crime was at the lowest level. There's still a lot of work to be done on crime. However, there is a deep concern in the population around governance, around corruption, around the use of state funds, and did we get value for money with $272 billion of spend and another $100 billion in off-balance sheet transactions. Things like the Reshmi Ramnarine, Section 34, ministers being fined, ministers being separated involving sexual attacks on women, I think went to the issue of morality in public affairs. And that, I think, has been a significant stain on the partnership, and which has also been a significant stain on the COP as well, because one expected the COP to respond to that in a more progressive manner. So, for example, live sport, $400 million. One expected that there would be an investigation into that and the appropriate accountability and prosecutorial steps taken. So that, I think, has been a huge stain on the partnership in terms of its performance. This business of a lack of morality in public affairs, very poor governance, very poor accountability. And therefore, when in their manifesto they talk about governance in the next 5 years, that really is a very hollow call.
But while some of these issues are still being investigated, for example, the live sport issue, and other issues that have popped up over the last couple of years, but the Prime Minister has consistently stated that when these issues have been brought to her attention, that she's dealt with them. She's either reported these matters to the police, she has taken action against her ministers, and that she has really dealt with the matters in the way that she best saw fit at the time.
I think if you ask any member of the population whether these issues have been satisfactorily dealt with, one example could be Section 34, another would be live sport. They will tell you resoundingly no, they have not been properly dealt with. And have we put in the appropriate systems from a government standpoint to take a look, for example, at the budget and the budgetary allocation and performance and accounting? You have year after year audit issues arising by ministry where there's no explanation for the spend. you will get from the population a very clear statement that we are not satisfied.
Chester Zambrano, our reporter at Balize House, is standing by with a candidate of the People's National Movement, Stuart Young. Chester?
Hi, Hi, good evening, Kamal, Angola, and the rest of your panel. Once again, I'm coming to you live from the Balize Media Center here in Port of Spain. Now, as you can see, the numbers are coming in fast and furious. It's a rush for numbers here at Balize House. Everyone's looking at the screen, they're writing down, they're calling it in, as per usual on election night. Now, let's get straight to this. With me is the PNM candidate for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, that is Mr. Stuart Young. Mr. Stuart Young, good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Good evening, Chester.
Tell me, first of all, how was your day? How was the process for you voting? What did you do for the rest of the day?
Chester, this started since October of last year when I was confirmed as a candidate, so this is just the culmination. Voting started at 6:45 a.m. this morning, went very, very smoothly. Even walking in to vote, there was a warm reception from the crowd, from even down to the police, etc. The day has gone phenomenally well, apart from that little inclement weather.
Now, you've been back and forth, upstairs, downstairs. And what's going on downstairs? Because we're upstairs. Tell us what's going on. Who's downstairs? Is the opposition leader here?
No, Dr. Rowley isn't here as yet. There's a lot of excitement flowing out. I was just outside. The crowd is already beginning to build. But we're all in our campaign offices in the constituency, so I actually need to head back there as soon as I can.
Have you gotten any numbers from your constituency yet?
The numbers have been coming in from my constituency, but up to when I left, I only had up to 4 p.m. this afternoon. So I'm rushing back there now to get the final close of play, but it was looking very, very favorable.
Okay. Any secrets you can let us in as to what the PNM plans should they come out victorious tonight?
When we become victorious, or should we become victorious, we're going to just have a good time celebrating because we've had a lot of hard work put in this evening. And then from tomorrow, once again, is all work and no play.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. I appreciate it. And there you have it once again. Stuart Young, that's the PNM member, the PNM candidate for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. That's from me at Balize House. Gola Kamal, back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, Chester, just giving us some reactions there from the PNM's camp. Throughout the night, we'll of course be bringing you reactions from the various camps across the country, the People's Partnership across at Rienzi Complex, the ILP in Chaguanas, yes, across in Tobago. We'll continue to bring you reactions there. Before we went to Chester, we were just talking about the issue of governance and how issues that have popped up over the years have been dealt with, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on some of them.
I think that you cannot deny that the People's Partnership has done a lot of work in different areas, and I mean we see it advertising on newspaper, on television. I think what we need to look at is people seem to have been governance, corruption, nepotism, cronyism. Did that outweigh the good that was done and the progress that was made? And I think a big problem that we face today in Trinidad and Tobago, and we've faced it in the past with governments in the past, is there is no transparency and there's no accountability. If there was transparency and accountability, even as enshrined in the Constitution, which is why I continuously speak, both my father and I must say, for true constitutional reform, maybe many of those fiascos may have been able to be avoided. But I do think that those fiascos did adversely affect the People's Partnership. They did have a fabulous opportunity in 2010 to unite this country in a way that perhaps has never been seen before. I think that opportunity has been wasted.
I'm happy that you brought up the victory of 2010 when we saw the country's first female Prime Minister being elected in a landslide victory. And I want to pose the question to you both. Has Kamla Persad-Bissessar, as a leader, as the Prime Minister, lived up to the expectations of the population or the electorate of 2010?
I think any time you start on such a high, your expectations is extremely high. That is only what else would you expect? People were very upset. They were very disenchanted. There was a big anti-PNM, anti-Patrick Manning. So yes, being the first female Prime Minister, and we had a coalition for the first time, parties coming together. I don't think all the credit can go to Mrs. Bissessar, neither can all the blame go to Mrs. Bissessar. A government must function as a government. And I think they have done a number of good things, but I think at the same time, we might be outweighed the negativity because of what has happened with the fiascos, as you say?
I think, Gula, that's precisely the question that the country is going to answer tonight. If you take a look at the 3 previous tests, the one in Tobago, the Tobago people said no. If you take a look at the St. Joseph by-election, which was a reflection of a leadership, the St. Joseph people said no. And if you take a look at Chaguanas, again, they said no. I think that she did do a problem. Lower prices, and the lower prices are going to be for a lot longer. The whole complex of energy prices have reduced. The foreign exchange problem, the alignment of the central bank policy with the government fiscal policy, and ensuring that we get that right. Issues around crime, $100 million thrown and the formation of a new ministry is not going to solve the crime problem. You have to get into the judiciary and take a look at specialist courts, plea bargaining, resourcing for the DPP's department, resourcing for the Forensic Science Center, the quality of officers in the state. When you take a look at some of the state fees and the capacity of state departments, that needs to be improved. So tomorrow morning, it is absolutely important that the healing begin to occur, the Prime Minister be a Prime Minister of everyone, and that we move forward jointly with the best capacity to face the very difficult problems that are facing Trinidad and Tobago.
I'm happy you brought up the issue of the economy, and Mr. Brooks, before you leave, I want to get your perspective on this. The central bank's latest report said this, and let me just quote. It said the economy of Trinidad and Tobago contracted by 1.2% in the first quarter of this year. It also said that economic activity slowed year on year when compared to last year. And the economy, the non-energy sector, shrunk to 0.2% over the same period, 220 basis points lower than the first quarter of 2014. The country's overall deficit also doubled year on year from $1 billion during October 2013 to May 2014 to $2.17 billion. And the question now is that whoever wins tonight's poll, tonight's election, what are some of the hard decisions that they have to take going forward to ensure that the economy remains stable?
Well, Kima, you are absolutely right. The country is, whoever takes over is going to face a significant back pay problem because you have over 100 agreements to be negotiated where the expectation is going to be circa 14%. You have reduced revenue levels coming in. You have an appetite for foreign exchange which will deplete our foreign exchange resources. So one of the key things that will have to happen is that our budget for 2015-2016, one will have to do an assessment as to where we are and have an honest conversation with the public. That's one. Two, expectations are going to have to be tempered because the expectation of John public is that goodies are going to be given out left, right, and center. Tablets for primary school children, VAT on electrical supplies, X, Y, Z. That has to be funded from somewhere, and I do not think that we could afford to be running a $60 billion budget in 2016 and 2017. Nor can we continue indefinitely to be running a deficit budget. If you take a look at our growth, the growth has really been quite anemic. So we need to move Trinidad and Tobago back onto a growth path. So there are several initiatives that are going to have to occur. The transition team, focus on energy, a conversation with Lauren Manatee, taking a look at Ghana, taking a look at Suriname to start to increase your earnings and to also take a look at central bank, which is monetary policy and fiscal policy. I'm sorry I don't have the time to go on a lot longer because a lot needs to be done in this area because it is a critical area that is going to be facing Trinidad and Tobago, and the dependency syndrome which we foster, which is the giveaways, we can no longer afford to be doing that. So we're going to have to find a way to deal with that.
Mr. Brooks and Ms. Pandey, we want to thank you so much for being a part of our show this evening and for joining our discussion. And as we change our panel over, we want to give you the opportunity to have some closing comments, so to speak, as you speak to the nation tonight.
Senior? Oh, okay. I want to reiterate that whichever government, whichever party wins tomorrow and forms the government, they are going to face the most pressing problem we have right now, obviously, is the economy and debt. We are seeing just recently, a couple of days ago, that there was borrowing of 57 million from Republic Bank to pay PTSC workers, borrowing and borrowing. Definitely the economy, debt. But I know that's my colleague's specialty. I want to say that I would hope whichever party wins, that they would stick true to their word and really look at true, serious constitutional reform, whether that includes electoral reform, but to find a way in which our country can be governed. We have the problem facing us all the time. The same parliament that is supposed to hold the government in check is run by the government because they control the government. The government controls the parliament that is supposed to hold it in check. And I think that we need true constitutional reform. Otherwise, year after year, all that will happen is we will change party and the same thing will happen over and over again. Either party, I would hope that they would look into true constitutional reform, whether it be electoral or just in general on how the country is run.
My final words, Golda and Kemal, would be we are all Trinidadians and Tobagoans. We have a stake in improving Trinidad and Tobago. And I would ask that we support whoever and whichever party emerges tomorrow as Trinidadians. We are going to have to temper our expectations when one takes a look at what's happening globally in terms of economic performance. We also will have to have the courage to make transformative decisions. Transformative decisions with public service reform. Transformative decisions in terms of what are the pillars of growth for our economy and to support those. And we also have to ensure that all of us, by our behavior, not only the politicians, but all of us, return to a kind of integrity and morality, because we are all Trinidadians and we have to be civil, we have to operate with integrity, and we have to be respectful, and we have to be decent.
And politics doesn't always have a morality of its own. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have more guests in studio and we'll check in on our election results. This is Election Central 2015. Welcome back. This is Election Central here on CNC3. And as we told you at the beginning of our show, we're moving through two different panels tonight. And we want to welcome two new panelists to our set this evening. Not so new to our set, but new to our set this election night. Ralph Maraj, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and political and social commentator and financial expert, as well as former Minister Mariano Brown. Welcome to Election Central this evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Before we jumpstart our discussion, we want to get into some of the results at our Election Results Center. Hema Ramkisoon is standing by with the very latest. Hema, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Golda, and good evening, Kamal. And joining me on set at the Results Center, we have Dr. Vishnu Bisram, the Political Director of NACTA, and he's going to give us an idea of what's taking place. And as you can see, the colors on this map, Golda, they're changing every second that we are checking in. So now we're looking at the general trends, and we see that the People's National Movement, 13,171, the People's Partnership, 10,849, ILP, 85. So a lot of the colors are changing. Now, let me ask you, Dr. Bisram, looking at the map, what do you think we could, are you surprised by any of the figures that we're seeing? The ILP 85, the Independents 118?
Yeah, these don't surprise me at all. This year we cannot draw any conclusion from them at this point in time. It's too early. The numbers don't really mean anything at this point in time.
Now, looking at the fact that the numbers don't mean anything, I know Mayaro has been one of the sort of go-to constituencies for quite a while now. This, as you're rightfully saying, Mayaro has been changing for quite a while now. Every time we look at the figures, they're changing. Clarence Rambrat, 320, Rushton Parry, 442, and we have Andrew Brooks at 0 thus far. Now, interestingly, when you look at the Mayaro constituency, there are 45 polling divisions, and in terms of the electorate registered in the 2015 vote, we're looking at 27,940 persons. Do you expect it to be a large voter turnout? What do you think is going to happen?
Yes, I don't think this is going to change very significantly in the evening. I expect Mayaro to remain with United National Congress, the People's Partnership.
Now, you know, Brent Sancho is another one that everyone has been talking about, and that is the Toco Sangre Grande area. And a little earlier, the polling stations have been coming in, and we see Glenda Jennings-Smith. She's a very strong candidate for the People's National Movement. They have been saying that she's one of the women who served Trinidad and Tobago. Brent Sancho, also a national hero in his own right. 711, 1,070. So far, we're looking counted. A little under 2,000, 30,000 registered. How do you think this?
Again, it's too early to tell where this exactly is going, but based on the last election, it was narrowly won by the United National Congress People's Partnership, just by a couple of hundred votes. I expect this to be a very long evening. I think this is going to go down to the wire.
Now, looking at the Toco Sangre Grande going down to the wire, 41 polling stations, about 30,000 persons registered to vote. And you are right, looking at the fact that our map has been shifting. Tobago clearly going red. Are you surprised?
I have no doubt about that one. It's going to be a landslide victory for Tobago, for the People's National Movement.
One of the other constituencies, Maxi Cuffy, a heavyweight for the People's National Movement, the first time in terms of going into the electoral race. He was a media mogul in his own right, very popular personality, Lahokata Talparo. And we have Jairam C. Mangal, who I know that this is very, very early results, but he has also worked extremely hard in this constituency. You listen to him, you hear the passion in his voice. But Maxi Cuffy is a strong candidate.
Undoubtedly, Jairam Simangal was one of the best members of parliament in this outgoing parliament. I expect this seat here to go down to the wire as well. Whatever happens in Lohorkita is going to determine the outcome of this election.
Really?
Yes.
Why would you say that? Because a lot of people have been looking at the Tunapuna seat, which is another seat that they're expecting to be extremely close. And
now, what I meant to say was that in Lohorkita itself, the voting trends in Lohorkita is going to determine the outcome of Lohorkita Talparo.
And looking at the Tunapuna, if we look at Lohorkita Talparo, 29 polling divisions, electorate just about a little under 30,000. Are you surprised in terms of any? I know it's very, very early.
Yeah.
Are you surprised by any of these colors?
Well, we haven't had any trends come out of Tunapuna as yet. I think Winston Dukran won it by about 3,000 votes or thereabout. Again, it's going to be very, very close. Very, very close. 50-50 either way. I think we have to give credit to Wayne Monroe. He has put up a tremendous fight.
Do you think he's a strong enough candidate?
Yes, I think he may very well prevail tonight. I would be very, very surprised if he doesn't prevail tonight.
you know, a lot of people will be very surprised by that development because Esmond Ford is considered to be a heavier weight in terms of the fact that he's a local government councillor. He has served on a PNM council, but people say that they compare him a lot to Eddie Hart, that he's a man of the people.
Yes, he
that
is.
you can go to any, a prayers, a Ramayana, a christening, and he's there.
Yes. He's very popular within a particular area, the area where he represents, and a little extended outside of that. The outcome of that particular seat will be determined by the turnout, and I think turnout was very, very heavy today. Initially, I thought Esmond Ford was going to win the seat. I'll not put it in an undecided column. In fact, I did that before the actual voting today. I think Wayne Monroe has a very good chance of capturing the seat today.
Now, you know, my final question to you, because I know we have all night with you and going to be looking at this.
Okay.
But, you know, everyone is predicting a race that is too tight to call. Looking at the preliminary results, I mean, we're very, very early.
Yeah.
We're just seeing 13,000 and 10,000. How do you think the elections are going to go? If you had to throw it out now.
Based on the turnout today and the trends I've observed, I think the People's Partnership is going to retain government.
The comments there, and we're going to continue our coverage, analysis, forecast, and expert advice as it relates to what is taking place and the significant shifts. We're seeing some colors, some challenges. It's no secret, the 12 marginals, and we've been telling you that this really is going to probably determine the elections too.
Well, two of them I think has already been determined, Tobago West and Tobago East, if it's up there. I think they're going to be one of the
So they've definitely gone. San Fernando West is a very interesting one. I know when we come back for the next update, we're going to look at that because we're looking at the trends, looking at the polling divisions. And thus far, 2007, 2010, 2015, we're still populating. I'm Hema Ramki. Soon, Golda, back to you. And I know that a little later, the election results will be coming in a lot faster. So I'm pretty sure every second I'll be speaking with you.
Thank you so much, Hema. Quite interesting to see the colors on the map of Trinidad and Tobago change even as we were speaking with Hema just now. One of the constituencies turned red. It was yellow before. We also want to reiterate that we're counting by polling division, and not all of the polling divisions have been counted in each constituency. So what you see there is a map based on the votes that have been counted thus far, and we continue to populate our graphs and get all of our numbers in check, and the numbers will change as the night progresses and as the votes come in.
And at this point, we've only received a limited number of results from some of those polling stations. And now is a good time to continue the discussion with our in-panel studio, Mr. Mariano Brown, Mr. Mirage.
Welcome.
Just your thoughts on some of the results that you've seen so far, and also now give us some of your predictions. I'm sure you've looked at the campaign leading up to this, and you've had some thoughts as to where the election will end up tonight.
Well, I share a common view that it's going to be a close fight. We have got to look very closely at the four marginals: Toku Sangue Grande, La Joqueta, Talparo, San Fernando West, Tunapuna, Moruga Tableland. Not so much Moruga Tableland, because I think that is really going to go the partnership way.
And not so much Mayaro either.
No, the Mayaro is, I think, quite safe. People need to remember that Mayaro, the boundaries of Mayaro have changed, and that the new boundaries include a significant part of the Barrackpore area where the UMC is very strong. So that I think definitely Mayaro is going to go with the partnership. So it's going to be quite close. We're looking at that. I'm particularly interested in what's going to happen with respect to the voter turnout. The last time we had a 70% turnout. We had a wave with the partnership coming into being. At this time there's no wave. I mean, there's a close fight between the two combatants. And if indeed we reach anywhere near 70% or even over, it would signal to me that the population is very interested in who runs the affairs of the country in the light of the crisis, economic crisis that we're going to be facing. So that I'm looking also at the turnout. And I also want to see the marginals. There are some emerging marginals. I want to see the changes. I want to see the differences in the votes. I want to see how the PNM does in retaining some of the seats that it had originally lost, how many seats it adds to the 12 that it already has, and by what margin it adds these seats. Because there are some that, of course, that it will add. Seats like the Arima and Lupino Bonet, Dabadi O'Meara and so on. It's going to retain, I think, Point 14. It's going to retain Labre, the Diego Martins. but I would like to see by what margin it retains those seats, how it increases its vote, because, you know, then we will get a sense of where the electorate is going generally.
We are standing by to go to our team at Rienzi Comics, but Mr. Brown, the same question to you. I'm sure you've watched this campaign keenly. What are your expectations tonight?
Well, I think without saying, I think everybody, we've been on this show before and we said it was too close to call. It's still too close to call. I think the two critical seats are going to make a difference are the Tocos and the Grande seats and the Tunapuna. The margin of change is going to be important to look at. I think Dabadi, Arima, Lopino, Bon Air, PNM will win that, and they will win it comfortably, in the same fashion in which they have won Tobago. So that's not an issue. St. Joseph, well, we'll see how St. Joseph works. St. Joseph is an interesting bellwether. Yes. It's an interesting bellwether. It moved, certainly by election, away from the UNC. And it will be interesting to see whether Mr. Dayal Singh has had enough time to be able to retain the position. The betting is that he won't. All right, so I think that makes a very difficult situation for the PNM moving forward. And I think those, the La Joqueta, Talparo, and that is really what makes it marginal, very, very marginal. The La Joqueta, Talparo, the Tunapuna, the Tocos, and the Grande. If the PNM can win that, they're talking about 21 seats, in which case the issue is governability, right? And we're back to 2001 scenario in terms of another election. So tonight is really, if you want, a bellwether. And it really signals the fact that the country is polarized. If you look at it 1986 to now, we've literally been changing governments every 5 years. So it means nobody has any kind of margin. And even if the UNC, for example, to retain office, their margin of victory is unlikely to be anything more than 22, 23 seats. Right? 22, I think, is probably the more, if they were to win at all, it would be 22. And the same for the PNM.
Let's just pause our discussion a little bit. We want to go to Rienzi Complex, where Ria Rambly is standing by. Ria, we haven't heard from you in about 2 hours or so. What can you tell us about the People's Partnership headquarters?
A very good evening, Kamal and Golda, and to everyone viewing on CNC3. Things are picking up here at Rienzi Complex, the headquarters for the United National Congress on election night. I have with me here Dev and Miraj. Mr. Miraj, tell us what exactly is happening here as the results come in.
Well, what you see here is a very upbeat, very enthusiastic crowd as the results come in. And so far, we have seen very positive results for the People's Partnership government.
Now, there's an observation that the UNC may be reporting the results in which it's performing the best, in the constituencies that it's performing the best.
Well, what's highlighted on the board, there are a number of constituencies, not only UNC constituencies, but also the constituencies that are considered marginal. For example, St. Joseph is up there. We are ahead in that, and that is presently held by the PNM. We also have La Joqueta, Talparo up there, Tunapuna and other constituencies, which are not battleground constituencies, if you will.
But the party is focusing on marginals tonight.
Well, I think both sides, the two major parties are focusing on the marginal seats, because we recognize those battleground constituencies will decide who forms the next government.
After the feedback you've received on the ground today, how confident are you tonight?
I think the work of the Kamala Prasad-Bissassa administration will be reflected in tonight's results when we become home victorious.
Any predictions?
I would say about 24 in favor of us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miraj. There you have it from Mr. Miraj talking about the party's victory. And of course, we continue to monitor the situation here at Rienzi Complex. If you can see behind me, the crowd is building here at Rienzi. And supporters are, of course, getting very hyped up as the results come in. Officials here are doing an excellent job. Take a listen, take a listen. They're doing an excellent job of keeping the spirits of supporters very high. And of course, I will continue to be CNC3's eyes and ears on the ground here at Rienzi Complex. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, our very own reporter Ria Rambly, reporting live from Rienzi Complex, and it certainly seems to be a very lively atmosphere at Rienzi Complex. They're keeping the supporters who've arrived, they're entertained. We're going to take a very quick break at this time, and when we come back, we'll continue the discussion in studio with our guests. This is Election Central 2015. Stay locked on.
Rallo Tent Rental, the premier party rental company of Trinidad and Tobago. We offer a wide range of services and cater for all size and types of events. From toilets and bins to bouncy castles and stages, Rallo's got you covered. So whether it's a corporate event or fun family day, choose Rallo to provide all your needs.
Why settle for an ordinary multivitamin? Switch to the extraordinary multivitamin, 7 Seas Multibionta. With 24 essential vitamins and minerals, it's the only multivitamin with probiotics, which help digestion and protect you against harmful bacteria and viruses. 7 Seas Multibionta. Put back in what life takes out.
The Kia Optima is the preferred mid-size luxury sedan in Trinidad and Tobago. The Optima offers the driver a fusion of style, performance, and technology, and is the preferred choice of companies and professionals. Call now and take advantage of our Spend the Night program with the sophisticated Kia Optima. Kia, the power to surprise.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back to Election Central 2015. I'm Kamal Georges and my colleague Lily Bruce is with me. And we're in for the long haul tonight as we bring you all of the results as they come to hand. And some have been coming in slowly but surely, and we expect that they will pick up very, very soon. Let's continue now with our discussion in studio. I know when we took a break, Mr. Brown was talking about the issue of governability, because we've been talking about a very tight race throughout this election campaign, and from what the polls are saying, it seems we're heading to that. And the issue of governability is something that you wanted to address, Mr. Raj.
The issue of a narrowing is a very real possibility. I mean, we could end up with a government that has 21 seats and the opposition 20 seats, which will make it a very kind of fragile situation. You could have a fragile government with a very strong opposition, so that because of the economic conditions that the country will be facing, I think the opposition would have a significant advantage, because it is going to be very, very tough. It's a long, hard road towards, adjusting towards because of the low revenues that we're having, because of the low oil prices and so on. And the adjustments that will have to be made, the social effects of these adjustments, you could have a lot of instability. The government could come under a lot of pressure, and all that the opposition would have to do, I suppose, is to sit on the opposition benches and watch the government, falter and stumble and so on, and engage in rhetoric, pretend to have the answers, and watch possibly the government collapse. Now, that is a real possibility. What is required, I think, in this situation is statesmanship rather than partisanship. Whoever is the next prime minister, he or she will have to exercise superior statesmanship. They would have to bring this country together. This country would have undergone a bitterly divided campaign. It will be a divided country. You would need to bring it together. You would need to exercise statesmanship. I would expect that one of the first things the Prime Minister would do is to make a statement to the country regarding the state of our economic affairs.
You talk about the economic problems and the fact that the next government will have to make some tough economic decisions. And when you look at the two main competitors in this race, which one of the two do you believe has the capacity to do that best?
Well, none of them has told us about it, because if they had really indicated what kind of measures they would adopt, they would have lost votes. That is the nature of campaign, and I don't blame them too much for not dealing with that. That's the big elephant in the room. That was the big elephant at every political meeting. But they're going to have to face it, and I'm saying that the government will have to buckle down very, very early to deal with three critical issues. One, how are you going to increase revenue in the light of reduced oil prices, foreign exchange that is? How do you reduce expenditure without inducing slower economic growth and also causing severe social dislocation? And thirdly, how do you arrest the social decline which has been going on in this country for the past 4 decades, past 30, 40 years, and which will become particularly acute when the adjustments kick in?
Mr. Brown, as a former minister in the Ministry of Finance, can the People's Partnership, or is the People's Partnership willing to take those difficult steps in a second term, or can the PNM turn it around?
The People's Partnership has signaled quite clearly that they're not in a position and not willing to make any hard decisions. Their position has been populist from the time they got into office. You're talking about a situation where the PNM actually, during the period 2009 to 2010, actually reduced expenditure. And notwithstanding everything that had been said about the administration at the time, we had calculated a maintainable budget of approximately $42 billion. What is the expectation and what has happened since then? UNC came into office, and far from, in a sense, holding things back, did the reverse, expanded the expenditure. So we moved very quickly from 42 billion to 60. And it's very hard to cut back from $60 billion. So I don't see that if the UNC, for example, were to win, I don't see them dealing with the situation in terms of cutbacks.
But they may not have a choice, Mr. Brown.
They may not have a choice. Yes, they do have a choice. When they took office, the borrowing requirement or the debt to GDP ratio that they inherited from the PNM was approximately 26%. And of that 26%, approximately 5 to 6% was US dollars. In other words, even at today's date, the UNC can comfortably pay off its US dollar debt, or the Trinidad and Tobago's US dollar debt, and we will have to manage in a particularly narrow band. But they have not spent any time prepping the country for that. And during the course of this campaign, haven't done so either. So if they were to win, the only likelihood that is on the horizon as we speak, because to do anything else is in a sense to lead immediately to social dislocation and social unrest. They will attempt to maintain the expenditure profile, and they will borrow. Now, that means that at 49 plus 45, 49%, which is approximately where we are, we have a borrowing capacity of about another 20, 25%, roughly, which means that you could borrow a maximum of roughly 45 to $50 billion. That gives you 2 years. And if your revenue situation does not come back in 2 years, then it will be a very horrendous situation to treat with. Now, those are what the numbers are, right? So I'm not telling tales out of school. The Minister of Finance knows exactly what I'm speaking of.
Let me just interrupt you one second, because we have some news as it relates to results. We're now hearing that there are unconfirmed reports coming to us that the UNC has declared victory in the constituency of Princestown. The candidate there, a newcomer to the to electoral politics, Barry Shiva Padarat. We are being told that they have declared victory in that seat, and we are being told that there are a lot more results coming to hand. And for that, we're going to hand you over to our results center with Hema Ramkisoon. Hema, what can you tell us? What are the latest results?
Kamal, good evening again, and hi Golda, good hi evening Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Bishram is with me at this time, and we're looking at the map, and every time you check in with me, this map is changing color because of the fact that we're looking at where the constituencies are going. Now, looking at the fact, in 2010, no secret, the partnership swept the election. Atmosphere have changed, Dr. Bishram. Now, in 2015, the voters have changed. The Red Army is out. The People's National Movement, at 1 p.m., a lot of my friends who are in that party, they're expecting a victory. What are you looking at? Where are the deciding votes?
I think the People's National Movement is going to pick up seats, but I don't think they're going to pick up enough seats. Based on trends that I have observed, the People's Partnership are going to hold on to the 14 traditional seats, and the trend is showing that they're going to win the marginals of Mayaro.
So let me look at Mayaro for a little bit, because if we go into the Mayaro seat, this is what we have so far. Rushton Parry was a last-minute choice, one of the last candidates to be announced by the People's Partnership. Clarence Rambrat has been a Mayaro boy. He said his family is from Mayaro, and he has been working that seat for a very long time. This is what our results look like thus far.
Yeah, he's going to come up short. And the seat is going to be won by Rushton Parry.
Now,
very popular figure. I also expect the People's Partnership to win Maruga.
Now, if
that
we
will
have,
take them to 16.
if we look at Maruga Tableland, which is another one of the seats that we've been looking at, Clifton Lake, well, we don't have the results coming in thus far, but I know that I have received some of the results thus far, and looking at the fact that, according to my results, the People's Partnership has about 2,000 votes ahead of the People's National Movement.
I think they're going to win by a similar figure tonight.
Looking at the Maruga seat. Now, one of the key seats, which I think everyone is kind of looking at, is this Toko Sangre Grande seat.
Again, too tight to call. It's neck and neck, toss up, could go either way. But Brent Sancho has come from behind. Ms. Glenda Jennings has been leading for a long period of time, and Brent Sancho's caught up. Results could be anywhere tonight.
What are your final predictions? You know the fact that everyone is saying...
I'm seeing a minimum 20 seats for the People's Party. 3 seats are very difficult to call. One of those for sure, it seems to me, is leaning the People's Partnership. That's the seat of Tunapuna. That will give them to 21. And those other 2 seats could go either way.
Which are the other 2 seats you're looking at?
The La Horquita, Talparo seat, and the Grande seat that we just talked about.
So we're looking at Toko Sangre Grande.
It looks very good for Jairam Simangal tonight.
So La Horquita, Toko Sangre Grande, and we're also looking at the last seat, which is also the Mayaro seat as well. And we're
Mayaro is going definitely.
So you're calling Mayaro too?
Mayaro for the People's Partnership. Chaguanas East is going People's Partnership. St. Joseph is going People's Partnership. Salbar Terry is going People's Partnership. Pointe-à-Pierre is going People's Partnership.
Pointe-à-Pierre. Now that's interesting that you would say that. If we look at our map with the Pointe-à-Pierre region, Pointe-à-Pierre is another interesting one. Looking at the fact that Neil Mohammed, one of the young candidates for the People's National Movement, and in the 2010 general elections, when the People's Partnership, Errol McLeod, a mammoth figure in the labor movement, he took 76.41% in terms of that voter turnout. Now, at that time, you had 17,000 people coming out to vote for 23,000 registered voters. So if you look at what's happening here, you see David Lee, a lot of people wondering, who is this man in terms of the UNC hierarchy? Neil Mohammed, one of the young faces of the People's National Movement.
Very charismatic, very charming, hit the ground.
And he is a known businessman.
So did Dr. Lee, who went around, built his reputation among the voters, grassroots, very humble, and seemed to have won them over tonight. He's going to win very big.
The Chaguanas West seat, Ganga Singh, Amar Jagisa, who is also part of the ILP machinery, and Abigail Nanal, a new figure in the People's National Movement.
Huge victory tonight for Ganga Singh.
What do you think was the major factor? Because this seat, we know the story of the local government polls. We know the story of the by-election. We know Jack Warner's anomaly when he said to Kamala Prasad Bisesa, I am going to go to the voters. I am going to take this seat from you in your heartland. Now we're looking at 2.5 years later. What do you think has changed so much?
It's a traditional seat of the United National Congress, and it simply went back. Voters just don't want to change parties.
Now, the Chaguanas East seat is another one that we're looking at. And Jack Warner is in this seat. Jack Warner, the political leader of the ILP, with Fazal Karim, the Minister of Tertiary Education, and Parvati Maharaj, one of the last. I know there was a little toss-up there with the People's National Movement and their candidate. How do you see this seat going?
Jack Warner had a very good chance of taking the seat. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out the way things had planned. And therefore, I think Fazal Karim is going to prevail tonight.
You think Fazal is going to beat Jack Warner?
Yes.
What do you think was his biggest misstep, Jack Warner?
I think he has been misled by a lot of the supporters, and also us were told that our interviews were told by voters that they're going to vote for Jack Warner. It didn't work out over the last couple of days.
Now, if you look at the fact that you are claiming that the People's Partnership will retain the government, you're saying 3 seats, so we're looking at the Toko Sangre Grande seat, we're looking at the La Horquita Talparo seat, and we're looking at one other seat, the Tunapuna seat.
They have 20, and of those 3 seats, it seemed to me for certainty they're going to win Tunapuna tonight.
That's a pretty bold statement.
Yes.
Dr. Bishram.
Well, it's based on trends that I observed when I went around today.
What are you, in terms of when you talk about your trends and you look at the analysis, a lot of people are going to ask your methodology. Are you going to just look at it and say, well, because if I walk through Tunapuna, parts of Tunapuna, if I walk through the market, people are going to say, well, Ford is going to win it. 40 is the man.
I myself was convinced that Ford was going to win the seat a week ago, 2 weeks ago. The People's Partnership got a momentum over the last few days. Voters decided to come on board. Today, massive turnout, traditional UNC supporters.
So we're looking.
Hema Ramkisoon, can you hear us?
Yeah, Angola is, I know that we are hearing you now.
Yes. I just wondered if you could please give us a count of the constituencies based on the votes that have come in thus far that have so far gone for the PNM or look to be going for the PNM and the red versus the yellow. A count.
Angola is asking, and it's tough for our general viewers, which seats will go red, which seats will go yellow in terms of the final count tonight? Because
Not really in terms of the final count, Hema, but in terms of at this point in time.
At this point in time.
Again, I think this one here we have to change the color. We're not sure if it's going to go red or yellow. It might be purple. Lahokita, again, we're not sure if it's red or purple. And I'm prepared to call Tunapuna yellow up here. So I think
Hema, I just, because of the fact that we're showing it on a map,
right?
We don't see the very small demarcations, for example, in the Northwest.
Sure.
And I know that some of our viewers have asked so far if we could just give them a count of what seats at this point in time, based on the votes that have come in thus far, are red. So maybe just pointing at the seat and counting would help us to sort of digest the map a little better.
Now, in terms of digesting the map, Golda, if we have to look at the seats that have gone red. So according to Dr. Bishram, we're looking at Tunapuna here, and he's convinced that this is going to go to the...
It's trending yellow.
Trending yellow. For thus far, Diego Martin North, we're looking at Diego Martin West, Diego Martin Central.
They seem to be remaining red.
All of them are remaining red. We're looking at the Port of Spain seats, so Port of Spain East. We're looking at Laventel. They are all trending red thus far. Also, Point Fortin, Labre trending red. We're yet to receive results from Urupooch East and Urupooch West. But
I don't think there are any doubts about those two seats. They're going to be yellow.
Now, looking at one of the major seats as well, Golda, because you're asking about the seats that we're seeing are the San Fernando West seat as well as the San Fernando East seat. This is what is coming in, and can we call San Fernando West to Faris Al-Rawi?
I think it seems to be trending in that direction, but still, it's the amount of votes that are in as yet is kind of difficult to say. But definitely, yes, it seems to be trending towards the PNM.
So looking at the amount of seats thus far, Dr. Bishram basically saying, looking at all of the seats, La Hokita, Talparagola, too close to call at this time. Arima, gone PNM.
It seems that way, yes.
Dabadi O'Meara, will...
PNM. No doubt about that.
Lopino Bonai West.
No doubt about that one, PNM.
St. Anne's East.
No doubt about that one as well, PNM.
So we're looking at the PNM retaining their seats, and along the East-West corridor, do you think the partnership is going to retain any seats along the East-West corridor?
No, just those that we mentioned before.
So Golda, there you have it, and I know that this map will continually keep changing. According to Dr. Bishram, the three deciders tonight, Tunapuna, Toko, and we're looking also at La Hokita. Those are the three seats that will determine who is going to make the next government of Trinidad and Tobago when the final vote is counted. Golda, back to you and Kamal.
Thank you very much, Hema. And just to emphasize that those results that we've seen so far, that map we're seeing is based on the results that have come in so far. We know that there are key polling divisions that are still outstanding and will come in as the night progresses. At this point, we would like to check in with our reporter. She's out in the field, Christy Ramnarine, and she is at the Siparia constituency office, the constituency office of the Prime Minister. Good evening to you, Christy. Can you tell us what's going on there?
Building here. The tempo is building here at the Siparia constituency, where Mrs. Kamla Prasad Basasa is ahead in the polls. Behind me, you can see some team members, including Stacey Rupnarine, posting results which have been coming in throughout the evening. And I can give you the tally so far. The Prime Minister has a total of 9,939 votes, while her PNM counterpart has a total of 1,625 votes. Now, results have come in so far for 30 poll station numbers. Note, these are not the polling divisions, as there are 27 polling divisions. However, there is a total of 53 polling station numbers in the constituency. So far, the Prime Minister is ahead in the Siparia constituency. Back to you guys.
To Christy Ramnarayan down at the Siparia constituency office. We want to take a very short break. When we come back, we have more with our in-studio panel and, of course, more results.
Are you searching for an effective weight loss system? Slim Down 360 is your solution, delivering low-calorie, delicious, balanced, and nutritious meals for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks. Slim Down 360 will ensure your meals are infused with healthy ingredients while still irresistible and enjoyable. To begin your successful weight loss journey, visit slimdown360.com today.
Jumpstart your day with a natural burst of energy. Explosive, long-lasting energy. Get now B12 shots, which are ideal to keep you sharp, focused, and naturally fired up for hours. Now B12 shots is an advanced formula with a powerful blend of 10,000 mcg's vitamin B12, a complete B vitamin profile, and vitamin C. Now B12 shots will keep you at your best. So when you need instant energy, physical or mental, reach for a Now B12 shot. Available nationwide at leading pharmacies and health shops.
Are you ready for one night in Bollywood? One night in Bollywood. On Sunday, September 27th, Yup TV presents, in collaboration with Tank Sound Company, Bollywood heartthrob Atif Aslam. Pehli nazar mein
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back to Election Central. This is our coverage of election night here in Trinidad and Tobago. It's the general election 2015. And just a moment ago, we were getting some results from our election results center. Hema Ramkisoon is there with the results. But we've been populating a map of Trinidad and Tobago with the colors of the political parties in this election race. And so far, 20 parties have lit up red for, 20 constituencies rather, have lit up red for the People's National Movement and 19 for the People's Partnership. That's just so far. We still have a long way to go in terms of the counting of votes, but that's where it is at this point in time as we wait on more votes to come in. But Mr. Brown, I want to allow you to finish a point that you were making some time ago when we were talking before we went to our results election center.
Well, just to take on from where Mr. Maraj left off, he was making the point that both parties avoided dealing with the status of the economy, if only because nobody wants to hear bad news, and therefore that the electorate is insufficiently prepped. In fact, only towards the last week of campaigning did Dr. Rowley come out and say a couple of points along those lines. And the central bank only released numbers which effectively show that we're in a recession. And that's where we are. The numbers, we know where we are with regard to foreign exchange demand. Technically, we have 1 year's worth of literally imports or import cover.
Yeah, and that reduced by 2 months, I think, according to the central bank.
That disappears, in these circumstances, that disappears very, very, very quickly. So that it is going to require some considerable effort in terms of managing the economy. And the critical issue remains the fact that not so much that prices are falling only, but that supplies are narrowing in terms of the natural gas sector. Now that's the frightening part about it, because even though the minister has been saying about the amount of work that has been done in terms of drilling, we aren't close to any new finds. And even if you find one, it's going to take you 5 or 6 years to monetize it. So that really means that it's 5 to 6 years. We have a borrowing capacity for maybe 2 or 3. So you can't get away in terms of in maintaining expenditures. You're going to have to manage it out, and you're going to have to cut some things. That's the reality. Now the country is not prepped for it, but they're going to have to deal with it immediately in the budget speech. In October, we're going to get the full news, and the full news is not going to be rosy. And it is going to require cutbacks in expenditure.
And on that last point, in terms of the cutbacks on expenditure, throughout this campaign, we've listened to economists, and they're saying that there are some particular areas that we need to either tighten or cut back on. And I'm wondering if I can get some perspective from either of you in terms of where we should look at first.
We can go there, but I just want to make one comment about the revenue prospects for the country. It is very, very dim, not only because of the prolonged reduction in the price of the oil and energy revenues, but the global situation, there's dampened demand. There's low demand all over. The United States, for example, is plodding along with its economic growth. The European Union, the Eurozone, the entire European Union has not really recovered from the 2008 financial crisis. China is now slowing down.
And we saw the impact that had on the US stock market recently.
China's slowing down is affecting Africa and Latin America. Brazil has now gone into recession.
China's affected the world.
Right, now gone into recession. And it is not only a question this is not a temporary phenomenon. Some economists are saying, and I want to quote here, people like Paul Krugman and so on, that we have entered what they are calling secular stagnation, a permanent slump where the global economy faces a future of chronically weak demand and slow economic growth. So this is a new normal, slow growth, low demand, and that's something that we need to look at. In addition to that, the revenue, the energy sector is undergoing a revolution, a global energy revolution, with the discovery of humongous deposits of shale all over the world. Right now, for example, the United States and Canada has between 100 and 200 years reserves of natural gas each. Britain, and 41 countries in Latin America and Asia all have significant...
OPEC's belief that the lower oil prices would have driven shale out of business has not worked.
Has not worked.
Because they've underestimated the marginal pricing.
Yeah.
And the other thing that comes from that, and to go to the issue of China, I think this is the most important point, and it is when they talk about the new normal. We are coming off of what is known as a super commodity cycle. And we've been able to trace three in the last 150 years. In the first period when America effectively was starting to expand from the 1880s until just before the First World War, post-Second World War in terms of the rebuilding of Europe. And the third one, which has lasted 11 years, is China virtually changing its economic position. Now that drove up the prices of everything. And you will note that during the financial crisis, it's a financial crisis, not a recession, a financial crisis which led a recession. Now we are really dealing with a real recession. A real recession because there's weak recovery and also the major stimulant for demand, China. The reason why oil prices went up, the reason why steel prices went up, iron, copper, anything you want, all the inerts, everything went up because of the tremendous demand by China as the manufacturing center of the world. Now, in a sense, China is refocusing, trying to rebuild, if you want, and change the issue of moving away from capital expenditure to increasing demand. But we also have slowly growing OECD economies, so that that level of demand is not there. And that is what makes the situation volatile. Whilst at the same time, we have new players who've come into the marketplace, and surprise, surprise, North America, in the form of the USA, is now the largest producer of hydrocarbons. Yeah. But that makes a real difference in terms of what prices are going to be.
And the other thing that we've got to take into account as we go forward the next 5 years, 10 years, is the fact that the renewable sector, the renewable energy sector, wind, solar, geothermal, and so on, is growing by leaps and bounds. China, is now recording fastest growth in renewables. America as well. And the technology is making it cheaper. Solar energy is today 50% cheaper than it was 5 years ago. And so that the renewable sector is here to stay and will create about 20 million jobs by 2030. And we've got to take that into account when we think about the long-term prospects for revenue coming from the energy sector in Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, let's talk about, the Minister of Finance addressed the post-cabinet news conference either last week or the week before, and he admitted that there were some reductions, but he said there were one-off payments that were expected to offset some of those deficits or reductions in expenditure. But this is what he said in response to the recent central bank report. He said, we reduced expenses by $6 billion. So overall, while we expected a deficit of $4 billion, we only showed a deficit of $1 billion. The first 9 months, he said, was exceptional for us in terms of performance of our economy, right? Which is a bit contradictory to what the central bank is saying, because it's saying that in the first quarter of this year, we recorded a negative 1.2% growth. So how do you balance what the Minister of Finance is saying and what the central bank is?
I don't balance it. I think the central bank numbers are pretty clear. When you look at the charts, and I have a copy of it here with me, the charts show that the non-oil sector did in fact show growth, but that growth is not sufficient to offset the declines in the energy sector. So that notwithstanding that it may have been, the non-energy sector may have had a very positive performance, it is not sufficient to balance the loss of revenue and the loss of dynamism that comes from the energy sector. So there's no balance. In addition to which, the minister has only been able to achieve, if you want, some level of fiscal balance because of what the IMF calls ad hoc measures. And ad hoc measures are we can identify them. Dividends from national gas, the IPO, which is what we're looking at. And we're also talking about the fact that we sold, the government was repaid
the THG,
from the sale of the methanol, clicomethanol. So that what should have gone to reduce debt went into finance expenditure. So the minister is being less than sanguine where his numbers are concerned. But if you take those into consideration, yes, he's managed arithmetically to manage a smaller deficit than he's projected, but not from revenue.
And of course, it serves the political purposes of this time.
Let's just take a moment to return to our election results center where Hema has some new numbers for us. Hema?
Good evening again, Golda, and good evening, Kamal, and Dr. Bishram is with me. And I know a few times we had a little mix-up in communications there earlier, and we're talking about what's taking place, looking at the overall map that does exist currently. And this is what it looks like, Golda. If you're asking the trends, 21 for the PNM, in terms of 69,000 votes, and the PP, 19 votes. If we have to look at the preliminary count, and we're looking...
21 seats, 19 seats, right?
Yeah, 21 seats.
It's not an impossibility. Could happen tonight. For the PNM, it's not an impossibility, but based on trends so far, the People's Partnership was leading in 20 seats, and the PNM in 18 seats, with 3 seats too close to call. Of course, those 3 seats, 18 plus 3, 21, could give the PNM 21 seats.
So we're
not an impossibility.
And because this has been pretty constant all night, Dr. Bishram, 21 for the PNM and 19 for the People's Partnership.
It's been jumping up and down. St. Joseph has been jumping up and down. La Horquetta has been jumping up and down.
Grandy has been jumping up and down. But at this point in time, I am prepared to declare the San Fernando West will be won by the People's National Movement.
Now, looking at San Fernando, and if we're looking at the San Fernando West seat, just jumping into that seat, according to Dr. Bishram, and this is what it looks like thus far, Golda, the 2 major contenders, Faris Al-Rawi, the PRO of the People's National Movement, and Razia Hamad, former Senate President. These are the preliminary results, but you seem to
I don't think this trend is going to hold up, 58-41, but Faris Al-Rawi will win the seat tonight.
So you're calling San Fernando West to the People's National Movement, and we can look again at the Mayaro seat, which continues to be one of the seats that seems to be going to Russian Party.
Yeah, not by that margin, but yes, he's going to win.
Now, if we look at the overall trend, I know that a lot of our viewers are looking towards this, and this is what they've been asking about. The People's National Movement leading in 21 seats, and the People's Partnership in 19 seats. So we will continue.
It's going to be very, very close, 21-20, 22-19. That could be the result tonight.
So, Golda, we will continue to keep you updated, but this has been the trend since we've started counting the ballots, 21-19. But if we go with Dr. Bishram, he's calling a victory for the People's Partnership, but he said 3 seats will determine the victor tonight. And those 3 seats, again, just in case you're wondering, Trinidad and Tobago will be the Tunapuna seat, Toko Sangre Grande, and La Horquetta seat. So all eyes on this, and this tonight. So we're looking at Tunapuna, La Horquetta, Talparo, and Toko Sangre Grande. These 3 seats will determine whether or not the PNM will do the 21, the PP 19. So I guess whoever is going to win is going to be 21, 22. I don't see it being anything more than that.
I don't think so.
So, Golda, back to you, and looking at the fact that all 3 seats went to the People's Partnership in 2010.
Yes.
And it's been quite a fight to retain them.
And
especially that they have changed candidates.
In Tunapuna and
Sangre Grande. Jairam Simango is a very popular candidate.
I'll be very, very surprised if he doesn't
prevail tonight.
Now, Tunapuna, one of the deciding seats, and Winston Dukran is the current, the incumbent MP and a former political leader of the Congress of the People. Esmond Ford, a PNM powerhouse in terms of local government, and you have...
Very popular figure.
Wayne Monroe, a lot of people wondering, who is he?
A very popular lecturer. He has a lot of students. Quite a number of them are going for him. That's why I'm not ruling him out tonight. In fact, I feel somehow you prevail.
And La Horquetta Talparo, 68% of the voters came out in the 2010 general elections and voted. And at that point, in terms of the voting list, the number of ballots that went to Jairam Simango actually was 16,000 in the 2010 poll. So that's a pretty high number. And we're going to be looking at that and so much more. Golda, back to you. But as we identified, San Fernando West has gone to Senator Faris Al-Rawi, and that's a call from Dr. Bishram today.
Thank you very much.
That he's saying that we can clearly say that goes to Faris Al-Rawi. Back to you, Golda.
Thank you so much, Hema. Hema saying, and along with Dr. Bishram saying that San Fernando West has gone to the People's National Movement, one of the key marginals that we've been looking to as well. The Prime Minister is said to be arriving at her Siparia constituency office at this point in time. Let's take a look at some of the images coming to us from Siparia. And at the same time, we want to remind you, our viewers, this evening that we are bringing you preliminary results based on the votes counted thus far. We have teams in all 41 constituencies at the offices of the returning officers, and they are bringing us the numbers as they are reported to them. These are not final results. These are the preliminary results based on the votes that have been counted so far and that our teams have been able to bring to us. We want to go to another member of our staff on the team.
Our reporter, Otto Carrington, he is at the Congress of the People headquarters in Charleville, and we want to get a sense from what's taking place there, because we've not heard much from the COP today and tonight so far. Otto, what can you tell us?
Good night, Trinidad and Tobago. I'm here in the Congress of the People. Good night, Trinidad and Tobago. I'm here at the Congress of the People headquarters here in Charleville. At this time, a lot of anxious faces here as results coming from all the 8 seats that the COP is vying for in the 2015 general elections. I'm here with Deputy Political Leader of the COP, Lauren Pouchet, who's going to give us a general idea as to what is the sense on the ground so far in regard to results from all polling stations across the 8 seats that the COP are contesting for this 2015 general elections. Mrs. Pouchet, tell me, what is the sense and the feeling that we're getting on the ground so far?
So far, it appears that we are leading in St. Augustine as we expected, and we are leading in Lupino. Port of Spain South seems to have gone the way of the People's National Movement, and I think it's a little too early to call some of the others because the results seem to be fluctuating, you know, depending on the polling divisions that are coming in and the areas that they are located in. So I think we would want to wait for maybe another half an hour or so, maybe even 15 minutes to determine what we think may be the trending in the other areas.
But so far, how many seats you as a Congress of the People leading, and from the information you've received?
The information I've received, it looks like we are leading in 2, and well, we count Bo as 1, 3. So 3 out of the 8, and but some of the others, a couple of the others, are a little close to call. So we would prefer to wait a little while and see what's happening, and we are hopefully optimistic. It will not be a repeat of the ONR, not a damn seat for them.
Okay, I'm here live at the Congress of the People headquarters in Charleville, and there you have it, an update as to the information and the results coming in here at the COP headquarters as they vie for 8 seats in this 2015 general elections. That's all from me here, guys, at COP headquarters in Charleville.
Thank you.
Much Otto giving us some feedback and some updates from the Congress of the People. As you just heard, they are vying for 8 seats in this general election 2015. Gentlemen, we just saw some results from our election center, and I just heard you guys saying that we look like we're heading to a 21-20.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. I think it was always the position, 21-20, 22-19. I think that is the range of variation you're looking at. And you never know. We could have some very close votes. When you're talking about 18% of the votes being counted, and yet at the moment, at 18% of the votes, the popular vote in terms of numbers, it supports the UNC as a thing from the PNM. But in terms of the seat count, it looks something in the region of 2021. That's what we're looking at.
Which might not be a bad thing for Trinidad and Tobago. I think it could be a good thing. It depends on how you manage the situation. It's going to call for sophisticated, mature political management, because you're going to have a narrow victory. You could have a fragile government, a strong opposition, a country facing severe economic challenges, and so on. It requires political management, and we can have a situation where the government will not be characterized by the usual arrogance and so on, because they will be kept on their toes. I think it will be a good thing for the country if we have that kind of situation.
But that didn't happen the last time when you were there. Why would it change?
Well, the country learns from experience.
I see.
It learns from. I think the political situation is evolving. I am looking for example. That's why I'm going to be very, very interested in the margin of victory. For example, when the PNM adds those seats to the 12 that that it already has. I would like to see the margin of victory, because that will determine for me the kind of direction that the country is going. There are some seats that are marginal, 4 or 5 that we've called. There are some seats that are emerging marginals in my view. You have Point 14, you have San Fernando East. You can even consider the Trinidad Martins, possible. They all have the potential for marginals. And as somebody who is interested in the long-term direction of the electorate, I'll be interested in that as well.
No, but what would it say, though, if you have all of these so-called safe seats now becoming marginal? What does it say about
it says that the country is evolving. It says that people are becoming more mature politically. It says that the floating vote, people who vote with their head, or who vote rationally rather than emotionally, that is growing in that constituency is growing in number, and it is going to make significant demands on the political parties to present quality.
Mr. Mirage, is the situation that we saw in 2010, where and also in 2007 as well, a constituency, you just talked about Diego Martin, like Diego Martin West, where Dr. Keith Rowley's seat, or control of that seat, was in a lot of trouble. I mean, he won by a very small margin, relatively a small margin in Diego Martin West in 2010. And what the situation that you are now describing, many would argue did not occur.
No. I'm saying, that's why I'm saying, I want to see, for example, if Dr. Rowley retains his seat in Diego, he will, there's no doubt. Colombo should retain his seat. The person fighting in Diego Martin Central should retain. I would like to see what is the difference over the 2010 numbers that they got. How many more that they would get this time than they got in 2010. That will tell me, as a scientist looking at the situation, what is the trend? What is happening in Point 14? If they recover Arima as I think they will, what is the amount? What is the gain? By how many more votes would they have recovered Arima? That is the kind of number that I want to look at to sort of gauge where the country is going. And if that happens, we could be going in a very, very positive direction as a nation.
Well, interesting enough, those are 4 seats. That's Diego Martin. The Diego Martin seats were all won by less than about 1,000 votes approximately. Point 14, but 1,000 votes as well, which says.
East was less, I think, less than 1,000.
What?
Diego Martin Northeast?
Diego 754 was Diego Martin Central.
And with the change in the boundaries, some polling divisions have come from Oropouche into San Fernando East. Making San Fernando East a little bit more marginal. I want to look at that, because we don't just stay with these election results. We want to see how the thing is going generally.
Not so much making it more marginal. What it does is, for example, reduce the margin of victory.
But let our viewers know, while we're having our discussion in studio, that we're showing some footage of the Siparia regional, the Siparia constituency office, Rienzi complex. This is Rienzi complex at this point in time. We're told that Errol MacLeod addressed the gathering there, and also Minister Hawaii addressed the gathering there just a short time ago. We're just taking in some images as we continue to flesh out these matters here in our in-studio discussion. And also on the side of your screen, you see the numbers as they come into our election results center. We can't talk to Hema all the time, so we just want to make sure that you're completely up to date and abreast of the numbers as they come to us this evening.
I want us to go back to the issue of the economy a little later, but let's talk about the issue of a third force in this country. Right? We saw an emergence of the third force movement, but what we saw happen over the years is that the Congress of the People, which represented that sort of third voice, sort of dissipating, and its health, according to one of the UNC's internal polls, its health waned. Is there really a third force anymore? Now we now back to just a two-party system.
There's a potential third force, but not sufficient to win the election by itself. And that has to do with crafting an electoral strategy moving forward, particularly for both parties, both major parties. Right now, in terms of the popular vote, the UNC is actually much more ahead, even though we have a very small number of votes still cast. It'd be interesting to look at that in terms of what the popular vote says. But it really says that crafting of policies, you cannot necessarily assume that all PNM seats or all UNC seats are safe seats. There are core seats where the possibilities that you are likely to win. And both sides, I think, have about 17, 18 seats along those lines. Although in the last election, that demonstrably can change. And that can change also in terms of the politics of the situation and also the policies that you have followed. I think what we are seeing is a swing, and a swing away back to a more normal trend. But the underlying, if you want, middle voters who may not necessarily be UNC or PNM are prepared to make a choice on the basis of either one or the other side didn't do, or alternatively what we want the other side to do. Whether we'll be able to craft that in terms of a separate party and keep that party consistent, right? That is a critical importance. And so far, the evidence is that it won't work. NAR disappeared, right? COP has virtually disappeared. And the third force movement, which was meant to address that particular position, has disappeared even before it got started. So they are in a difficult situation in terms of a swing vote with a third party that they could hold on to. But if there is an organization that can craft a message that can appeal to them, then we're talking about the politics of coalition.
I think that the way for third forces or a third force or third or even fourth party to survive in Trinidad and Tobago, and I think it will be a good thing if they do, because we need diversity in the politics, we need to move to the system of proportional representation. If we had had proportional representation in 1981, the ONR might still have been alive today. We might have had an ONR prime minister. The ONR reincarnated after it died. It reincarnated as the COP. The COP is now gone. I am sure we will have a new incarnation for the next election. But these third forces will not survive if they cannot exist on their own, if they have to hitch a ride with the new political parties, get into gunshot marriages with these political parties. I think it is very unfair. I think it is unfair to the country because there's a significant group out there that want to have nothing to do with the PNM or the UNC, and we as a people, we should evolve. Even England right now has the possibility of moving towards proportional representation, and I think we need to do that. It is the best system for our diverse politics.
Is the COP still a viable political entity? And on that question, is the ILP a viable political entity in this political landscape?
No. But as I said, the COP will reincarnate. It cannot help but reincarnate. It cannot help but resurface, because there is this constituency that needs a vehicle. So that if, for example, they had the seats in the parliament, they could then negotiate on their own. You will have a politics of negotiation and a bit of compromise, a bit of give and take. Right now, the winner-takes-all situation works against the country. You have significant sections of the population being left behind after the vote. This is what is going to take place after tonight.
The evidence of what you call coalition politics elsewhere in the world is actually very fractious, and it hasn't worked. Not to my understanding. And that's one of the reasons why in the UK, after 5 years of attempting a coalition, it bottomed out. It just did not. And in fact, the party that was the coalition party, literally the Lib Dems, virtually got decimated. Very similar to exactly what has taken place in COP. So I don't see that. And they've been struggling. This was their moment in the sun. They got their moment in the sun, and the country decided, no, that won't work for us.
Before we go any further, Kamal, we need to take a quick break so that we can see to some housekeeping and change some batteries in our microphones. This is Election Central here on CNC3. I'm Goldie Bruce. Kamal Georges will be right back.
The Kia Optima is the preferred mid-size luxury sedan in Trinidad and Tobago. The Optima offers the driver a fusion of style, performance, and technology, and is the preferred choice of companies and professionals. Call now and take advantage of our Spend the Night program with the sophisticated Kia Optima. Kia, the power to surprise.
Are you ready for one night in Bollywood? One night in Bollywood. On Sunday, September 27th, Yup TV presents, in collaboration with Tank Sound Company, Bollywood heartthrob Atif Aslam. Atif Aslam. For info, call 324-3107 or 702-8783. Atif Aslam returns to rock Trinidad for one night at the Center of Excellence on Sunday, September 27th.
I've got just $20, so I'm thinking Subway, because at Subway restaurants, you can always get plenty for 20.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
What you got, 1,000 votes.
Welcome back. This is Election Central here on CNC3. What you're seeing on your screens at this point in time is the Siparia constituency office. Some shots there from that office. The Prime Minister is expected to arrive any time now. And what you're seeing there is supporters of the People's Partnership looking out eagerly, anticipating the arrival of the Prime Minister, Kamla Persad-Bissessar, at the Siparia constituency office, where she is every election night to make an appearance there for for her constituents. And we also have been informed that Dr. Keith Rowley, the political leader of the People's National Movement, is at Balizé House. He arrived there a couple of minutes ago, and we're standing by to get some pictures from Balizé House. But in the meantime, we will continue with our in-studio discussion. And just a short time ago, we were talking about the viability of a third force, and Mr. Maraji was saying that it's very possible, or rather the COP will be incarnated in another way, shape or form in the political future of this country. Yeah, but unless there is proportional representation, it won't
survive. Because we still have significant tribal voting in the country, people voting with their hearts rather than their heads. And we need, parties, these third and fourth parties need to be able to stand on their own rather than hitch a ride with any of the big political parties. And so that's what is needed. As I said, there is this growing constituency. It surfaced in 1981 for the first time in a very strong way, though there were signs of it all along with the Liberal Party led by Farquhar and so on, that was different from the DLP and the PNM. But for the first time in the country, the people saw the potency of this third force with the 1981 when they were now got about, I think, 90,000 votes and no seats at all. I mean, that is very, very unfair.
But
it's a very unfair system.
This time around then, who do you reckon, or who do you expect the Congress of the People voters, those who would have voted a certain way in 2007 and in 2010, where do you expect their vote will go?
That's why I said from the very start, I would like to see the turnout, the percentage of the turnout. In 2010, we had the wave of the partnership coming into being, and that stimulated voter interest, and people jumped on the bandwagon, and we had a 70% turnout almost. Yeah, but I want to see, I want to see where the voter turnout is going to be. If we reach anywhere near that or even exceed it, then it would suggest to me that the people of this country are very concerned about who manages the affairs of the country at this present time, especially facing the economic crisis. I don't know.
I don't understand that conclusion. If the voter turnout is as high as it was in the last election,
without a wave, we do not have a wave this time. It means, and given this dissatisfaction that people have expressed with both political parties, it would seem to me that if the undecided come out in numbers to vote for either one of the two parties, that there is some concern about the state of the country at the time.
Well, I think that there's concern about the state of affairs, but if you get the same number of people coming, all it means is that what would have been the third force, you would have found that those who found a home under the UNC would have gone to the UNC, and those who found a home to the PNM would have gone to the PNM. And that's what the numbers would suggest. So I don't know if that says that there's this third force. If the voter turnout is less, and you can say that there's 100,000 people that are missing in comparison to the last voter and now, then that argument would hold.
Gentlemen, let's just pause here for a bit as we want to check in with Rienzi Complex at this time. Our reporter Ria Rambali, she's on site and she's been feeling out what's been taking place over at Rienzi Complex. Ria, what can you tell us? What's been taking place?
A very good evening, Golda and Kamal. Again, we're coming to you from Rienzi Complex here in Cuba, the UNC's headquarters on election night. And I can tell you that the party has not too long ago just declared the Chaguanas West seat previously held by the ILP leader, Mr. Jack Warner, of course, writing on their results board that they have over 17,000 votes in Chaguanas West. They've also just declared Oropouche East as well as the Prime Minister's seat of Siparia, and the atmosphere here is building. I can tell you that the crowd has grown significantly from when the night first started, and unfortunately you can't see outside, but outside it's building as well. The crowds are coming in, and if this party wasn't confident before, they are now. The supporters seem to be in high spirits. And the party officials, of course, are keeping them very, very they're keeping their spirits high out here at Rienzi Complex. That's it from me, guys. It's back to you.
Thanks so much, Ria, of course, telling us about the activities down at Rienzi Complex and that the People's Partnership is declaring that it has won a couple seats. And we want to check in with Hema Ramkisoon in our Election Results Center. Hema, what updates do you have for us and how does it relate to what is being said at Rienzi Complex?
Good evening, Golda, and good evening, Kamal. And yes, I just got the word in from the Chaguanas West constituency. Ganga Singh has been declared the victor in that constituency. No real surprise, even though Jack Warner is the incumbent. Mr. Singh has been the UNC caretaker for that constituency for quite a while now. Interestingly, Golda, we did say earlier, if you're looking at the map, and I know we've been talking about this, you can see some changes in this. The PNM, 23 constituencies they're leading in as opposed to the People's Partnership, and we're looking at the fact that they are there now, looking at Arima as well. But earlier today, I did mention that we're looking at the 12 marginal seats, and we're looking at Tunapuna and a number of the other areas. Now, Tunapuna remains going the trend of the PNM as well, and we're looking at that. But if you look at the overall map, which is what we're looking at for quite a while now, this is what is coming in so far. The PNM leading 23 and the People's Partnership in 18. Now, some of the other areas that we have been concentrating on are the marginal seats. And if you look at the St. Joseph seat, which is a highly contested seat, and I understand we have to go back to you in studio right now, Guldo.
Yes, thank you very much, Hema. We will touch base with you very, very soon. But we understand the Prime Minister is at this time preparing to address supporters at her Siparia constituency office. The Prime Minister is at the podium. Let's tune in to hear what she's telling them.
Good evening. Thank you all very much. I want to declare the seat of Siparia won by your candidate. At the last count, we had over 14,000 votes, and they're still counting, so there's no way. So tonight, I want to thank the constituents of Siparia for the support you've given me. You gave me political life and political office, and therefore my first place to declare will be here in Siparia. Yes. We await results from the other constituencies. They're still counting and we are waiting those. So for Siparia, thank you, victory is ours. Good night and thank you all very
much. What you're looking at there are shots or a video from the Prime Minister's Siparia constituency office. She just addressed a group of supporters declaring that seat. She said so far she has retained 14,000 of the votes already cast and that they're still counting. So the Prime Minister addressing supporters there, and I imagine at this point she will probably be looking to be making her way to Rienzi Complex, where she will probably be looking at the rest of the results as they come in throughout the evening. But certainly there was no doubt that the Prime Minister would have retained her Siparia seat. Some scenes from her there. Very proud, I guess, to have retained her seat and to speak to supporters before going on to hear what is happening on a national scale.
As we return to our panel, one of the results that Hema was able to give us in that time when we just spoke was that Chaguanas West had been declared for the UNC, and Jack Warner no longer contesting the seat of Chaguanas West, but rather Chaguanas East. And on our pie chart, we didn't even see the ILP factor in Chaguanas West. Was that surprising?
Not at all. Jack Warner has no traction, no support really in Chaguanas West. I mean, the fact that he won the by-election was really as a result of a protest vote within the confines of the UNC, and now that he has left and he's adversarial and creating a lot of problems and so on, he's lost all that support. And of course, here in this election, power is involved, retention of power by the political party, and I think the entire constituency would have coalesced around the new candidate. I am expecting Jack Warner to also lose his deposit in Chaguanas East. I expect that Fazal Karim will be able to take that.
But what do you expect Mr. Warner will do in Chaguanas East? There have been suggestions that he will, for example, take away votes from either side, giving one an advantage.
He is going to have no effect. The ILP is not a factor this election. The bounds that people expected or that they saw in the local government election, that was as good as it will get. The ILP as a party is dead. And Mr. Warner and ILP are totally irrelevant to the future of the country.
Let's take a moment to cross over to Chester Sambrano, who is at Balize House. We're told that Mr. Rowley, or Dr. Rowley rather, has arrived at Balize House. Chester, what is Dr. Rowley doing at this point in time? What are the people at Balize House saying?
Hi, good evening, Golda and Kamal. Once again, well, as you rightfully said, Dr. Rowley arrived at Balize House just about 5 minutes ago, and he came upstairs here at the media center and briefly looked at the board and then went back downstairs. Now, I can tell you, it's very difficult for us to predict or even get an idea of what's going on because the numbers aren't coming in very fast here. It's really, really difficult to get any kind of information right now at Balize House. But I can tell you this, downstairs in the parking lot area, there are a couple hundred supporters, not a very large crowd, but there are numbers out there right now. And it's more or less like a party atmosphere. But the thing is, they're cheering whenever numbers go up, but that's when it goes up because it's not going up as fast as you all are getting it back in studio. So it's not very much we can say coming from Balize House at this time. But I can tell you Dr. Rowley's here, the chairman Franklin Khan is here. We're seeing them in and between, but still nobody's saying much. I think they're just waiting on the final numbers to come in. Gola, Kamal?
Thank you very much, Chester, giving us some perspective as to what's taking place at Balize House. At some point this evening, I think it may be interesting for us to take a look back at what happened in that 2010 general election. I think we have some of those stories lined up, but we'll probably try to bring them to you a little later on. Gentlemen, now is a good time to talk about the issue of leaders in this election. We saw one campaign put leader to leader, but the issue of leadership is also very important. Let's begin. Let's talk about the leadership first of the Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar. She's faced an issue over the last couple of years where she's had to fire a number of ministers. There have been a number of issues where she's been forced to fire additional ministers. And she's always said that she's taken action when it's necessary and she's done the right thing. Let's talk about her leadership first before we go on to that of Dr. Rowley.
Well, you're right. There's an amazing number of ministers that she's had to change. She has taken action, whether through external pressure or whether on her own judgment. There has been action. It will go down in history as a record. I personally have seen a growth in the leadership of the Prime Minister. I wasn't very satisfied with her in her first 2 years, and I made that very, very plain in my articles that I wrote in the Express. But I think after the loss, as it were, of the local government elections, something changed. She got serious. Her political acumen, I think, developed.
She was more specific.
For example, in the way she handled the Anil Roberts affair, everybody was saying that the pressure that was put on her, calling on her to fire him and so on. She waited, for example, at the right time for him to go when he could not provoke a general by-election which she could not have she could not have afforded because she was on a losing streak. I saw that she took action, for example, to get rid of somebody who was very important to her, very powerful in a party and in the government. That is the Attorney General. She took action. I saw a measure of gravitas coming into her pronouncements. I particularly was quite impressed, and I made my position very clear with the way she handled that conversation that she had with Morgan Jobe and Derek Ramsey-Mooj and so on, given the impression really that she knew the material. She was speaking about it in a very relaxed way, which spoke of a familiarity with the material, which comes really through engagement with the issues. And she spoke not just of information, but of concepts and so on. But generally, I thought her management and her leadership style improved.
I'm not of that opinion. In fact, I didn't see, I could understand what she was able to sell certain things a little better. But if you look at the wider picture in its broader context, three things are important to Trinidad and Tobago. It's foreign affairs, it's economy, it's the foreign affairs position, and in large measure, what happens in our energy sector. We've been unable to address the energy sector in any serious way. From a foreign affairs position, it has been a total disaster. You should understand that.
What do you mean?
Right? Certainly, for example, where she's been to, not only within CARICOM, where she's been to the US, for example, the whole concept of an energy fund, which was floated. For example, the same time she's floating the concept of an energy fund, right? The same time the Americans are signing a treaty with Jamaica with respect to natural gas. Right, so basically rubbishing the whole idea of an energy fund that comes from Trinidad and Tobago. Right, it lacked any sort of gravitas, it lacked organization. Right, she's been literally over the last 5 years, with the exception of the 2 times that she's met Biden, but he came to Trinidad, which it seems to be to sign off on an agreement which effectively will govern Mr. Warner's future. Right, and on the second occasion, meeting him with regard to the energy sector fund at the beginning of this year. Right, so I can't say that the performance is improved. And the decisions, such as the decisions that have been made with regard to removal of ministers, may have been calculated and presented in a fashion which demonstrated some degree of ministerial strength. But the bottom line is that she's always had to be pushed to make a decision. Right, with respect to what you call it, with respect to the Anil Roberts decision, that is certainly a decision, if you want, that was for political, not merely political safety, but to avoid political suicide. And on that particular basis, well, self-interest abounded, and she operated in a decision, waited until it was safe to be able to do so.
All right, but there are some people, Mr. Brown, who will argue that while she may have been pushed into making some of those decisions may not have happened in the past and the previous leadership, but whether they be under pressure.
You say under previous leadership, what do you mean?
Well, there is the belief that, for example, that they call the heart issue. All right, they're saying that there was non-action there on the part of the former Prime Minister, right? But in this case, whether the Prime Minister...
action that came too late.
Too late.
Right? But again, it was also 3 years it was in the middle of a term, as distinct from a full term. Right. We've had the opportunity to watch a whole term in operation here.
So some may argue, as I was saying,
and that's one.
Whether or not
who's the next one?
You're forced to do it. The point is that the decisions were made, right, under pressure. And doesn't that lend to some sort of political,
But call that as one example. And unfortunately, anytime you lead a government where we have had, it is so fractious, it speaks to your ability to keep a team in position and quite frankly, your ability to choose them.
But she's boasted that she's kept the partnership together over the years, and it's been a difficult, I think at one of the recent town meetings, she said, it's difficult to keep it together, but she did.
Just to add some public opinion in here, the latest HHB poll commissioned by the GML group, the question was asked, who do you think is the best Prime Minister for Trinidad and Tobago? 45% of voters said Kamala Persad-Bissessar, 44% said Dr. Keith Rowley, and HHB noted that Dr. Rowley had closed the gap on Mrs. Persad-Bissessar with respect to being the best Prime Minister, and this was a poll conducted just about 2 weeks ago.
You mean the best Prime Minister between the two of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Which says a lot for what you call it, for Kamala Persad-Bissessar, but it doesn't say a lot for Dr. Rowley. In those circumstances, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how things...
That is a good point to transition then.
I think we have to wait and see exactly how things go later on, so we could come back to that particular point, because that's going to be an important point depending upon how the final results of these elections are counted.
But before the results are counted, we've seen issues popped up during this election campaign. For example, I was speaking to a pollster from Barbados, and he said there is a perception, for example, that Dr. Rowley is, I think, what was the word that he used, aggressive, and that people are intimidated a bit when it comes to him as a leader. So in that perspective, how do you think he's led the People's National Movement through this election campaign? Obviously, he's won, he's led them through victories in midterm, Tobago and other seats, but there is still that view or that sort of resistance towards his leadership. And why do you think that is?
I think Dr. Rowley must be complimented for bringing the PNM back from the wreck of 2010. It was a disastrous result for the party. The party was completely demoralized. And when you look at the party fighting the election in this campaign, a campaign which I think was very well organized, very purposeful, very well charted, and so on, and the kind of support that it has had from the base of the party, I think he must be complimented for that. At the same time, I'm not too sure, and the results will tell us tonight, whether the party has developed the wider appeal that it needs to go into the future. And that is why I'll be very, very interested, and I make the point again, in the margin of victory that it attains in all of the seats that it wins. That for me is going to be very, very important, because it will say to me what is happening to the PNM. Has the PNM under Dr. Rowley been revived and revitalized in its base, for which he must be praised, and has it widened its appeal? Has it strengthened its appeal? Is it bringing more people into the fold? I'll be looking for that. But he must be complimented for that, so we wait on the results. With respect to the policies and so on, I am not satisfied, even though you've had a manifesto, and as I said in one of my articles, that the manifesto is strong on governance. When you look at the number of things that they are going to be putting in place, revenue, the Integrity Commission, and Police Authority, a number of things which I outlined, the governance issues, including national health insurance and so on. I am not sure that in terms of policy, there is anything that is really attractive and truly innovative. He talks about modernizing local government, and I wait to see how that will emerge using the THA model and so on. But all in all, he must be congratulated for bringing and revitalizing the PNM.
You mentioned the manifestos, and I want to ask you both, as former members of cabinet, how important are these manifestos in an election, and do people really vote based on what they see in a manifesto? In this election, do you think that they're voting based on plans?
Well, on the basis of this election, I don't think the manifestos are a factor at all. Generally speaking, it is about bragging rights. I don't think we are reading society. That's the first point. And the argument that is made constantly by some of our writers in the press that our validating elites do not speak outwards, I think that's a very important point. We've had no serious evaluation of either manifesto, barring one or two comments by the former head of the public service, Reginald Dumas. Right? Outside of that, we've had no comprehensive evaluation, not merely of the individual policies of themselves, but of the comparison of the range of policies in terms of how they will be put into position. I think that's the first point. So, and also too, presenting a manifesto 17 days before an election is really poor on both sides. One presented it 17 days before, the other one presented it 21 days before. I think in both instances, nobody has any time to speak to that one. And to go back to some of the points that just support Dr. Ralph Maraj in the point that he was making, Dr. Rowley took this election on the chin. Very much in the same way that Mr. Manning took the last election on the chin. Right? He was the main speaker at most of the rallies. He spoke for an hour. you're talking about literally about 10 days on the road, literally speaking for an hour. That's about 10 hours and speaking about a range of subjects and so on. So he took it very comprehensively in terms of leading the party from that particular perspective. But I think the critical point, and Mr. Maraj is right in raising that point, is the question of whether this election will tell us whether not so much whether the party base has been revitalized, because I don't think that's an issue. Right? Because quite frankly, I was saying the same way that the argument from the UNC, that the best advertisement for the UNC is Dr. Rowley from the point of view of his aggression. I want to say, on the other side, from the PNM perspective, the best advertisement for the PNM has been Mrs. Kamla Prasad-Bissessar, in terms of what I would have to consider, not so much a doddering style, but a style which actually lacked leadership. And in those circumstances, a number of missteps, mistakes, and so on, literally helped people to galvanize towards the PNM. It was an advertisement for the PNM in that regard.
And yet, the HHB numbers that we just cited say that she's still ahead.
And that's one of the reasons why the UNC has crafted an election which does not speak to policy, program, performance. It speaks to the lady, the female. It has appealed to the emotive section. She's soft. And that in a sense is to counterpose it against Dr. Rowley. Right? And that's how they've crafted the election. And that's what you've got.
We'll challenge you on some of that in just a bit, but we have to take a very short break. We'll be back with more. When we come back, we'll be checking in to see what the results are saying, checking with our correspondents in the field here, what's happening, what's the atmosphere like at the various camps. This is Election Central 2015. We'll be right back.
The Kia Optima is the preferred mid-size luxury sedan in Trinidad and Tobago. The Optima offers the driver a fusion of style, performance, and technology, and is the preferred choice of companies and professionals. Call now and take advantage of our Spend the Night program with the sophisticated Kia Optima. Kia, the power to surprise.
They're just a bunch of friends with not a lot to do, just hanging.
Hey, Tina, you hear us Welch's Concord grapes have a lot of the same heart health benefits as red wine?
Really? Phil, you hear this?
Yeah, what's up?
Welch's grape juice has heart benefits like wine.
What? No way. Hey, Merlot. Oui. That heart benefit thing you got, we got it too.
Is that true?
Yeah, turns out we're not so different after all.
Welch's 100% grape juice. Real grape goodness.
I've got just $20, so I'm thinking Subway, because at Subway restaurants, you can always get plenty for 20. We're talking a juicy 6-inch oven roasted chicken sub on bread baked fresh right in the store. Add your favorite fresh veggies, cheese, and a cold 16-ounce drink. That's one delicious meal for just, say it with me, $20. Get your plenty for 20 at any Subway restaurant today. Subway, eat fresh.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back. This is Election Central here on CNC3. We're covering the general election results 2015 with our in-studio panel. We have our social media center. We also have our results center, and our teams are out in the field. And among those teams, we have Caston Cupid, who is on the sister isle of Tobago, covering both main party headquarters there this evening. Caston, good evening.
All right, Gola, Kamal and the panel. Well, if you're hearing me, the mood is getting very festive here at the Tobago Council in uptown Scarborough, as it's been very tense as they will be watching the battle in Trinidad. In Tobago, Shampa Kodjo is well ahead. They have already given her the seat unofficially. And the other candidate, Ayana Webster Roy, she is already celebrating a victory. But all eyes are looking on Tobago as it's going to be a very close one. It was some tense moments here. Some faces were really worried looking in the PNM camp here. But as you can see behind me, there are some good news going on their behalf, and they are beginning to celebrate. So that's how it's here over here in Tobago. And hopefully we'll come back to you later on for more information. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Caston. Quite a party happening there at the PNM base in Scarborough. They are declaring victory basically in the two Tobago constituencies. Shamfa Kodjo said to be well ahead in Tobago West.
You contrast the mood. They contrast the mood, what is happening in Tobago and what is happening at Balize House and in Siparia. You saw the Prime Minister there addressing Siparia constituency, congratulating them, telling them. But everybody kind of tentative at the moment. Rowdy is not saying anything. You're not getting any sense of any, celebration beginning because everybody is tense.
And even when the Prime Minister spoke, she did not address any of the issues on a national level. She kept it very specific to her.
Very specific and so on.
Of Siparia.
Very, very different. But of course, it will change as we go into the night,
Well, that was our Caston Cupid across there in Tobago. I'm being told that our reporter Chester Sembrano, he is standing by at Balize House. It would be interesting to see what's taking place there now. I'm being told that we do not have Chester just yet. So I want to throw it over to our studio panel this evening. Before we went to that break, I think we were discussing the issues of leadership.
And perception of
leadership. And you made a comment earlier. You said that, the People's Partnership had sort of painted the Prime Minister as a woman, a softer touch, as opposed to more caring, as opposed to that of Dr. Rowley. But is it fair to summarize, what the People's Partnership campaign has done down to that? When we've seen, for example, the Prime Minister, it started off as, I have a plan, and eventually she started speaking about policies on the platform in those town meetings, what she intends to do. And she did articulate some of the plans that she intends to.
Well, I mean, the critical issues in terms of plans have to go to, the thing on the table is the economy. And if you look at how the Prime Minister addressed that particular position earlier this year, when he came up with 4 items, she came up with 4 priorities. Well, if you had to evaluate those priorities, there were none. And if you had to say that essentially this is the advice that the Prime Minister is getting, and this is what she's putting in the position. One, the electorate has not been very discerning, also not been very evaluating, because there was nothing to the priorities. And quite frankly, the country just moved onwards. And I think she's been lucky to escape with that. And the only reason that she's been able to escape for that is the softer, caring side. That's what they've accentuated.
I think when you look at Prime Minister Pasal Bisesa and Dr. Rowley, they're different personalities. One is the male, one is the female. They have different demeanors, they have different approaches. I think it is fair to say that in terms of charisma, they both have a different kind of charisma. And that is why, the Prime Minister has polled constantly ahead of Dr. Rowley in terms of favorability rating. That's how people are perceived. Now, coming back to the question of the economy and the way the People's Partnership has presented their plan, I found it very interesting, what they said in their manifesto. They were talking about, I think, 5 growth poles. They were talking about gold polls in various parts of the country. They were talking about economic zones.
Different types of the economy.
Right, different types. They were talking about economic zones that would be linked into the growth poles, and they outlined what the growth poles will be: knowledge-based industries, tourism, and so on and so on. And then they also created something which was very interesting. A little bit hazy at the moment, but still very interesting. And the only innovative thing I thought that I saw in the manifestos, the whole question of the blue, green, and silver economy. And in those separate economies, the blue economy, of course, dealing with the marine life and the opportunity that exists in our coastal areas and in the seas, which we haven't really explored to the fullest in Trinidad and Tobago. I thought as well the green economy, dealing essentially with sustainability and all of the opportunities that come from that, and it is happening abroad all over the world. And I spoke about it a while ago. Renewables, for example, creating 20 million jobs over the next two decades globally. That was there. And then the silver economy, dealing with the support and the spending capacity of those who are retirees. And as you know, we have an aging population in Trinidad and Tobago. And I thought all of that was very, very interesting.
Let me just ask you to stick a pin in the discussion. We want to go to Chester Zambrano. He is at Balize House with the chairman of the People's National Movement, Franklin Can. Chester, are you there?
Yes, good evening, Gula and Kamal, once again. Yes, and I do have with me the chairman of the People's National Movement, Mr. Franklin Khan. And as I said a short while ago, we were waiting to get some information from the hierarchy of the PNM. And here's Mr. Khan. So, Mr. Khan, first of all, tell me, what is the emotion in the PNM camp right now?
Well, it's tense, but we are cautiously optimistic. As we've been saying from the onset, the UNC would have retained its core seats. We would have retained our core seats and add to some core seats that we lost in 2010, in particular the 5 seats on the corridor, which are Toko Sandy Grande, Tabadi Omera, Arima, Lupino Bone West, and La Joqueta Talparo. And at the end of the day, the election would boil down to who wins the 4 or 5 marginals. Those marginals, as we define them, are Tunapuna, San Fernando West, St. Joseph, and Moruga Tableland. And that seems to be the story that is playing out as we speak. My understanding is that San Fernando West has already been declared, and we are doing extremely well in Tunapuna and in St. Joseph. And it's a very, very close fight in Moruga Tableland as we speak. I spent all the day in Moruga because that was part of the former Ottawa Mayaro seat, where I was the representative. So I know the people. I've worked the seat hard with Dr. Lovell Francis, and I also expect victory there.
What is the final prediction you're looking at in terms of numbers?
No, I don't want to predict yet, as yet. You know, Mr. Manning had us saying, "Hurry dog eats raw meat," and there's no need to predict. You predict an event if it has to happen next month. Why volunteer to predict something that you will know in an hour and a half time? It makes no sense.
No, I see Dr. Rowley is here. Have you spoken to him since he arrived?
We just said hello, but we haven't had any involved discussion.
What are some of the plans for the night in terms of the PNM going forward?
Well, obviously, once we win, Dr. Rowley will make a victory speech. As chairman and as chairman of a lot of meetings, I always said, I always introduce him as the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. I say I long for the day when I can introduce him as the Prime Minister. I hope that day is tonight. And he will make a victory speech. I'm almost sure it will say that Trinidad and Tobago is one nation, one people, you know, let's get back to work. And obviously there are thousands of supporters outside and they will have their fun.
As you said earlier, it's still pretty close. Did you expect that it would be this close though?
I personally expected it to be this close because you have an incumbent government that had $400 billion to spend, and people respond to finances in Trinidad and Tobago. There's still the ethnic bloc of votes, the East Indian vote, the African votes, and how you manipulate it. I mean, that politics is still well alive in Trinidad and Tobago. Regretfully, I should say that enough attention is not placed on issues in terms of people choosing which party they vote for. But it's a reality we have to live with, and hopefully over time, 53 years is still a small span in the history of a civilization, and we know we are really in the early stages of the Trinidad and Tobago civilization. So we accept the reality, and we continue to work on behalf of the nation to build a better nation of Trinidad and Tobago.
Now, my final question to you, looking back at the campaign trail, we had 3 months to campaign. Would the PNM have done anything differently?
Obviously not. I think we ran a superior campaign. Our strategy was well thought out, both in terms of our ground war, our air war, our articulation of our policies and programs, our issue foremost, and we still stand by that. The government has to account for its stewardship. That was the key issue in the election. They were in power for 5 years, they spent $400 billion, and they had to tell the people how that money was spent and account for all the misgivings of their tenure. And we still stand by that. Dr. Rowley in particular articulated those positions extremely well on the campaign trail and on the political platform. And we are comfortable with where we are and how we ran the campaign.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. And that was the PNM chairman, Mr. Franklin Khan, just giving us a brief update from the hierarchy perspective of the People's National Movement. And now it's back to you in studio, Golda and Kamal.
Thank you very much there, Chester. Listening to Mr. Franklin Khan saying that the atmosphere at Bally's House is a bit tense, very conservative.
And he made a statement. He said, once we win the election, is what he said just now, and he said that the PNM camp was preparing for a victory
speech. So now is a good time to check in with our results center, Hema Ramki, soon to find out what the results are saying. Which party will be declaring victory tonight? Hema, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Kamal, and good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Well, interestingly enough, Kamal, I know that you and Golda have been looking at what's taking place, and if you look at our final tally and what's coming in thus far, the PNM leading in 23 constituencies, the People's Partnership 18. Now, Dr. Bisram had to leave our studios, but he just called me, and we can confirm that St. Joseph is more than likely going to go to the People's National Movement. And as you know, the UNC, Vasan Bharat, is the candidate for that area. La Hokata Talparo also too close to call at this time, Maxi Coffee and Jaramsi Mangal. Now, according to Dr. Bisram, the PNM leading in 20 constituencies, the UNC 19, so that's where he's putting it, and 2 constituencies, the deciding factors. He's more than likely saying that St. Joseph is going to go to the People's National Movement. You know, the history of St. Joseph, if we can remember, looking at the marginal map back in the area, and we're looking for the St. Joseph constituency. And this is what took place in 2007 and 2010 and 2015. Now, as you know, between 2010 and 2015, there was a by-election in the St. Joseph constituency. In 2010, that time, Herbert Volney actually won for the People's Partnership. When we had the by-elections, there were the candidacy of the ILP. You also had the UNC, who Ian Allen went up for the UNC at that time. And then you also had the PNM and Terrence Dialsing being the incumbents in that area. Looking at how the votes are going thus far, the PNM having a lead, 8,382, 6,721. Now, I know from my sources, and this is yet to come from the official channels, that the final tally, which is closer to what is happening as all the ballot papers have been counted already, that the People's National Movement, Terrence Dialsing, has a very small lead, and they expect that lead to continue, and they're expecting the PNM to declare victory in this constituency, by 300 to 500 votes, and this is what we're looking at thus far. And as stated earlier, the People's National Movement trending 23, the People's Partnership 18. We're looking at the total voter turnout, and according to Dr. Bisram, we're looking at the fact that the PNM is leading in 20 constituencies, the UNC 19, 2, he's labeled too close to call, and that is La Hokata Talparo and St. Joseph, but he's calling St. Joseph to the People's National Movement, the incumbent Terrence Dialsing, La Hokata Talparo, Maxi Coffee and Jaramsi Mangal. So that's the latest coming out from the election results, and we're looking at the fact that we have a total of about 414,000 persons that have been counted already in terms of our election results. So in the end, somebody's going to make up the government with about 22 and leading the government of Trinidad and Tobago by tomorrow morning. I'm pretty sure if we have very small margins of victory, I'm pretty certain that we can expect to see some requests for recounts happening. There was the extension of the 1-hour voting period, but looking at what is taking place, and I can also say that the Toco Sangre Grande area, the last time that I spoke with my sources, and that is coming out of what's taking place there, that has gone to the People's National Movement as well. So that's the very latest coming out of the election center, and Brent Sancho, the UNC candidate for that area, but Christine Nwala Hussein, that is the Minister of the People, she has retained the Kamoto Manzalina seat for the United National Congress, and as you know, one of the early seats to be declared, Princestown, and Faris Arawi winning the seat against Razia Ahmad there. So we are now going to look at what we have thus far. And this is what we're looking at. And I can bring you back to the Toco Sangre Grande seat, which is there. And this is pretty much what it looks like for the Toco Sangre Grande seat. Glenda Jennings taking the lead there, and you can call it for the People's National Movement. So that's the very latest, and we're looking at someone forming the government maybe by midnight tonight with about 21 or 22 seats. Kola, back to you.
Hema, I'm not sure if you are hearing me, but I'm wondering if you can give us an update on the crucial seat of Tunapuna. It seems that the results that are coming in for that seat seem to be very slow at this time.
Yeah, you know, Tunapuna has been one of the slow seats for the entire counting. And I don't know why the results are coming in so slowly for the Tunapuna seat. I'm kind of looking at my map here for a second, but there it is, Tunapuna. And this is what we have thus far for this seat. And these are very preliminary results, but what I can tell you is that as it relates now, the People's National Movement has a lead of about 1,500 votes, and that's what I'm getting from my sources on the ground who are part of the constituency offices attached to both the PNM and the UNC. So this figure, looking at the last figure there, Esmond Ford leading about 400 votes there, but I can tell you that the latest count puts him at about 1,500 votes ahead of the UNC's candidates. And this is being one of the seats. It has been labeled the deciding factor for the election 2015. And if you look at the marginal menu and we look at the Tunapuna seat, just looking at the breakdown of what took place in 2007, it went all the way, and that was with Esselajor. You're looking at 2010, in 2015, and you still have a number of polling divisions outstanding. Now, I know that this map has been updated a little bit since then. And as you know as well, this seat went to Winston Dukuran, the political leader or the founder of the Congress of the People, and no longer political leader. He took this seat in 2010. We're seeing a map of a totally different color in 2015. So just a breakdown of what's taking place. And the party officials, I think they have a pretty good idea as to where the seat is going to be trending. And Tunapuna seems to be trending to the People's National Movement. Gola Kamal, back to you.
Thank you so much, Hema. Of course, we'll be checking in with you in just a very short time. But while we were looking in at the results with Hema's assistance, Mr. Brown, you made a very strong comment, and you said that race, when you look at the map, race has been the deciding factor in this election. Care to elaborate on that?
Well, clearly there's a band in the middle, if you want, and it's support on either side. You have on the north and down the bottom in the south, and clearly it has to do, I think, on the basis of all that we know, has to do with the geographic spread in terms of how the country was settled, and the areas which were close to sugar. Had a large East Indian population, and effectively it is in fact the sugar belt that is yellow. In the northern area with one or two little, and the pockets down in the south are the oil belts and so on. And that is largely associated with race. So you're talking about a population shift, approximately 38%, 38% East Indian, another 34%. So largely speaking, the geographical map of Trinidad and Tobago represents, if you want, a racial demographic split, and that's what you're seeing.
Well, that seems a bit at odds with the discussion that we were having earlier in terms of how we anticipate that the votes might have been going.
Well, remember, it's the first past the post system, so it numbers with, and you always knew that there are certain seats, for example, within the UNC which are not challengeable, right? And you've also known at the same time that the East-West corridor has technically been, if you want, a PNM corridor, and that PNM corridor is punctuated with Barrett area, and it's been punctuated with St. Joseph. Now, St. Joseph seems to be switching.
Let's talk about St. Joseph, because in the last update that Hema just gave us, she said that the St. Joseph seat seems to be heading towards the People's National Movement. Let's look at some of the figures when we compare 2010 and 2007. St. Joseph, Herbert Volney got about 10,835 votes back then.
Correct.
And the Kennedy Swartz, he got 7,778.
Just about 8,000 votes.
Right, and if you look in 2007, the People's National Movement got 7,965. It got less back then. And the UNC 4945 and the COP 4945. Just about 9,000
But the
votes.
COP is what made the difference. It's split.
But if you're looking at the results now, we look at 8,903, the People's National Movement leading by about 12 to 1,300 votes. And there were many people who said that Vasant Bharat, the dynamic candidate that he was, that he would have been able to bring home that seat.
Yeah, and I also thought that the UNC would have been quite strong in St. Joseph. But if indeed the PNM wins St. Joseph, it will be a feather in their cap, because I think they would have made significant inroads. It would have said something about the campaign that they conducted in St. Joseph, because as you said, the UNC had a very strong candidate there. And, that I think is a positive sign for the PNM if indeed it does win St. Joseph.
And if the PNM wins St. Joseph, what it also says, and the negative point to be made is this, right? The UNC always had the advantage in terms of timing of this election. It was theirs to call. And having left it to the last minute, and if you talk about political astuteness, you'll have to say in this particular case, that was not particularly astute.
I've criticized the Prime Minister for that. It was too late to decide on the candidates.
As well as the loss of what you call it, San Fernando West, may have to do with the fact that it took too long to appoint a candidate to basically walk the territory and essentially reinforce the difficult areas. Because it's not to say that there was any doubt that they were going to change the candidate for St. Joseph, or that they were going to change the candidate for San Fernando West.
There are still polling divisions.
In fact, when you look at the UNC campaign, and there was a kind of uncertainty and a little bit of sloppiness just before the final leg of the campaign. And the late announcement of the candidates, I think,
Caston Cupid
worked against them.
Caston Cupid, our reporter in Tobago, is standing by with the Tobago West candidate Shamfa Kajo for the People's National Movement. Just a moment ago, Caston, there were celebrations behind you. Caston?
All right, I'm here with Tobago West candidate Shamfa Kajo. Ms. Shamfa, you're now gracing our presence here at the Tobago Council. How's it feel?
Well, I'm ecstatic. I feel good. I feel very humbled by the support, by the people coming out to, just cheer us and show their support and give us the encouragement. It has been a long uphill journey, and I must say, to get to this point where we have won the votes and the hearts of the people of Tobago, especially in Tobago West, well, and East too, because Diana has done a wonderful job in the East also. It is enlightening, but it's also very humbling. I've always had the confidence that Tobago would come through, and they've done their work. They got out there on election day today and had their voices heard, and I feel very, very pleased.
All right, I see you feel very pleased, but did you predict this margin of victory?
I didn't imagine this margin of victory. To be quite frank with you, I left home very early and headed for here. I stopped at the campaign office at Spring Garden first and then came here, so I'm not even sure as to what the numbers are. I've just been receiving all these messages on Facebook and WhatsApp and so on. So I say, let me come and be where the people are, and whatever the results are at the end of the day, at least I'm here with the people who came out to support and place their votes and so on. So I will figure out the details of the statistics and the numbers and the records after.
Okay, well, thank you and all the best.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, well, that's it here from the Tobago Council, and it's back to you in studio.
Thank you very much there to our Caston Cupid talking to the PNM's candidate, Shamfa Kajo, a candidate that has really, I guess, shot into the spotlight over the last couple of weeks with her address at the People's National Movement's Women Forum. We're now looking at some live images of what's taking place at Balize House. From what you can see, the last time we showed you some shots there, the crowd has certainly increased. We're seeing some flags waving at this time. The crowd is definitely growing as the results are coming in. We just heard from the People's National Movement Chairman Franklin Khan a short while ago, very reserved in his comments, but expecting, in his own words, a victory tonight. Just some shots there over at Balize House, and we'll continue to bring you the latest reaction from the political camps.
Let's take a quick break and we'll be back with more. This is Election Central.
Jumpstart your day with a natural burst of energy. Explosive, long-lasting energy. Get now B12 shots, which are ideal to keep you sharp, focused, and naturally fired up for hours. Now B12 shots is an advanced formula with a powerful blend of 10,000 mcg's vitamin B12, a complete B vitamin profile, and vitamin C. Now B12 shots will keep you at your best. So when you need instant energy, physical or mental, reach for a Now B12 shot. Available nationwide at leading pharmacies and health shops.
Welcome back to the GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
Welcome back. This is Election Central here on CNC3, and at this time we want to share our NACTA prediction with you. This is the prediction of the election results based on the votes that have come in thus far and the NACTA scientific polling. And we want to say that at this point, NACTA predicts that 23 of the seats will go to the People's National Movement and 18 will go to the People's Partnership. Once again, this is a NACTA prediction that we are bringing to you based on 45% of the votes counted thus far in the system that NACTA is using to come up with this scientific projection. So NACTA is projecting talking to a panel now, NACTA is predicting 23-18. Is that what it looks like for you as well?
Well, it's just 45% of the votes counted. I mean, he might be looking at the trends. He would be polling. He would have been doing some polling and so on. So I would prefer if we wait a little bit later to get a definitive result. But of course, he's an expert pollster, though he did predict when we came in. He did predict a completely different result. He predicted but he's now changed.
You mean
But
you
let's just
predicted a
talk
smaller
about-
margin?
No, you're predicting the reverse margin.
Let's just talk about some of what we're seeing based on the key marginals.
Yeah.
Tunapuna, for example, the PNM, based on the numbers that we have here, 5,222, and the People's Partnership, 3,679.
That's a sizable lead.
A sizable lead, even at 45%.
And Toko Sangi Grande,
Toko Sangi Grande.
7,116. And then the UNC, 5,031, another sizable lead. St. Joseph, 10,146.
Unassailable lead.
And 7,685 for the UNC. Very, very unassailable lead, clearly. La Joqueta, Talparo, 6,429 for the PNM, 4,491 for the UNC, another sizable lead. So it looks like Mr. Bikram's predictions could be correct. What did
Well,
he
let's see, because Chester is at Balize House, where he has Donna Cox with him, and he's telling us that the PNM is making some declarations. Let's see if any of those key marginals are being declared by that party at Balize House tonight. Chester?
Hi, Gola. Yes, welcome once again here to Balize House. And I can report to you that the PNM, they are declaring several seats, a lot of them are marginals. If I can just see the board here, I'm seeing they've declared Maruga, they've declared Arima, they've declared Sangre Grande, Toko Sangre Grande. That's just, they've declared Tobago East and West, and that's just several of the marginal seats that the PNM has declared. And as I told you, the crowd is growing, and from upstairs here, it seems that the crowd has gotten alive, because we can hear them screaming whenever the PNM puts up results on the screen. So anyway, let's get to the interview here with Ms. Donna Cox. Ms. Cox, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very excited and very happy. But I'm not surprised. I was always confident that we would pull it off.
Well, what do you think about the campaign strategy of the PNM going into this election? Is there anything you would think would have done differently, or you think the PNM did exactly what it needed to do?
I think the PNM followed their plan well and did exactly what they had to do.
Have you seen any of the other members of parliament around the building, spoken to them at all?
No, well, actually, they are not here as yet because they have to celebrate in their constituencies first, and then they will come to Balize House. So I'm sure later on they will be here.
I know, as a former member of parliament, what kind of feeling is this for you? Is it a bittersweet moment knowing that you're not part of the campaign itself as an MP or a candidate, but you're still part of the PNM who seem to be on course for victory?
No, well, it's not, I wouldn't say bittersweet, I'll say it's sweet because I am happy for the victory. I looked forward to this, and so I am happy about that.
And what's next for Donna Cox politically?
Politically? Well, my future is in the hands of the Lord.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cox. And that you have a former member of parliament, PNM member of parliament, Donna Cox, just speaking with us briefly about how she's feeling about the results thus far here at Balize House. Gola Kamal, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chester. Just to recap, the People's National Movement, they're declaring a few seats. We're looking at Arima, Maruga, Tableland, and Toko Sangre Grande. Any surprises there, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm surprised at Maruga Tableland. I thought the UNC partnership would have been strong there. But clearly things have changed. Things have been changing, I think, over the last 4 weeks in a number of these so-called marginals. Clearly, if they have got Maruga, Tableland, and what is the next one? Toko Sangre Grande, St. Joseph, they're leading in Tunapuna. It looks like a PNM victory tonight.
I don't have any difficulty with that. The margin of victory, we're talking about, the range of variation was always, from a PNM perspective, a minimum of 21 seats to a high of 26. All right, and the more likely result was always 23, 24. All right, so from what we are hearing is 23, 24, which means that they've done everything that they said that they would do in the marginals, which is La Joqueta, Tunapuna, Toko, and St. Joseph. St. Joseph is the what you call it, the real kicker.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And La Joqueta Talparo to a certain extent.
Well, we always knew that, the PNM always knew that was going to be close. And it was going to be tight, but they worked to make certain that they never relaxed.
I think the partnership was really banking on the candidate, the quality of the candidate, his performance in La Hoqueta Talparo, and they were hoping that he would be able to pull it off. But clearly other factors
Well, I think
stronger.
the one critical factor, you were busy praising the Prime Minister for what you call it, a political acumen and sagacity, right? And I said to you, I thought it was a disaster. And quite frankly, right, when they lose this election, that has to be hung around her neck, because it took too long to call the election,
Oh, yes,
too long to get the party organized, too long to get the candidates in position. Right? And that has to be a lack of political sagacity and poor political organization.
Do you think, for example, if Hassan Barrett had more time in St. Joseph, he would have been able to really bring home that seat, considering what the trend that we're seeing now?
Well, I'm sure that if he had more time, he would have been able to understand it. Right? And I think, quite frankly, that he didn't. He just didn't have the time to do it. I mean, you can't. The advantage that the PNM had in position is that they went into this campaign with an organized team at least 7 to 9 months in advance. Compare that with the incumbent government being distracted by people holding office, holding ministerial portfolio, and then trying to basically get back on the ground, especially given everything that took place over the course of the last 5 years. Right? And you're coming to do it in 3 weeks? What does the electorate say? But you don't remember me all the time you just reached?
We need to check in with our team at Rienzi Complex. Ria Rambley is standing by, and we hear that the mood has changed somewhat since we last checked in. Ria, what can you tell us?
A very good evening, Golda and Kamal. Well, as you can see, the atmosphere here at Rienzi Complex has taken a complete 180 as supporters have now settled into this calm, somber mood outside of Rienzi Complex. And I can tell you that things changed here very quickly tonight. First of all, when the party was declaring seats just about an hour ago, there were shouts and cheers and coming from supporters here at Rienzi. Unfortunately, we saw a lot of the party officials disappear on us. We believe they may be downstairs inside the results center discussing the results coming out of the EBC, as well as what they're seeing on the local media. Now, we did have some very worried supporters coming up to us here at CNC3 and asking us about the projected results for the night, asking us about the PNM's lead thus far. We had to explain to some very worried supporters that these are leads and not yet declared seats, so they are anxiously tuned into CNC3, awaiting the declaration of seats, I guess, before they can make any further judgment. What I can tell you, though, is that the crowd here is very settled, and there's some worry on the faces of supporters. We are, at this time, still trying to look for some of the party officials to get an update on how the party is feeling at this time. We have no word yet on whether the Prime Minister is making her way to Rienzi Complex. And we haven't seen many of the candidates coming here to celebrate as well, or even with their teams. As you can see behind me, the results board, everything has come to a complete stop. There's no more results being put up there. Everything now is heavily dependent on what comes across the television and what's coming across social media. So supporters here at Rienzi Complex glued to CNC3 to see what's the latest in the general election. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much. That was our Ria Rambley giving us an idea as to what's taking place over at Rienzi Complex. She's speaking of a much different atmosphere from what we would have seen a little earlier. You're seeing a bit of, it's quieted down significantly from since we last spoke with her, and that would be because of some of the results that have been coming in so far.
And she quite interestingly said that they had stopped writing or recording results at the party headquarters and were now relying on the media and also social media to keep abreast of how the votes are going.
I guess the reality is sinking in at Rienzi Complex. I'm sure there must be still hope in their hearts. But, you know, the reality of what is happening with respect to the marginals is sinking in. Whereas at Balize House, you know, you can see the flags beginning to wave and a mood picking up. But it will be interesting to see how the entire picture presents itself as we go forward.
23-18. Earlier we were speaking about what would have been a very narrow margin, something like 21-20, 22-19. With 23-18, if that is the final result, it is a significant majority. And does the issue of governability arise with a 23-18 scenario?
Not so much so as even if you had a narrow majority, but still the issue of the economic challenges will continue to face the country. And even though you have a 23-18, I would think that the Prime Minister, were it to be Dr. Rowley after the tonight, would need to exercise the kind of statesmanship that would bring the country together, even be able to get the support of the opposition with respect to the measures that are going to have to take place. You were asking earlier on today about what kinds of cuts do you think
I think it's a discussion we still need to
make. I would think that we need to look at the size of the government. I've always made the point that we have too big a government in Trinidad and Tobago. We need to look at that, the size of our public service. We need to look at the size of our state enterprise sector. We need to bring more of the private sector into the delivery of certain goods and services, even in national security, health, teaching, education, a number of areas. We need to get more public-private sector partnership to achieve the efficiencies, because it is my view that the size of the government suffocates the economy. It incurs wasteful expenditure, mismanagement, and of course encourages corruption. So those are the issues that we need to look at. Transfers and subsidies, we need to look at that as well. We need to improve our tax collection as we go forward.
We just want to take a look at a picture that our social media team has shared with us. It's a telling photograph of Dr. Rowley apparently tonight celebrating victory. This photograph is being shared on social media at this point in time. And Kamal, maybe you can help me to read the fine print, since I don't have on my
That
glasses.
picture is being tweeted by the People's National Movement. It's an official photo from the party, and it says below, "Thank you, we did this together." And that's, of course, in keeping with the motto that the People's National Movement, the theme of their campaign, which is, let's do this together. They're saying on that picture, well, we did this together.
And that
quote.
message is already being shared thousands of times on social media. So it means that somewhere in the PNM camp, a victory has been declared, and we should be expecting a victory speech of some sort in just
it looks like
order.
clearly we are heading in that direction, the way the results are going.
Mr. Brown, just a short time ago, you smiled brightly when Mr. Miraj talked about the statesmanship required to move forward and to really unite the country with a 23-18 result.
Well, first of all, I don't think the voting is completed or the tabulation is completed, but what I see tells me that the country is split, and split literally very evenly down the middle. So we have the first past the post system, which is working to give a result. But if you look, we have about 81% of the polling divisions counted, 19% left to go, and we have approximately a 50% turnout as we speak. Right? So you're talking about, it's unlikely to get up to 70%.
Yeah.
Unlikely.
Which means that we have a trend, we have returned.
We've returned.
Exactly.
All right? But what it also says that the voter turnout and the numbers of votes going in either direction is pretty close. You're talking about 49.01% to the PNM and 48.886 to the other side. So that whilst you have a win in terms of numbers of seats, you are going to have a fractured public opinion. Because in terms of numbers, the country is virtually evenly decided on either party. Right? Now that has some very, very huge implications in the concept in terms of the message that you send, and also to how you persuade and convince people that you're moving in the right direction.
All right, that's a good point to take a pause on. When we come back, we want to discuss the issue of the fact that we're looking at 20% of people, when you compare to the 2010 election, stayed away. We'll discuss that when we come back. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more discussion. This is Election Central right here on CNC3.
Kia Optima is the preferred mid-size luxury sedan in Trinidad and Tobago. The Optima offers the driver a fusion of style, performance, and technology, and is the preferred choice of companies and professionals. Call now and take advantage of our Spend the Night program with the
hand you over right now to Balize House. We're looking at some of the activities that are taking place. I'm being told by our producers that opposition leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, he has emerged and he is speaking to the media. Let's take you over to that elections.
And Trinidad and Tobago from tomorrow will have a new government. I simply want to thank all the people in our organization, members and supporters, for the very hard work that they did in bringing us to a successful end in what was in effect a very difficult and grueling election. I want to thank Trinidad and Tobago for demonstrating once again that we can conduct ourselves in a manner that is worthy of the name of Trinidad and Tobago. The election proceedings have gone on relatively smoothly, notwithstanding one or two hiccups here and there. Election day had certain challenges, but at the end of the day, once again, I think we've had a very successful operation. And I'm pleased to be in a position to say that the PNM has come out with the majority of seats. We are confident that the country would have been placed in good hands. We have prepared ourselves well, and we expect that we will take the responsibility of managing the affairs of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago in a way that would allow us all, as a people, to look at tonight as the beginning of another era. So I simply want to say thanks to all of you members of the media. You too would have done some long hours and a lot of analyses, notwithstanding the posters, but you would have been around and you would have seen what was happening. And you would have informed the public. Your role in our democracy is one that is extremely important. And once again, the media in Trinidad and Tobago has done a job. And together, we have got the population properly informed, and the population has intervened as we have requested and have brought about a change of government. And we have taken the responsibility now for offering ourselves. We were selected, and now we will then proceed according to what we outlined in our manifesto, treating the circumstances as they develop, and bearing in mind all the time that we do not govern for ourselves, but we are servants of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Prime Minister, you like any hit on Attorney General?
Well, I'm not Prime Minister yet. I haven't been sworn in. I'm still the... Oh, I didn't hear the elect part. I didn't hear the question. Who's that?
Attorney General, any hints?
Good question. Well, I did say 21 plus. Once we got 21, we would have won the election. And then whatever we get after that, we'll be very grateful for. It appears as though now it's either 22 or 23. It looks like 22. There's one seat in Maruga Tableland that is going down to the wire. And we missed a couple, Baratari, San Juan, Chaguanas East. But we did have to focus to win. And we didn't want to play the dog on the bone. So we focused on ensuring that we won the majority, and we will govern with that majority. Well, it all depends on the behavior of the opposition and the behavior of the government. And we will cross those bridges as we go forward. But we have the confidence that we have a majority and the responsibility. And we will behave in a manner worthy of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
What is your first order of business as Prime Minister?
Well, after you're sworn in, I expect that I'll be sworn in as Prime Minister, and I will have to appoint an Attorney General and a Cabinet and set a date for the opening of Parliament. Those are the priorities right now. Well, the budget comes immediately on top of that. As you may recall, I did indicate that calling the election with such a long campaign time and bringing us smack on top of the budget would have created certain difficulties. But I am expecting that the public service would have done most of the work and the policy prescriptions would be in place once the political directorate meets. And whatever it is, we just have to rise to the occasion.
Dr. Rowley, how do you feel bringing the party from how it was in 2010 to this position?
I feel very satisfied, but it wasn't all my doing. The organization, I must say, the PNM had been bad-mouthed by a lot of people who didn't know the organization. When I set about to encourage the party to do the modernization, there were persons who were telling me that the PNM would never cooperate with certain modernization things. And that was not entirely true. They didn't know the organization. We opened up the organization. We had open discussions within the organization for a year and a half. And when it came down to asking the delegates of the party to take a position based on what we had discussed for a year and a half, the vote was almost unanimous on all the changes we made. So all I would say is don't sell the PNM short. We will rise to the occasion when we have to.
You talked about difficult times ahead, but you talked about responsibility also as it relates to the economy. Can you just touch on that?
Well, you only have to follow the news, both local and international, to understand that we are in a difficult situation. But we've been in difficult areas before. When I first came into a cabinet, we had an IMF program going. The end of the NAR into the beginning of the PNM 1991, we, Trinidad and Tobago, were in an IMF program. And we worked our way out of that. And I believe as long as we behave we behave properly in a civil manner, it is my intention to keep the population informed along the way, at every step of the way, because I genuinely believe that the average person in this country is not a fool. And if we tell them what the situation is, we can all work out solutions that are acceptable to us. We have to be reasonable, and what we have to do is to make sure that whatever the country has to offer, that we all have a stake in it. I don't know yet. I wouldn't answer that question yet. But I guess some discussions will take place in the next day or so, and we will settle that with the public servants. We'll be guided by the advice of the public servants and everybody else. Haven't thought of that yet.
Dr. Rowley, have you spoken to your wife, and what was her response?
I was having a drink with her downstairs. She is still cautioning me to be cautious and wait until the official results are in. So, thank you very much. I'm going to talk to her outside.
Well, that's Dr. Keith Rowley there, possibly, based on the way that things are going in this election, the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, talking about his plans, what he plans to do in the next coming days after he's sworn in as Prime Minister. I saw him smile there in a way that I had never seen him smile before. I remarked to Kamal, I said...
You look quite relieved, quite relaxed, I thought, and I think that is very good. Looked quite conversational, you know, we've been seeing him quite aggressive and so on in the campaign trail. That is the kind of mood that you want at this point in time. I liked how he thanked the country, he thanked his party and his supporters, but he thanked the country, and he also talked about the need to bring the country together. He mentioned the severe challenges that we are going to be facing, and that for me is a critical thing. How we are going to politically manage the situation. Mariano points to the fact that you may have a 23-18 majority in terms of seats, but when you look at the overall vote, the country is split down the middle. You need to bring people together. You will need the support of the opposition. You will need some bargaining to take place, because the adjustments that are going to have to be made will impact people. It could have the potential for social instability, for increase in poverty, increase in crime, all those kinds of things. So you need to manage the situation very well. And I think he started, on a good note.
Just quickly, before we go to a break, Mr. Brown, I wanted to ask you, Dr. Rowley was asked there about his appointments to be made. Do you have any thoughts on where some of the key positions might go?
No, I can't give you any a political leader at the end of the day has all sorts of options that he has to consider. And by the way, he may have a wish list in terms of whom he wants to have in position. Some people refuse. Sure. So that you.
What are your thoughts on his speech?
I think he said the right things. Clearly, the election campaign is off his shoulders, so he's far more relaxed now. It was interesting, for example, that he now has to change the language. Notice, for example, when we talked about the economy, whereas before, on what he was saying on Saturday and on Thursday was very critical of the existing government. What he says on this particular occasion, well, we've been this way before, right? And it's now much more positive. In other words, I can handle this. It's difficult, but I'm going to handle it. It is not doom and gloom. So clearly, the transition to prime ministerial office has already started. The issue is going to be the economy, and the economy, and the economy. And in that regard, perhaps the most important announcements that have to be made and how we're going to treat to the future moving forward is going to be the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Energy. Those are the three most critical appointments. Why are they critical? Because at the end of the day, in terms of foreign affairs, our foreign affairs position has to be economic. It's not going to be political. Whilst we may box above our weight in this part of the world, in terms of getting things to move in the direction in which we want, we have a lot of repair work to do. And we have a lot of, in a sense, economic interest to protect and to project. So that the role of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in these circumstances is absolutely powerful. And then in terms of the energy, as much as we may want to talk about growth poles and everything else, at the end of the day, energy.
Let me just interrupt you one sec. We have some bills to pay, and we have a few of them actually. So let me just pause you there. We'll take a very short break, and we'll return to this discussion. Stay with us.
Are you ready for one night in Bollywood? One night in Bollywood. On Sunday, September 27th, Yup TV presents, in collaboration with Time Sound Company, Bollywood heartthrob Atif Aslam.
पहली नजर में कैसा जादू कर दी
GML Election Center at the studios of CNC3 Television.
This is Election Central here on CNC3, and we're looking at a split screen of the PNM celebrations in Tobago, I believe on the right, and on the left, the PNM at Balize House, where Dr. Keith Rowley is expected to address supporters in just a very short time. So what you're seeing here is celebrations at two PNM camps in Tobago and here in Port of Spain at Balize House. And we'll be checking in with our team at Rienzi Complex to see how things are progressing in that camp, and also with the other political parties that we've been following tonight in just a very short time. So we're standing by.
We are also being told that the opposition leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, he's getting ready to address the audience over at Balize House in Port of Spain. He spoke with members of the media a short while ago, and I'm sure supporters are anxiously awaiting a message from their political leader and, well, their future Prime Minister.
While we await Dr. Rowley, he made a statement about a while ago about that cabinet of 1990 when we were facing conditionalities imposed upon us by the IMF. I was privileged to be part of that cabinet, and I know the very tense times and so on that we went through. Eventually came through when the economy started turning around in 1993. Impositions were made. So that is why, for example, I think if we as a government, the new government, would take the necessary steps to make the adjustments that we can live with on our own and avoid the harsh conditionalities, the imposed conditionalities that would come from an IMF program, which we will have to adopt if we do not take the measures on our own. I think that is very, very important. I just thought I would make that remark. Dr. Rowley, as Prime Minister, would remember those times when the unions were marching around the Red House and so on. We need to take steps urgently.
Let me just switch gears a bit. We are standing by, of course, we're trying to find out when the Prime Minister will be addressing supporters over at Rienzi Complex. But some interesting things may happen as the leadership of the United National Congress now may come into question. I don't know if it's something that will.
Oh yes, certainly. That is going to be very interesting, the developments that take place there. Now, I expect that to be faced pretty quickly because, as you know, the internal elections in the United National Congress are now due. They are overdue. And I have no doubt that Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessa's stewardship would come under question. She herself had indicated that she would step down after 2 terms as the Prime Minister. She may choose to demit office as political leader of the party.
Now, just to mention that we're hearing from our reporters on the ground at the Rienzi Complex that the Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessa, is still at the Siparia constituency office, and she may not go to Rienzi tonight. She may address supporters in Siparia. So we're standing by to see whether that is in fact true, whether she'll talk to supporters in Siparia and then head over to Rienzi. But it looks unlikely at this point that she would go to Rienzi. And here we see some shots of Rienzi Complex.
And very, very sparse crowd. The crowd that we saw gathered earlier has dissipated very quickly on hearing those results.
Feelings of defeat.
Let's go to Balize House, where Dr. Keith Rowley is about to take the stage. He's approaching the stage at this point in time. Of course, a lot of celebration and jubilation in the PNM camp tonight as Dr. Rowley takes the stage. He is now the Prime Minister-elect of this country. He will be sworn in sometime this week. Of course, we here at CNC3 will be covering all of those events as the new government takes office in this country. There we see Dr. Rowley heading up onto the stage.
That he will be sworn in by tomorrow morning.
Yes. A very different scene as well from what we saw in 2010. Sort of the inverse in terms of between the both camps. Huge celebration there at the Balize House in Port of Spain, and quite the opposite over at Rienzi Complex. So Dr. Rowley is now making his way to the stage, and we expect that he will be addressing supporters anxious supporters who are waiting to hear from their Prime Minister-elect.
You know, Kamal, you were mentioning that it was a completely inverted situation in terms of what the parties look like, or what the party headquarters look like in 2010. And both you and I, we were both covering the PNM in 2010. And I remember Franklin Can speaking and saying, you know, we have to rebuild, we have to regroup, and we will. And we'll come back stronger. And 5 years later, this is I guess, the result of what the party has done.
And I think that is what both Mr. Marja and Mr. Brown was saying, that the party has rebuilt over the last 5 years, which is what has resulted
seeing
in
the fruits of their effort, and that's why I say Dr. Rowley needs to be congratulated for that.
Dr. Rowley and his family, they're coming out onto the stage. We see his wife Sharon and his two daughters. I also see his son-in-law over to the left of him. Let's listen.
It is now my distinguished honor and privilege to formally declare to you that the People's National Movement has won the 2015 general election. We have
The victory speech is something that we can't afford to miss here at CNC3, and we know that, so we are trying to get you that footage as soon as possible. Once again, we're waiting to hear from Dr. Keith Rowley, his victory speech there at the Balize House.
There was a power in Trinidad and Tobago. I know Dr. Rowley will do it, but let me, as chairman of this party, now formally congratulate the man who has made all this happen, our distinguished campaign manager, deputy political leader policy, Mr. Rohan Sinanan and his team. Make some noise for Mr. Sinanan. He is singularly responsible for putting this campaign together. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, I have chaired a lot of the People's National Movement public meetings. And every night, when I introduce Dr. Rowley, I have to be saying, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is so and so and so, and he's the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. But tonight is a difference. Tonight is a difference. Tonight is a difference. I now invite to address you the new Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley.
Thank you, Party Chairman, Mr. Franklin Can, party officers, and I would like to start with recognizing among our deputies, Deputy Political Leader Policy, Mr. Rohan Sinanan. And I usually don't do that, but tonight I must do that. Introduce Deputy Political Leader Policy, Mr. Rohan Sinanan. Because one of the big issues in this election that we have just won is that we had no policy. But we had Deputy Political Leader Rohan Sinanan, Deputy Political Leader Policy and Campaign Manager for the 2015 election. The information that we have available to us at the various constituencies indicate party officers, members, supporters, fellow citizens, that we of the People's National Movement have been passed an awesome responsibility. For me, it's a very humbling experience to have had the opportunity, firstly, to lead the PNM, to take responsibility for the country's opposition, to lead our party into what has been one of the most grueling elections in the history of our country, and coming out of it victorious tonight. I'm humbled, but I'm very grateful. I must give thanks to our organization, the PNM, for keeping its shape and holding its contact with the opposition. Not losing faith when things didn't look too bright, but having this abiding principle that we of the PNM, we're not a political party in the narrow sense of the word, in the ordinary sense, but rather we are a rally for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago coming together, fighting for the common good. And I think this election, in our 60th year, demonstrates that the PNM can keep its shape. 5 years ago, in this very same place, a completely different mood overtook us. We were down, but we were never out. We knew that we were always the party of the long haul. And sometimes the runner stumbles. And even when the runner falls, the tape is always on his mind. Our organization allowed itself to be modernized. Our screening committee, our executives across the country, all 41, our membership opened up the minds to accept new ways of doing things, to accept new people, and to accept new responsibilities. And we always said to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the value of the PNM is to be available to the people of Trinidad and Tobago whenever you need to call on us. And once again, the people of Trinidad and Tobago have called on the people's national movement. The majority of our victorious candidates are new to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and many of them are new to my leadership, and some of them are even new to the party. But I want to give the country the assurance that all of us, new and old, young and not so young, we will be guided by the fundamental principles of the People's National Movement and the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Throughout our campaign, we have made it quite clear to the population that these are not the times of milk and honey. There are difficult times ahead. It's like going down the river, and I'm telling you that there are rapids ahead. There's rough water ahead. There are white water sections ahead. But if we navigate them successfully, there's calm water ahead. It is my view, as I've expressed before, that our country is not a basket case. We have a fair amount of resources. We have a resilient people, particularly a large body of young people who are looking for a future from our country. We will succeed not basically on who is in office or who won the election, but more importantly, how we behave as a people in treating with the challenges ahead. Tonight is the wedding. A wedding is a feast. It's a fete. Put speeches around. The wedding is the beginning. It is the living that matters. Let's live together in harmony. And as I said throughout the campaign, what we are striving for and what will hold us together, we have to take at the individual level responsibility for ourselves and say that we are our brother's keeper. And if we commit to that, nobody in this country will go hungry while others go overweight. We are all in this together. And having said that, and speaking from the platform of the party that has won the election, I want to say to the members of the and supporters of the UNC, tonight your party has tasted defeat. We of the PNM can tell you the taste of that brew. But I want to say to you that when this country has passed responsibility to the PNM, it is not we versus them. We are all in this together. And while we form the government, you of the UNC, you will form the opposition. But we all expect you to act as a part of the government because your responsibility is awesome. And if we accept that we are all in this together, Trinidad and Tobago, all of us will come out of our difficulties together. We need to respect each other. We need to empathize with each other. We need to feel for each other. And tonight, it's our night to celebrate. But it's not the country's night to feel that there's depression around. All of us must claim the value of having participated in a national election. Behave properly. I have heard of no major incident. I've heard of no violence. I've heard of nothing that will make us ashamed. And I think we all should be proud. Every person, every candidate, every political party, we all should be proud that once again, Trinidad and Tobago has risen to the occasion as expected by our founding fathers. So PNM, you will see us taking responsibility. You will see us believing in our national anthem. In this country, every creed and race finds an equal place. And in this country, I don't have to invent anything for you. We have boundless faith in our destiny. Regardless of where we are within these shores, if we believe in that boundless faith in our destiny, you might be a water carrier today, but your son or your brother might be carrying with him or her the cure for cancer, which we can discover in Trinidad and Tobago. Somewhere in this crowd and somewhere within our shores is an Olympic gold medalist, either in primary school or in secondary school. Somewhere within our borders is probably the best accountant or the best auditor in the world. Not all of us might believe the same way, to the same extent, but let all of us believe in the dream. Some of us are cynical. Some of us are just naive, but all of us are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Under my stewardship, I will make every effort to rekindle the feeling of nationalism in Trinidad and Tobago. We have to understand that we are a nation, and all of us should be proud that we are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I can say to you, whenever I travel abroad, it always impresses me, whether I go to New York, to London, to wherever I go, and they are Trinidad and Tobago citizens, I get the impression that they are more nationalistic than those of us who are at home. We got to change that. We will make a deliberate effort to change that. And we will start with the school's curriculum. We are going to interfere with the curriculum of the schools in Trinidad and Tobago to ensure that our children understand what this country means to us. And once we do that, and instill into them, starting in the primary school, by the time they get to the secondary school, and they get into the 20s and the 30s, I wouldn't have to be talking like this because I wouldn't be here. But the foundation would have been laid. A lot of people have contributed to this victory tonight. And if I start to thank, I'm sure I'm going to leave out some very important persons. So I'll make one generic thank you to the people in the PNM who came to the fore, many of whom we didn't see eye to eye in the beginning. And that was important. But it to convince them to follow me. And tonight, I'm happy that most did. Because I am not the leader of my friends in the PNM. I was a leader of every member of the PNM. And as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, while I would have come from the PNM, I am not the Prime Minister of the PNM. I'll be the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, I want to admit to you, it hasn't been easy. Hasn't always been easy. But I always knew that no matter how rough it was outside, when I got home, I had the loving arms of my wife, Sharon. And my two daughters. And behind me, the Rowley clan. I don't take a vote at home because you know who's going to lose it. So I usually humble myself and allow good sense to prevail. So tonight, I want to thank my wife, my daughters, and all my family for standing with me, because when it looks as if the hurdles were too high to cross, they helped me over by ensuring that there was a place of peace, quiet, and love. And I've shared that. Somewhere in this crowd, I have a friend from Barbados, Peter, who just came in tonight. And if he's somewhere in here, no, not that Peter. Another Peter. Because we have a lot of families and friends in Barbados. And Peter's coming. I want to say to Peter, welcome. And thank you very much for coming. And I want to say that this is not a simple situation. Today is a historic day. When we change government as easily as we do, we must allow ourselves to focus on the seriousness of the situation. But tonight, at Balizé House and across Trinidad and Tobago, tonight is a night for celebration. Let us celebrate. Let us celebrate. Permit me one more time to say great is the PNM. But let us say louder, great is Trinidad and Tobago. Great is Trinidad and Tobago. Great is Trinidad and Tobago, and may Almighty God continue to bless us. Thank you very much.
All right, you were just listening to the victory speech there by the Prime Minister-elect of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley. He said some right things in his speech, that this was not. He spoke to some of the People's Partnership supporters who would have tasted defeat tonight, and he said that he understands what they may feel tonight, But this is not about us and them, but this is about all of us working together for the betterment of Trinidad and Tobago. And I know our panel has been talking about Dr. Rowley saying the right things to unite Trinidad and Tobago going forward.
Yeah. I thought he made a good speech, that it was the right speech. I particularly like when he said that he would not be the Prime Minister of the PNM, but he would be the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. He ended off on the right note, and he said great is the PNM, but he said great is Trinidad and Tobago. Right. I was particularly happy that he said he would be calling on the opposition, for he's suggesting collaboration and so on, which is something that I thought that will be needed as we go forward.
We're going across now to the Siparia constituency office, where our reporter Christy Ramnarayan is there, and we are expecting that the Prime Minister may be addressing supporters there very soon. She will, of course, be having to give a concession speech tonight. Just looking at that video, some supporters there awaiting the Prime Minister to speak to them. What sort of speech would you expect the Prime Minister to be giving supporters tonight after a defeat like this?
Well, I think certainly she has to rally the troops, she has to talk about the positives, she has to take away some positives, because at the end of the day, they still have a role in government. And one of the good things about Dr. Rowley's speech is that he really is talking about a national relay team. Essentially, we are all in national colors, which is a very, very positive development.
Let me just interrupt you there a bit. We're going to head across to the COP headquarters, where Political Leader Prakash Ramada is speaking.
And that is something that is to be given great value to. There are many societies where you do not have that, and that is something we must always protect and treasure. As you go forward, I've heard Dr. Rowley's statement this evening, and I would want that whatever he has said to be heartfelt and to be truthful, because this nation needs a lot of healing. We in Trinidad and Tobago are a great nation, but our greatest difficulty has always been the division of our people. And forgive me if I say that it sounded almost like a COP statement. It is about building nation, and I really want to say that as our next Prime Minister, if he's true to his words, he will have the cooperation of all those who wish to have a united nation built upon the best of our people, where everyone's ambitions could be met, where no one feels discriminated against. That is what we in the COP have always fought for, and will continue to fight. The COP, of course, today, we took a blow electorally, but we've been there before. And I want to recommit to all those good souls of this nation that there are those amongst us who will always stand for what is right and what is proper against all of the odds. And whenever you think we are down, we are never out. And I have many who I could speak for tonight who are committed to building the nation and building the politics as we go forward. Tomorrow the sun will rise, and tomorrow evening it will set again. Life goes on. What we do from today on will determine how successful Trinidad and Tobago is. We have a new government at hand, and there will be a new opposition at hand. And the new politics that we had always spoken about is about the time we start realizing that the new politics has given birth to the new politician of serious people about serious politics. And the day of the gamesmanship and of making bold statements without basis of fact has got to end in this term coming forward. So rest assured, the democracy will be strengthened in this term. I'm committed, the COP is committed to playing our part as best as we can in the interest of all of Trinidad and Tobago. So with God in our heart, with a sense of duty and a sense of commitment to our people, the COP will stand and continue to build and to do what is right for all. Thank you all very much.
Have you heard from Mrs. Pasabri?
I have spoken to Mrs. Pasabri. I still call her Minister. A very brief conversation on the way in. I've spoken to all of our candidates too, of the COP, and several of our colleagues who have been successful in the elections. And I think there is a sense, notwithstanding tonight's defeat at the polls, that
we go now from Prakash Ramada speaking at the COP headquarters to the Prime Minister at his Siparia constituency office.
I can't say how many yet, but I know we won Siparia. So Siparia, thank you very much. You know, today we saw a democratic process in train. And therefore, we must respect the wishes of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They have chosen, and I respect their wishes. Of course, we'll be disappointed with the result in the whole, but we must respect the democratic process, and I wish everyone in our country the best wishes I can give for a better tomorrow and a better future. For myself, I thank you all very much. I'm very happy to be Citizen Kamala, MP for Superior all over again, as I I will continue to work with you and to work with others, as we will have a very strong membership in the House, in the Parliament, and we'll continue to work for you and to serve you. So once again, I thank you very much and ask you to respect the wishes of the people, the majority of people in Trinidad and Tobago. I think we won the popular vote, which is the majority of votes came to us. But at the end of the day, the way our system is framed, it is a majority of seats that gives you the opportunity to form the government. So I wish your new government well, and I also tell you I will not stop serving you. I will continue to work with you and with all of Trinidad and Tobago for a better, as I say, and a brighter future. So thank you very much. God bless you. And God bless Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I think we fought a good fight. We fought a very brave fight. And where I sit today, or tonight, or this morning, tonight, I don't see what else I could have done. We served well. We had tremendous achievements across the land and delivery of services. And maybe that is why we got the majority of the numbers of the votes and not necessarily the majority of the seats. We did great achievements and great delivery. I cannot say, there may be small things we could have done differently, but in terms of the campaign and the way we moved forward, I really cannot see now what we could have done differently. Maybe when we do a post-mortem, other issues may arise.
What do you think went wrong?
I don't think anything went wrong, quite frankly.
What is the future of the partnership at this point?
The partnership is still strong. Many others have called me tonight from the partnership, pledging their support, their commitment to continue to serve Trinidad and Tobago.
Will the People's Partnership be asking for any recount in any of the marginal constituencies?
I can't say at this moment because a lot of the final votes have not come in.
Have you decided what you will be doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow is what day of the week? Tuesday. I will do what I do on a Tuesday. I'll wake up. God is great. I will live and I'll be strong.
Thank
you all very much.
If there was anybody in the previous cabinet you thought you could have changed, was there anybody you thought in your mind you thought somebody could have chosen differently for a particular as a particular candidate or somebody that was in the government?
No, I think we had great candidates. They all worked very hard. And perhaps it's not about a candidate or perhaps it's not about a campaign. It may well be that the people of Trinidad and Tobago decided, and it's not the people. It's in just a few seats. The majority of the votes still supported the partnership. In the key marginals, I mean, people decided one way or the other. I still say we must respect the wishes of those who have decided this election, and I give due respect to all of them, but I will not give up.
I imagine the marginals were very close, but
they were very close.
Might have tilted the favor of just that little wee bit in the PNM's favor.
You will have asked the PNM that.
Working with the PNM and all that they're going to be in government
I have always worked for the benefit of the people of the country, all of our country, all the people, and I will do what I can to continue to do so.
Do you expect there to be any bitterness when cabinet gets started? Because the opposition
I will not be part of the cabinet, so there will be no bitterness in the cabinet.
And the opposition leader said today that the campaign was not the best campaign that Trinidad and Tobago saw for our history of elections in this country. And you said that you didn't agree with that statement.
No, I do not agree with that statement. I thought, as I said, we fought a good fight. I stayed on policies and on issues. I think it was a great fight. It was a good fight.
Back in hindsight, the election campaign obviously was very long. Do we think that maybe, looking back now, you might have won the election failure?
No. I am comfortable with the decision I made. I stayed within the law and within the time frame for an election. I do not regret that. I do not regret it. These are early days yet. We look at that tomorrow, next week, and next month. Do you think I can go home now? It's been a long day and a long fight. No, I will not. It's too late now to go to the NZ, but there are others there. We have several of our MPs there. Those have won their seats, and they will speak there tonight. I speak as a leader of the UNC and of the partnership from my home base. This is the seat that gave me political office, and I make my statement here tonight as I thank Mr. Barrett. Okay. Anything else? You all are done?
Just one last question. If there was anything you would have done differently as Prime Minister, does anything come to mind in your last 5 years?
Not today. I can't say not today. I do not regret the hospitals we built. I do not regret the health centers we refurbished and or built. I do not regret the 100 schools we built. I do not regret the highway that he drove to the ship. Maybe next week, as I say, when we do post-mortems, we will see things differently. I have no regrets in delivering to all of Trinidad and Tobago. Should I have the chance, I'll do it again. So I'm very, very at peace with myself that I tried my best. As I say, I did my best. For some it wasn't good enough, and I do not regret it. I want to thank those who gave me the support.
In essence, the journey of the US Prime Minister was rewarding.
It was very rewarding, not just for me, but for the people. It was very, very rewarding. And I wish them well, as I say, I wish them well as we go forward into this new time, the new parliament, the 11th parliament. I wish all very well that they can continue to serve and to deliver even better than I did. But I have no regrets, Mark. I'm very serious. Really, seriously, it sounds strange, but I know that we did all that we could have done given the constraints we had, given members of the media being very nice to us, and at times not so nice. And we thank you because you had a role to play as well in putting over your opinions, thoughts and choices and so on. You played your part. You're the fifth estate. I wish you in the media very good luck too in this new dispensation. And allow me to go home now as I thank you all very much. And to Saparia, God bless you. Thank you all very much. It's been a great 5 years, and God is always great. There will be a greater 5 years to come. Remember that.
And there you have the concession speech of Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar telling her supporters there at the Superior constituency office that she respects the democratic process and that she is imploring them. She wants them to respect it as well, and also saying that or hinting that this is not the last that we have seen of Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar in a leadership position. We want to go to Rienzi Complex, where our Ria Rambali is standing by. Ria, what can you tell us about the scenes at Rienzi Complex? The Prime Minister said it's too late to go over to Rienzi now, and she gave a concession speech, as we just saw, at the Superior Regional Corporation. Ria?
A very good night, Golden Kamal. We're exhausted here at Rienzi, but as you can see, there are more red chairs than supporters here at the UNC headquarters. The Rienzi complex is virtually a ghost town at this point in time. Most of the supporters have made their way home. Vehicles are leaving the compound. Several moments ago, a PNM motorcade passed outside of Rienzi, honking their horns, waving their PNM flags, obviously taunting the supporters here at Rienzi Complex. Those worried faces, now very dejected, making their way home tonight. Some are behind me. They just listened to the Prime Minister's concession speech on CNC3, leaving here very unhappy. So that's it from here at Rienzi Complex, the UNC's headquarters for General Election 2015. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Ria Rambali there at Rienzi Complex. Pretty much describing a quiet scene, an empty room really. Not a lot has happened. Well, many of the supporters that were there before have gone home, and understandably so. What were your thoughts on the speech made by the Prime Minister, her concession speech this evening, as compared to Dr. Rowley on the victorious PNM platform?
Well, it was clear who was the leader in terms of the PNM camp. In the case of Mrs. Persad-Bissessar, I mean, she didn't even congratulate Dr. Rowley for, in terms of the fight or everything else that went on and so on. And at the same token, it lacked a sense of national coherence and sentiment, which, for example, contrasts so sharply with Dr. Rowley's positive words in terms of Trinidad and Tobago moving forward. So I would say that in terms of Dr. Rowley's opening salvo, he clearly appreciates the task in front of him. He's already started to grow into the position. His words are very much of a national outpouring and about the need for pulling people together. And the numbers would suggest that in terms of the popular vote, while the PNM has approximately the basis of the numbers that we have, about 19,000 votes more than the UNC, that's still very, very narrow in terms, so that the issue of crafting a country and crafting public policy and in a sense getting buy-in on a part of the country for what is going to be a difficult time is really something that has to be approached with a certain sense of maturity, with patience, with persistence, and above all with prudence. So let's just see exactly how it works out from here on.
Yeah, I share the sentiments of Mariano. I've been saying all along that what we're going to need is statesmanship, leadership. Dr. Rowley has already started on the right note. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate him as Prime Minister, congratulate him on the job he has done to revitalize the PNM, congratulate the People's National Movement, also congratulate the United National Congress. They put up a good fight. They are a living, vibrant party, as is the PNM, both good for the democracy. And I want to congratulate the members of both political parties for, proving once again that we can behave in a civilized way as we conduct a very vigorous election campaign.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mirage. We are going to head back to Balize House at this point. Dr. Rowley has spoken, but our reporter, Chester Sembrano, is there to give us some final reactions. Chester.
Thank you very much, Golda and Kamal. And as you can imagine, it's a festive mood here at Balize House. It's time to party. As the supporters are doing right now, I don't know if you can hear it in the background because it's really loud. The crowd has grown tremendously here. The entire parking lot is full. The roadway is full. I'm not even sure how I'm getting home because my car is blocked in. but if you can hear in the background, there's a lot of celebration. It's like a concert performance right now, and this all happened after Dr. Rowley addressed the crowd, thanking everyone basically for all their support. But not for now, it's party time at the People's National Movement. As we say goodbye from Balize House, Kamal Golda, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Chester, for all your hard work this evening, and of course to all our correspondents out in the field. We're bringing a close to our coverage this evening, but before we do that, we're going to give our guests the final say this evening. We'll start with Mr. Brown. Just your final thoughts on what has been quite a day.
Well, it's been a long campaign. At the end of the day, it would have been very difficult for the PNM not to win in these circumstances. I would have been very surprised. I know it was very tight, but at the same token, I think they did their homework, and the critical issue is not so much winning. It is having won, the difficulties that they're going to face and how they're going to address it. Because I think they're going to have some deviations from what is included in the manifesto. So
when
the
they
real
actually
hard work,
see the figures.
the real hard work starts tomorrow.
I would like to congratulate the people, as I said, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, both political parties, for conducting a clean and decent campaign, by and large. I am glad it's over. I look forward to getting back to some sober, purposeful action in Trinidad and Tobago. I look forward to the challenge. As a new citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, I look forward to the challenge because it's a challenge that we have to face. It is something that we have been putting off for some time, for many years now. We have to come to grips with restructuring our economy. We have to come to grips with improving governance in Trinidad and Tobago, ensuring that we eliminate waste, mismanagement, corruption, and ensure transparency, ensure that we have a strong parliament to keep an eye on the executive, all of those things that we need to do. I look forward to us doing that starting from tomorrow.
Thank you so much to our panelists in studio. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come in here and spend the evening with us. Well, that brings a close to our coverage here, our 12 plus hours of continuous election coverage here at CNC3. We have truly tried to be election central in this season, and we vow to continue as we cover this new page, this new chapter in our country's political history. We vow to continue with our unbiased, fair and balanced reporting. Thank you so much for watching. There's much to do in the coming days, and we pray that you will continue to stay tuned to CNC3.
Have a good night.
Bye.
I got just $20, so I'm thinking Subway, because at Subway restaurants, you can always get plenty for 20. We're talking a juicy 6-inch oven roasted chicken sub on bread baked fresh right in the store. Add your favorite fresh veggies, cheese, and a cold 16-ounce drink. That's one delicious meal for just, say it with me, $20. Get your plenty for 20 at any Subway restaurant today. Subway, eat fresh.